and just looking to see how far they can get. Now, they don't have the points to qualify via top 2, so they're going to need to be one of those Cinderella teams that climbs all the way to the top. Seems like a pretty tall task, a Mount Everest climb, if you will, but hey, that's why you play the game, to find out who earns it. That's what we're here for this weekend, as our major qualifier has officially kicked off. This is the last major qualifier. This is the last time we'll be playing Halo Online, vying for those crucial points in positioning as the season gets down to the nitty-gritty. We are down to the final 45 days of Halo Season 3. Can't believe we're already here.
Crazy to think about when you put it that way, but yeah, definitely a tall task for one of these two teams to make it into that Cinderella qualifying position. But I tell you what, just getting any points at all is going to make an easier road in that open bracket at Salt Lake City. So at the very least, a lot of points on the line. You want to make sure you have the best chance to get as deep as possible in that bracket at Salt Lake. And looks like early on here, Bend. Curious how that team name came about, but they have the lead. But as I say that, Raijin gets the trip cap, and it looks like they also have the camo. So if they can successfully spawn trap here, this lead could change hands very quickly.
It's got to be a mantra for them, right? Like, just bend, don't break, guys. As Raijin does secure the triple cap. They don't hold it for long, though, as C does go back to bend ×3. Professor going down on the stacks as Achilles looks to push up on his way through, vying through the middle of the map now, working his way towards A. Has Spar in the tower, has another opponent in Elevator 1. Gotta watch out for the pinch here in a potential 1v2. Still finds one, though. No, has to reload instead and goes down. An opportunity there for Achilles, but he's not able to take it.
Unfortunate. That plays out a little bit differently. It could be Bend cubed capping at the moment, but for now, Raijin continues to score. Looks like King Slabeth trying to put himself into a position that he could start a push, but he gets spotted out. Stamp shuts him down. Spar, though, has the shock rifle. This guy is nasty with the shock, by the way. And we say we've seen Raijin quite a bit. It's really just whatever team Spar is on, because that's his team name is Raijin. I think we've seen a plethora of different players play under this banner. But I like this squad right here. Professor, one of the best mouse and keyboard players, in my opinion. As you can see him kind of flipping every which way. Always exciting to see a mouse and keyboard player and what they can do.
Yeah, you talked about Spar being a great shock rifle holder. He's just got great mechanical skill. He's got some of the best aim in Halo. He was one of the only players in the world's first, as Professor takes down 2. Nice play for his teammate there. But Spar, world's first Onyx rank without aim assist on controller. When I heard he did that, Eli, I knew, like, this guy's got some raw mechanical talent that can't be denied.
Have to agree with you. I knew he had some raw mechanical talent when he beat me up in the LVT FFA round after round in Orlando. Great guy, by the way. It was fun to finally put a face to the name, as a lot of these guys, we see them all the time online, but going to the LAN is where you actually get to meet the person behind the gamer tag. And I just can't wait for Salt Lake City, man. If anybody in chat, if you guys have not been to an event, by the way, Salt Lake's probably the event to go to. Is that a stick? No,
yeah,
he gets stuck.
I think he stuck himself, but it showed up in the feed as someone else stuck him. I don't know. Maybe he stuck himself and got stuck all in one. Weird topsy-turvy situation there, but you are absolutely right. Salt Lake City, Eli, we have been down in the depths of hell here in Texas, 100 degrees plus with a little humidity. I am so excited to get to the cool, crisp air of the mountains of Salt Lake City, and I experienced that for the first time. I didn't get to go to Salt Lake last year, and I missed Atlanta in typical old band fashion because I threw out my back. So I have a revenge and vengeance in my heart and eyes, as I cannot wait to get back on the land in Salt Lake City. 96 to 146 here, as Raijin have continued to hold their 1-minute lead, but Bend have kept it close.
Definitely been close. 3 dead for Benz. And make that 4 dead for Benz, though, so these will flip. It looks like Raijin can tend to let Ben spawn at C. I like this play. They didn't really have the timing to go for the trip cap. They say, let's just make sure we watch all of the exit points from C. They shut down the one player that went long haul so far. Looks like another player is starting to venture in this direction, but they've got to be careful here. If you lose a player early in your push out of C, it's very unlikely that the next 3 players can get out successfully, especially against a team that's just covering all the correct angles, as we see from Raijin.
Yeah, you can see Spar here on the fulcrum of long haul. Can go left into gold, can go right into C if he wants to push that out, but looks like they're going to hold C as a spawn trap for now, and Spar just continues to hold the line, trying to hold on excuse me, hold on to the camo, but he goes down shortly after. That looked like Ben did a great job baiting it, but can they take the camo? Can they utilize it? That's going to be a big win condition for them, as Ryzen have now doubled up on the lead, 200 to 100, but with camo in the suit of Achilles, they have a chance here to cut into that lead.
That was a huge stick out of Steezy 2Ks before he goes down. That opens the door for Achilles to push in. This could be the opening they were looking for. All this pressure into A by Achilles himself has opened up his teammates to cap B seemingly for free. They do eventually cut down Achilles, but damage has been done. Scoring position now in favor of Ben. They've got to shut down this push as well, and they do so successfully. Now that C flips, I expect Ben to extend out into A, go for that capture. Now that they finish off Professor, they're back into that comfortable A-B position, and this is exactly the conditions you're looking for if you're looking for a comeback.
Yeah, I got to give credit to Achilles, Eli. He got no kills with the camo, but you know what he did? He drew all of the attention away towards the A side of the map. That allowed B and C to go in Ben's favor, and now they come back and get A. So a great job there by Achilles. It just goes to show you don't always need slays. Sometimes just staying alive, sometimes just drawing attention away from your teammates and allowing them to move freely on the map is a great play at that. So I got to give some, I got to tip the cap to Achilles, despite not getting a slay with a camo.
Couldn't have said it better myself, and his teammates, props to them to recognize the situation. Like, okay, he's drawing all that attention A, let's go get B so that his play is not in vain. So full team effort here being put on display. But as I say that, Ryzen makes a great push to actually get 3 dead. Looks like the last couple members of Bend are here to try to stop King Slabeth from having control. They do shut him down, and now they rotate.
I love that dude's gamer tag. I feel like if we hung out at Salt Lake City, we'd have a good time together. King Slabeth, that's a great gamer tag. Having a great game as well at 16-4 and 10 as Ryzen have held on to the lead throughout most of it. It was Ben actually who started off with that 60-second head start. But as we see so often, Eli, in Strongholds, first 60 seconds, sometimes steamroll for one team or the other, and then
double kill.
It gives you a chance to extend that into the 100s or relinquish that lead like we saw Ben do to Ryzen, as it's been all Ryzen ever since the first minute of this match. Suze with the back smack potential, no, turns it into a little BXR on the King Slabeth. He goes down. Suze able to recapture B, and Ben. This is it. 225 on the scoreboard for Ryzen. They're getting down to where they don't have much time left to work with. But at 179, now 180 plus, and a trip cap counting for 2 every second. This is their moment to strike.
Are they getting greedy here, though? Crossing the map and leaving gold open to apply this pressure to C. Yes, they do stop C from being flipped, but look what they've done. They've opened up the possibility for Ryzen to get control of B. No, they turn around. They cut that down as well. So great map control and positioning. They did lose A in that process, but continue to score. And Ryzen are kind of trapped right now. This could absolutely finish in Ben's favor. They just have to get this next round of slays.
It's only a 10-second game, and all the momentum and map control is in Ben's favor as they start to ice up. 2 go down, but it's 3. Make it 4 for Ryzen. Only 1 player alive in the lobby. 7 out of 8 players visiting the respawn screen as Achilles takes a quick trip to A and might just have a chance to secure the comeback. And Ben for now have regained the lead. A miraculous comeback effort. Can they secure it?
They also got the more advantageous spawns as well. It was Ryzen spawning at the C side. Now they have to find a way out. They're trying to force it, but 2 go dead. Spar's got a teammate top white. They're applying pressure to the B side, but B's already been flipped. They have to start moving their feet now. They have to get into either A or B, or this game's over in the next 7 seconds.
Oh, Spar ices up on the cross side of A, but he goes down shortly after, trades out. It's on Professor to fill in that gap and try to make a play to take A. It's at the 99th percentile, and we're at the 99th percentile of this match. 243, 230, as now Ryzen have a chance to make their own little mini comeback. Steezy looking to hold the door there on the gold side. Suze at back of C, looking to flip that into their favor. And he's able to. Ben. 5 seconds left. Can they hold? Oh, the back smack. They didn't expect that. 6, it goes down. And Ryzen will give up the lead and game 1. Wow.
Oh my God. What was that? 200 to like 80 when they got control?
It was big, brother.
It was a big comeback and huge ice out of Ben. I was thinking, yeah, they're playing good, but is it going to be enough? I mean, they're so far behind. Ryzen had that lockdown setup for a good majority as we look through the highlights here. Both teams really playing that fast and aggressive style. Professor, nice triple kill, grabbing the camo. This is really where they started to pull ahead. If you ever get a 3 or 4 dead when you're already in scoring position, it's going to add up. But here we go. This is later in the game, 225 to 140. Zeus has the camo, picks up a kill, make it 2. That's going to stop them from flipping C. Gonna also comfortably walk into B, and look at this. They just have the trip cap. They applied the extra pressure to C. This was a high risk, high reward scenario. They could have just sat back and held AB and let Raijin spawn at C, but they said no. To get back into this game, we got to maintain this trip cap a little bit longer to have a little bit more of an edge. They do exactly that, and the risk pays off in the end. Huge plays to keep themselves with a game 1 victory in this series.
What a banger way to start the day, Eli. We're supposed to work our way up to the excitement and thrills of competitive Halo action, but here in Winners Round 1, Game 1, we already had it delivered. And I gotta go back, man. My catalyst moment was when Achilles had the camo, had no kills with it, but drew all the attention, pulled everybody in like a magnet into the backside of A. B and C went to bend. Then strategically, Ben did a great job to give C back to Raijin, give them those unfortunate spawns, work their way from the B pillars back to A to fill in the space that Achilles had left open with that camo push. And that was all she wrote. An unbelievable 100 plus, at the very least, a 2-minute comeback there for Ben. As you can see, the final score extremely close. But it was only close for the final seconds, really, as that was an unbelievable, improbable comeback. And now Bend take a 1-0 lead because of it.
End game could have gone many different ways. Sixen has to be kicking himself right now. I mean, to get back smacked in that moment, you've got to check your corners. I mean, maybe there was a call out to a player long haul. He had seen a teammate die at C recently. He's thinking, okay, that means that whoever killed my teammate, he's long haul now, so I don't have to check my back. But Zeus just ever so sneaky in that head glitch part of the silo, gets the back smack to close out the game. Wow, that could have gone either way, but here we go. We're going into game 2. It's going to be Streets Slayer. Now, I'm going to say a bad word that a lot of people in chat don't like. GA. There's been a few things on this map that these guys are just not picking up.
Even in the amateur scene.
Yeah, I mean, they're damn sure still picking it up in matchmaking, though. I just got shotgunned by Timmy Two-Turnt multiple times in matchmaking the other day, but the evil cousin of Tony Two-Turnt.
the irony that when HCS points are on the line, it's like that Drake meme, like, nah, we're not going to break the GAs. But damn it, when that ELO is on the line, I am going to take it, man. I need my CSR to crank up. So ironic that in matchmaking, everybody's not abiding by the GAs, just doing whatever it takes to get that ELO. But here in the HCS competition, we're playing it like a couple of gentlemen here as we kick things off. Game number 2, Ben with an electric comeback in game number 1. Can they carry that momentum into the start of game 2?
Speaking of electric, the other GA is the Disruptor, so we very likely will not see it get picked up. Now, I do think it's kind of up to the teams to like agree on it ahead of time, but I feel like if nothing is said at this stage, they're just gonna assume it's GA'd. But in my opinion, for this map, it just really increases the value of that Stalker rifle significantly. It's really the only power item on the map at this point. No AR either. Commando has gone up in value, battle rifle's gone up in value, so look to see these teams try to control this Stalker as much as possible.
Yeah, the snipers have really taken a jump up the charts, and Stalker, technically in the game files, a sniper rifle. So with that bandit rate of fire nerf, Eli, what we've seen here in recent weeks is the opportunity to sneak in those shots to time it. And the Stalker, for what it's worth, you're always shooting from the hip, non-ADS. So it really plays into that factor there where you have just a little bit extra time and space to squeeze in an extra shot. One extra slay is all the difference that Raijin need to take the lead here. 8-7 as Stomp looking to stay alive on the benches, but he's going to get sought out and taken down.
All right, is it Stomp, Stamp, or Stump? I mean, there's a vowel missing in the middle there. It could literally be any of them. Does anybody know? Or is it Stump? Like, you just don't Stump?
Well, if you took the V, flipped it, turned it into an A, and put it between the T and the M, it would be Stamp. So,
okay,
I don't know. That's a really wild and odd way to get to that conclusion. But
or if you just move it to the center, it'd be Stump, but with a V.
Right. All right, we're gonna have to get official word from the man himself or his friends in the chat. If you guys know STMP, I know that's not his gamer tag. Let us know how we pronounce it. It reminds me of Septify, who I still hear casters use both of those sayings. As we have a
he said it was
game here. It is Skep. I swear his brother came into chat once and said it was Skeptify. So if it's if the family comes in, you got to go with that.
I have to agree with you, but let's get back to the match here. Spar with the camo grab at the 10-minute mark. They have already got a 6-kill lead, and this is kind of what I expect. I think Raijin, the favorites in this series, obviously just had that heartbreaking loss in game number 1, but I expect in the Slayer this team to get right back to their old ways and start off strong. But by the same token, Bend have shown that, you know, even when behind, they can come back. I just think it's a bit more difficult to come back in a Slayer against a team like Raijin. So Bend really have to start getting some kills without trades if they want to get themselves back into this.
Interesting to note, it was a +7 kill death disparity in favor of Raijin after game 1, and they've mirrored that here in game 2, up 13-20, looking to build on this lead. But Zeus has different plans. Opponent down to 1 HP, but he is 2. That leads out to a trade out with Spar. Professor now in the tires, just looking to stay alive here, work his way back to the planners, gain some high side advantage with King Slavith trying to bait in a potential bait and switch. 2 players down the driveway, though, means this might just be a 2v2 gunfight coming up here. Back C spawns here for Ben. And if they don't find a way to push out and take the advantage on the map, this lead could only grow for Raijin.
I like the way they've played this. It's very patient. They just said, okay, A is our side of the map. They've got to break through our defense. They're watching all the lanes, but look at the push come in from Ben. They sent 1 to the B side, mostly as a distraction, and the other 3 just flood through the purple side. I like the game plan. However, the execution, maybe not as valuable as they'd like it to be. They have cut the lead down to 6, but you want a little bit more value out of each of these pushes if you want to come back into it.
Game's close, but Raijin's still with a semi-comfortable lead. As Spar looks to push down the middle of the map, secure the next camo. He does that, but he's gonna have to earn a slay if he wants to earn the activation of it. Great job securing that. Grenades coming out, predictable, trying to call and imagine where Spar's next move is gonna be. He gets called out in the comms, and they take him down immediately. A great play there from Ben to not only take down camo, but dwindle that lead down, and just as I say that, it's back to 6.
Speaking of 6, we got Sixen on your screen right now. This guy plays, I believe, on max sensitivity, 5 acceleration, 10 vertical, 10 horizontal. And
oh, wow.
That is not easy to control, but you can see he's got that kind of old school Halo 2, Halo 3 twitchy aimer. He's been playing for a long time, and he can control that sensitivity quite well. Look for him to pop off if we get a sniper map later in the series.
And the bounce pass grenade there on the shotgun looked like mouse and keyboard almost there for Sixen. So yeah, it just goes to show you crank that sensitivity all the way up on controller. You can't necessarily match the mouse and keyboard's proficiency with the speed, but you can get pretty close. Sixen keeping things close as Ben have rallied their way back into this game, 28-30. And now Sixen pushes his way down the shotgun side. Haven't seen any of those G8 weapons, so we could assume now that both teams are abiding by it. But like we've trolled about with the World Championship 49-49 match, if it gets to that close like it is right now, will the GA break?
That's a good question. They're going to break a GA in round 1? I don't know. I don't expect it to happen, but they have, like you said, brought this back. And just like game 1, Ben were
oh my God.
Significantly behind. They've now suddenly taken the lead. Do you think Raijin is just playing too passively, maybe not getting as much out of these slays as they could? It just feels like they're not willing to push forward and go for spawn traps, and now they're all in the same spot and they're being surrounded. You never want 3 players in the same spot looking the same direction in this game, guys. That is just not good at team play, and Bend are going to take advantage.
Oh, that's like waking up on Christmas morning, coming around the corner in Halo Infinite and seeing 3 back-of-the-head opportunities as Zeus takes down 3. And now it's a 3-kill lead for Ben. Just like we saw in game number 1. A comfortable lead for Raijin has turned to dust.
Unbelievable. And they are the ones playing aggressive. They're willing to push their advantage state, more so than Raijin was early on. Raijin got that 7-kill lead and just sat back on their laurels, and they're being punished for it now. Look at the speed and pace that they're playing with. Achilles gets this damage onto the B side. Zeus tries to find an angle to perhaps finish that damage. Unable to do so, but this trade from Stamp, Stomp, or Stump, he gets that, and all of a sudden, it's still a 4-kill lead with just 9 to go.
42, now 43-39. It's a full team wipe lead here for Bend. And if they can make it a multi-possession, a 5-kill game where it'll take 2 different team wipes. 2 occurrences, 2 possessions for Raijin to get back in this one. They're running out of time. They're not going to have the map to work with as Sixen makes his way through. Needs to win a clutch. Piv does just that with the 5 perfect shots. Now back of the headshots into Suze, takes him down to 1 HP, but the bait and switch comes through at the front of C, and now Stump looks to stamp his ticket to a Game 2 victory.
10 assists as well. Most kills, most assists. Most deaths too, though. He has absolutely been in the mix. 2-kill lead now. Raijin playing this in-game quite well, but they keep trading. If every single kill trades, Bend will win the game. They have to get some kills without trading in the next few interactions here. Very chaotic situation going down. 2 players on the driveway. Spark gets that untraded kill, and now he's pushing up with his squad. They could bring this back, but Bend keep finding the trades.
This is unbelievable. A Cinderella story on a weekend where Cinderella might just steal a spot in Salt Lake City pool play as Steezy looks to stay alive. 49-48. The final moments of this match are taking place. Spar looks to clutch up, but his reload gets stuck instead. And Ben take 2 comeback victories in a row and now are on the brink of sweeping Raijin, a team, Eli, that I just checked in the bracket standings is so much higher ranked. You've got players that have accomplished much more in Halo on the side of Raijin, but Ben are here to make a name for themselves.
Unreal. Yeah, Sixen and Professor have been on that Antimatter squad, switch to Clutch Academy squad that were making basically to last round, so I know they have a ton of points. Professor also dropped 20 this game, and they still lost. I think he was 20-10. As they lose this game, sorry, 20-11. Man, that's just gotta feel bad if you're Raijin. At the same time, like, both these games were so winnable, they just have to close. It's absolutely possible they make the 3-game comeback. The reverse sweep is definitely on the table here, but it's just gonna take one more game like that for Ben to close out the series and advance to the next round.
And this is so impressive, Eli. This is unbelievable. You look across the board, for the Face It ELO, which helps determine rankings for individual players here in the HCS, nobody below 1150 for Raijin. 2 players for Ben in the 900s. So you're talking about a massive disparity in terms of points and experience and achievements here in Halo, and this would be one to notch one on the belt loop here as Ben looking for their biggest victory as a team that they've ever experienced in Halo together. This is an unbelievable start to the tournament, and if this is a tone that's being set for the rest of the weekend, you could see some of those teams right now on the outside looking in find their way into pools at Salt Lake City. It's part of what we love about Halo competition. You can predict who's going to win, but you never really know.
Yeah, these teams are so close in skill, man. Raijin, I'm pretty positive this team probably formed last minute. I mean, they're just like, hey, you're good? Yeah, you want to team with me? I'm good too. Hey, those 2 guys, they're good? Yeah,
right?
let's team. Ben, maybe they've had a little bit more experience together. I think I've seen Steezies and Achilles on the same team for a lot of these tournaments. Don't know the full background of these teams, but that teamwork, the coordination, just the execution is definitely stronger, especially in the in-game. Going into Solitude King, though, this is another control-based mode similar to Strongholds. I think a bit more setup-oriented than the, Recharge, which Strongholds, which is a bit more flow-heavy. You're going to be flowing all around the map. This one's be a bit more static. You're going to want to hold a good setup, control the spawns, predict the next routes of your opponents. I think Raijin could have the edge in this one.
The opportunity, though, is there for the taking for Ben. And as I look across at that series layout, Eli, I see a Game 4 oddball. And that just, for me, really emphasizes and puts the pressure on Ben to take this Game 3, to sweep Raijin. Because if Raijin takes this game and start to feel like, all right, now we're getting back into our steez, we're warmed up, we're the team that we're supposed to be, we're the better squad. Let's prove it. And then you go into a Game 4. I always feel like oddball usually goes to the better team historically. So timing is of the essence. This is important right now to take the opportunity and seize it for Ben as King Slaveth off the start, looking to push out towards the cafe, grabs on a hold of that thrust. For now, just throwing out some grenades, gathering intel. Nobody's made a play until Raijin do take down 2 for Ben. This could be a great opening break that they need to start feeling like themselves again.
I have to agree. King Slaveth finds 2 one-shot targets in front of him, but he's only able to take down 1. Good teamwork, bait and switch out of Bend, and huge thrust.
Wow.
Spar with the T-Rex arms can't quite land the melee as that player thrusts right out of harm's way. And that kind of survivability play goes a long way in King of the Hill. Just existing on the map is going to make it so your opponent is not comfortable to set foot in that hill.
Spacing a little tight there on the C side, and Ben take advantage of that. Take down 2, now 3 for Ryzen. Now Suze has the shock rifle, looking to secure a full team wipe. For now, Ben securing that bottom mid hill, and after a really good start for Ryzen, we saw not only the first strike, but the first couple of strikes. But Ben, like they have all series, have answered back and now have the lead.
Professor with some massive long-range shots, though, in that moment. If he doesn't get that kill, I think Ben comfortably finish this, but they're going to have to work for it now. Yes, that's going to ultimately end in another 2 dead for Ben. And Ryzen are in the hill. I like this rotation from Stomp, and if he can get into this position, get a kill, and stay alive, this could be huge for their team. They could not only get this hill, but also be in position for next.
Stomp with a great flank, helps take down 2, and that could just secure it for Ben. Takes down 3 with the trade. 3 in total going down for Ryzen, and that should do it. It's a GG's go next scenario where they want to set up for that next hill at the back of A. And Ben, this is trouble for Ryzen, Eli, because Ben haven't had a lead until the end of games. Now they start game 3 with 1 instead.
I don't know, they're the comeback kids, but what if they don't have to make a comeback? Do they know how to play with the lead? We'll have to see, but Ryzen, they did get the better spawns here. They spawned in the tram side. Looks like right now they've got the lockdown setup. 6 in as the camo as well, looking to just cut off the next wave of opposition. But he has clearly been spotted, drawing a lot of attention to himself. They do eventually take him down before he can get much value. But Ryzen only have 4 seconds left to finish the hill.
Suze gonna have to get creative like the doctor here as he pushes in to A. Timing is of the essence once again as Ryzen have gotten very close to securing a win. 2v2 gunfight, and the next couple of slays here determine who's gonna win this next hill, or if Ryzen can secure it. Suze doing a great job. Look at the timing there. Waits for his 2 teammates to push up, take the lead. He regains his shields, repositions to take down King Slabeth, and we're witnessing some of that creative gameplay that we've mentioned here to start, but Suze eventually does go down. 3 go down though for Ryzen, and once again, Ben are gonna have a chance.
Just feels like they just won't quit in every one of these games and hills so far. It just feels like Ryzen, like, oh yeah, they're probably gonna get this. Maybe they play for next. No, Ben will not give up in any situation. It's that resilience being put on display, but they will finally get one on the board here for Ryzen. They also get 3 dead for Ben, and looks like Steezy, another mouse and keyboard player on the opposition. He's already got a good position for it next. This hotel side and snipe side of the map, definitely the real estate you're looking to hold for this 3rd hill.
Prioritization of the hill has been a key component for both of these teams here in this one, Eli, as we only had a minute off the clock after 2 hills in total had been secured. It tells me that so far the pacing is heading towards a 4-score finish, but with each passing second, that clock continues to dwindle down in a way as Ryzen to stay alive there with 6, but he drops the shock rifle, and Ben do a great job despite previously losing the previous hill, take advantage and rotate to the next, and they're scoring because of it.
Look at this, he's got a lot of shock rifle ammo as well. King Slabeth with that jump gonna spare himself getting headshotted. Looks like a few shots land, none of them are the clean shot you're looking for though. Still in position to cut off this side. Great no scope. He's just trying to do everything he can to keep Ryzen off of his hill player. He's done a great job of that so far.
Even just holding the cafe side is forcing some of those opposite spawns in the back of A wall for Ryzen. Makes it a little bit of a further trek to get back into contention and back into this hill. And this is looking like the previous one. Suze gets another slay, but in the this is looking like the previous hill, but in the inverse. This is Ben's opportunity now to take it and strike. Do Ryzen have a comeback on hill number 3? The final opportunity is gonna strike right here, and they need that win, but Stomp gets it instead. Could have just secured hill number 2 for Ben.
Massive slays. Both teams really not comfortable to set foot in the hill for the last minute or so. Just trying to fight for better map positioning that could lead to a good outcome. Stump gets taken down by the grenade. The spawns of Ryzen on the snipe side are really making it difficult for Ben to get into the hill, but Suze finds a double. Might be a triple, but he's choosing to stay alive instead of thirst for the kill. Somehow Eli gets 2 back-to-back doubles, kills the whole team by himself. That's going to be the second hill for Ben. No! The spawns are close for Raijin, and somehow Professor stops it at the last second.
Oh, Suze's prioritization of opponents was flawless right there. He had all 4 in his face and in his way, and he takes down all 4. But it's still not enough. You can see that hill there at the 99 percentile. 1 pinky toe in it for Ben. Will give them a 2-1 lead, but Raijin are going to make him earn it.
Wow, Spar just locking it down the snipe side of the map. This is so good of a position for this hill. You have absolute high ground on the entire map. I think this is a bit of an overextension, though. He probably just needed to hold his position top snipe, but he tries a little bit too hard to move forward and apply extra pressure. That's going to lead to his demise, and Raijin will get back into the hill, but they've got to get and hold down this snipe side as we see 6in back up to control the spawn.
Ben not able to secure hill number 3, and because of this, a lot of that regulation clock has dwindled away, so getting a lot closer to playing for time. And you take the lead here 2-1 with less than 2 minutes to go. That's a massive advantage to take here. And I like how Ben don't rush. They felt no pressure. They felt no reason to haphazardly throw themselves into the hill. They waited till they had possession. They waited till they had the right opportunity, take that final second, and now take the lead 2-1, 140 left.
Exactly right. That patience, the discipline pays off in spades, because they had the hill almost completed. It was such a high likelihood they would ultimately finish that hill that means they can start thinking about clock, right? If we're a 90% chance to get the next hill, even though we don't have the lead right now, we can play as if we already have the lead. Let's go ahead and burn time off the clock. They do so flawlessly, and now I think that's the play. I think they're deciding, let's not even get in this hill. Let's just play time for the last minute and a half. A bit risky, because if Raijin do get control, they could get a lot of time at once, but I don't disagree with the decision. This hill is very difficult to stay in and survive for extended periods of time.
Big time to make a big play there for Raijin as they take down all 4 for Ben. Hill in their possession. Now they're just looking to secure that power up with the camo, but spawns on the cafe side means a pretty immediate battle off of those spawns to see who's able to grab that camo. It's down. Ben, go for it, but that's bait. 4 down, back-to-back scenarios where Raijin clutch up, and now they have the hill. They have the camo too.
And are starting to regret their decision to play time. They did have pretty solid control of that yard side. Now they've got to find a way to get Raijin out of the hill. They might start desperating through these bottom middle lanes to get a clear sightline. Spar is just lurking with the camo, goes for the ninja, but this player crosses him up. If this player can trade with Spar, it would be massive, but no, Spar with the thrust and camo, multiple equipment items put to work there to make sure he comes out on top in that fight. And now with Bend in the hill, he feels pressured to push through. He's the tip of the spear, though, and his teammates are coming out spawn. He cannot die right now.
Spar, last Spartan standing previously for Raijin, getting those spawns on the C side, and with Shock up. Interesting to note that nobody's taking advantage of that. I almost wonder if Steezy here, despite having hill control, working his way towards the Shock, but that might not be the best play. You really got to focus on that focal point, which is the hill. But it's a too strong of a push there. Numbers in droves for Raijin as they take back the hill, tie up this game at 2. Next hill wins.
Bend had the foresight to see that coming. They've got control of this snipe side. This is massive. Obviously, hill right there. This is probably the easiest hill to lock down if you get into position at the right time, and that's a huge live for Stump, I thought, but he gets cut down by another player. And now Achilles with this shock rifle, last player alive near the hill. He's gonna have to try his best to survive, but no, he goes down. Both teams still fighting very strong for this. Will Professor win this fight? He does, and Raijin looked good to get an extended amount of hill time in the next engagement.
Steezy with enough opening damage to allow Suze to push on through and clean it up as 3 go down, make it 4, 6 in the last Spartan standing for Raijin. And right now it looks like he's just trying to get as favorable spawns as he can, but now goes down late, and that might just force a split. Ben have the lead at the 75 percentile, looking to shut the door.
This is going to be so difficult for Raijin to do anything off of this spawn. They basically have to funnel through this poster side, but they're being attacked from the other side. King Slab is somehow finding his way into Tram. I think you're right. The split spawn did come out, But this is not even close to over yet. Multiple members of Ben going down. Steezy, last player alive. He is by the hill though, and they do have plenty of time to stop this. They don't have to get impatient in this moment. They can take their time here.
This is exactly how they executed on the previous score, where they had a significant lead in the micro. Now looking to just hold the line. And with every passing second, this is actually a benefit to Ben, so long as they can secure hill number 3, because if they were flawless with it, there would have been 35, 40 seconds left.
Oh
now,
my God.
half of that, less than 20. 3 go down, and 3 go up on the scoreboard for Ben. A miraculous come-from-behind series victory and upset here to potentially start your day.
It's not over yet. It's probably over, but Raijin got to play perfect. They're 2 dead already, so it's a huge pickup from Sixin, but Seuss lurking in the U-turn, just going to make it so difficult for them to comfortably set foot into hill. At least getting some opening damage before he dies should help his teammates come off spawn to end the game. It's Sixin though, he's doing everything he can. Is it going to be enough?
Easy 1 HP. You go down, and that opens the door for Raijin, but they cannot go down. It has to be a flawless hold.
Wait.
Any deaths feels like an elimination. You will not respawn. Oh, back of the heads available once again. Raijin have not watched their 6, and because of it, they're 6 feet deep in the dirt. Goes down to Ben. 3-0.
Unbelievable. 3-0. What was the seed disparity between these teams? Somebody needs to look
Massive.
it up. Because I know Raijin have a lot of points. Spar, Sixin, Professor, these guys have been in every open series making deep runs. And Steezy 2Ks, I have seen his name quite a bit, but the others are not used to pulling upsets like this. I mean, this is a big deal for them. Moving on to round 2 is even a big deal right now in this bracket.
Oh, it's a double disparity, Eli. Louis V. Titan clutch with the information in our ears. 19 seed was Raijin versus the 46 seed. Eli, Ben is damn near the last ranked team in HCS competition here. There are 50 teams competing. 46 seed is Ben. This is as miraculous of a series victory you'll see maybe all year in online competition. And the fact that it occurred in a sweep, what did we just witness?
That was insane. I mean, what I saw from Raijin, I mean, I just got to call it out. There was multiple times throughout this series that they have 3 people in the same spot looking in the same direction. That is just not a recipe for success in Halo Infinite. You have to have
multiple times.
Yeah, you have to have unique positioning on the map. You have to have angles that complement one another. If you are in the same area, you have to watch the different entry points to the area, because the other team will just surround you, right? So I mean, it was a positioning difference for the most part. Maybe just Raijin having too many similar players that want to do the same things, so they end up in the same spots looking at the same plays, and that's just not gonna work out.
I mean, Eli, Raijin is a team that we're used to seeing deep into these open series, deep into these major qualifiers, going up against the likes of Collect's team or Manny's team or TLF or Ascending Baseline. I mean, these guys are often in the mix with those top 12 and top 16 teams, but instead they're going to have a lower bracket run for the ages if they want to get back in contention of this tournament, as we have a massive upset to start your day. Ben take the series 3-0, and we'll take a quick break. We got winners round 2 coming up next. Will Ben continue the Cinderella run? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo's coverage of the major qualifier, your open championship, if you will. And Eli, it's the last time we'll meet online to secure these crucial points heading into the playoffs, essentially, in Salt Lake City. We just saw an improbable, miraculous upset where Ben, the 46 out of 50 seed in this tournament, take down the 19 seed Ryzen, and now the task only gets tougher. They got some gamers on the other side. Let them cook. Might not be as easy.
I do not expect it to be as easy. Let them cook, full of some very good players. Grand Shiesty, I think one of the most underrated players. Whenever I watch this guy play, he is absolutely popping off. We saw him last week popping off big against Kratos' team, I think it was. And he was almost created some of the most insane upsets that we saw earlier this week. So I expect this roster to do very well. Facty, JV, Glitchy, and Dakota, all these guys have been competing in just about every HCS tournament as of late.
Yeah, you might have seen them on those previous Sniping Lies roster that have routinely found themselves in the mix in the open bracket as Facty takes to the top side of P, claims it with the double kill. A couple of sneaky shots, but still earns the slate. Nonetheless, crucial mid-map control being earned for Let Them Cook, looking to pull that first flag.
They are letting them cook indeed. It looks like they haven't felt the confidence to just go straight in. They have to wait for another round of slays. Facty, look at the way he is just surviving, waiting for his teammate to show up.
What?
Has to dodge that grenade, and look at the survivability, the damage output and minimizing damage input throughout that entire sequence. Grand Shiesty does the same thing, slides in, gets the early damage. The bait and switches are already on point for Let Them Cook.
That was one of the prettiest dance moves you'll see in Halo competition. Facty working around the fridge perfectly as those grenades tinking around his left and right shoulder. Stays alive, but only momentarily. He does go down shortly after, but now Dakota looking to break through that 50-yard line. Glitchy has broken through on the fridge side once again. You can feel the pressure mounting here for Let Them Cook, but still no pull just yet.
New OS just came up. Doesn't look like Glitchy is concerned with it. Maybe his teammate told him they have it. I was going to assume another member of Let Them Cook has it. Yes. And they're going to go ahead and push on through with the extra shields. Feeling a bit more confident. Also got the BR in hand. It's going to get put to work. And this flag should start moving. Looks like it's going to be a pull through the court. I don't know if I agree with that. Timing of the spawns. Felt like this fridge spawner was there. But he said, Eli, I can run the flag and kill the fridge spawner. And this is faster. So just watch me cap it. All right.
A little delay, though, and having to take down the fridge spawn himself does allow Achilles a chance here to get a goal line stand, pull out the flag, and make it a much more difficult reset. You saw the thing really scurry along the yard there as Dakota is able to get an easy reset, and it'll allow Let Them Cook to take that 1-0 lead. Couple of one-shot HP players, and Dakota cleans them both up.
And just trying to stay alive here. You'd like one of these players to get some higher ground. Kind of want somebody to be able to overlook into the base from top center on this map in mode combination. I'm surprised to see Let Them Cook taking so many low ground positions. Just having one player top center to get those extra sight lines can be quite valuable. Okay, Facty gonna be the one to take control of P2. A couple of the slays come in, and now Dakota sees an opening to run another flag.
Deja vu, this is very much what the previous run looked like, but now Dakota gets a chance to push on through. Instead of a fridge spawn, it's the fourth player alive for Ben in the base of Let Them Cook. So again, they get a pull out to make Let Them Cook earn the reset before scoring, but it looks like they might just get both the reset and the next score. Let Them Cook are proving to be a much taller task for Ben.
We've seen the resilience out of this Ben roster, though. I think that we cannot count them out of it. Rico down for Let Them Cook. Glitchy gonna get the flag touch, though. Overshield was up. I think Facty probably the one that grabbed it. And all they have to do, yes, he just now procs it too. The delay proc means that he's gonna have a bit more survivability into the next engagement. Very smart, a bit of a high risk situation to hold on to the OS without using it right away, but it's gonna pay off.
Twos in the generator, not able to stay alive. And Ben haven't been getting trounced in the slaying department, but and they do need their boy Stump to get a little bit more in the mix, as everybody else is close enough to where they're not having bad games, but again, against a little bit stiffer competition and let them cook. You have to play near flawless Halo if you're Ben with this level of Slay disparity. They were -7 in that game 1 victory in the previous series, but not the case here in winners round 2 is let them cook. A good, strong lead, 2-0.
Wow, I mean, they played through this situation quite well. They get 3 dead again, and they're in a prime position to get this flag on the move. Last player for let them cook gets back smacked. Facty tries to rotate through the back of the flag to clear his side, but look at the pressure. I mean, these guys are feeling it right now. We also saw Stump in the previous play get the very nice, perfect 5-shot on Grand Shiesty. This flag looks like it should get home as long as they can cut down this last player.
Oh, Achilles is now the last player. 3 go down for Ben, and Grand Shiesty is going to force a reset if they want to score, but they do take down Achilles. It'll be Grand Shiesty who gets the reset. A goal line stand at that, and momentum in favor, flipping more and more for let them cook.
Slay disparity certainly in favor of let them cook. In fact, he can't find a target to shoot at, though. Just trying to be a bodyguard for his flag carrier. Does find the last player that's trying to get their own goal line stand. It's not going to be enough, though. That's going to go in. And were we on the wrong settings?
I think because Rust was where OS usually spawns P1. I thought I was tripping. You know, it's my first time back. Eli, I thought we were seeing some weird stuff, but I'm pretty sure they had the casual social settings.
No, that was correct. The OS top center is correct now. Right. That was a change. Right. But the problem was they were on 3 caps instead of 5, so they're probably going to have to reset that game with a 3-0 lead and maybe play from the timer, because somebody just picked 3 flag instead of 5 flag. I think that was the only problem.
Okay, but that makes sense.
While they sort that out, though, we're going to switch gears here. Ascending Baseline versus Dreams to Legends. This Ascending Baseline squad with Gunplexion, who just came off an FFA victory last night. Very exciting finish to that one. Finally ousting Goober, who was just on a tear in those FFAs. But Gunplexion, one of the straightest shooters that we have seen in the league, and honestly, ever. And I don't know how he's not on better rosters, but this man is very difficult to defeat in a gunfight. Let's see if he can defeat Dreams to Legends in these gunfights.
Yeah, love when the caster points something out and then the player gives you a real-life, real-time example of that. As Gunplexion starting off on fire. 9-3 here in this Aqua CTF as Ative has a run across the halfway point in the map. And with that OS, gonna have a little bit extra shield to earn a trade, but not the 1v2 win.
Dreams of Legends do a great job to slow this flag down, and they actually get the return as well. Huge play from Ceaseless Ranger. Ort is running the flag as well, and I tell you what, this guy on the Azeron, he can run a flag better than just about anybody. That mouse and keyboard ability to just click a button to pick up the flag is so much better than holding a button down on controller. He's going to actually drop the flag, though, to make sure his team wins the fight. Great grenades come down, but will they be able to get a touch? They do. And this flag's still alive. 3 dead. Gunplexion, the last player that could possibly stop this flag run.
Steady in the chaos. Bort inserts himself into the conversation and might just insert that flag into the stump for a 1-0 lead for Dreams to Legends. Yes, they do strike first.
Huge. Kratos, top 5 in every category, but not top 5 in the kill death department in this game right now. He can come online and start being the Kratos that we know and love. I think that this team can come back, but this is a great early lead for Dreams to Legends.
Kratos, there he is with the heat wave, and I thought this got G80. Like, I guess not in this particular series. We'll have to keep an eye on that as Promo pushes his way towards the courtyard of Yellow, trying to get some damage into the back of that base. For now, just gonna wait, re-shield, and reach for the Doritos.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there exactly. Maybe typing in the chat LOL heatwave question mark, but oh no, he actually lags out. So this game's gonna have to get reset. We have 2 different resets happening, but guess what? LVT's in a few different lobbies right now. We're back into the prior lobby. I'm assuming that this is just a reset with Let Them Cook having a 3 flag lead after the wrong game type was selected in the prior series. And here we go. They just need 2 to close this game out.
3 go down for Ben. That should add 1 more to the scoreboard, you would imagine. Let Them Cook, as we do have a reset. You see 0-0 on your screen, but it's a 3-0, now likely 4-0, but hold up. Back He got a little bit left of work, little bit work left to do, and as the last Spartan standing is able to get that flag through, it's a 4-0 lead for Let Them Cook.
As they exhaust all of their resources to cap that flag, the counter pull looks like it should be all the way back. Dakota, though, must have spawned on the P side and quickly made his way into the base of Ben. Can he get the pull or the stop here? It's 2 dead for Ben. Make it 3, and Dakota now the one that dances around, waits for his teammates. I just love the way that these guys are playing around each other. You know, if they ever take too much damage, they just make themselves as hard a kill as possible, allow a teammate to show up, and that's been a major contributor to their success in this series.
Could be the final score, and it is Let Them Cook with a flawless 5-0 victory to start this series. Ben. We saw them with the miraculous upset 3-0 sweep in round number 1, but like we imagined, Eli, this series is going to be much tougher. Let Them Cook. They're the ones cooking instead. They're not going to get roasted by this Ben roster, who's a little bit newer to competition. You have Stomp and Achilles, a little bit more new to the scene. Seuss and Andy, they've been here before. They've had some deep tournament runs, but this is where, as you get deeper into those winter round matchups, it gets a little bit more difficult. I should say more and more difficult for players with less experience like Stomp and Achilles to know what to do, to know what pace to play at, to make the right decision in the heat of battle. And I think we saw a little bit of that there in game number 1.
I mean, it's definitely been a teamwork difference so far that we saw in that first game. Every member of Let Them Cook, anytime they got weak, just making themselves so hard to kill. And the bait and switch was very strong from them. It felt like that was the key to success for Ben in the previous series. And that's one of the things that they did so well there. But they're going to have to do more of that if they want to come back and win this series. Taking a look across the board, looks like we got Suspector in one of the lobbies, so perhaps a Cloud9 appearance in another lobby at some point. But of course, we're going to bring you the action that is live right now. We've got Live Fire Slayer loading up for game 2.
The LVT Red Zone has been revved up and rolling as we will have nonstop continuous action. If I didn't warn you guys earlier or alert you to this, make sure you've used the restroom. Make sure you've got your snacks. Make sure you got your hydration, because the action is going to be continuous and frenetic throughout the next hour or so as we kick things off here. Game number 2, Let Them Cook, the 1-0 lead.
If Let Them Cook can continue to bait and switch with the proficiency that we just witnessed in the last game, this game could be a blowout. But men have to be patient and disciplined in these engagements. They have to not over push in situations that look like an advantage but aren't really an advantage. Those are the situations you've got to just make sure that you have that opening before you push forward. But they do get 3 dead here in the opening and have the best chance to get this first camo.
Good start. Oh my God, the collateral tummy shot, no scope, double kill for Grant Shiesty. Cleans up 2 in the rat tunnel, and what looked like a nice little lead to hold on to at the start for Ben has quickly relinquished itself. Now it's Let Them Cook up 1 and up in the sandbox, most importantly. Snipe camo in Grant Shiesty's hand.
The most dangerous combination in this game mode, in the hands of, in my opinion, the most dangerous player in the lobby. This could get bad for Ben, and he's kind of struggling to decide what route he wants to take. Maybe originally was going to rotate towards A, maybe even playing some mind games with the death cam there. Maybe he started to go that way so that he would bait that player who is dead to call him out going that direction. A little bit of mind games as he finds a nice double kill killing spree, but he's out of snipe ammo and he's gonna have to get to work with this bandit into the next engagement.
Out of snipe ammo, but very efficient with it as he earned himself 5 kills off the start here. It's a 4-kill lead for Let Them Cook as Grant Shiesty makes his way through the middle of the map. Attention on the camo, so that's going to allow Grant Shiesty to take some shots into the back of 2, maybe even 3. Yes, players. Bait and switch occurs on the cuts. But Achilles now, there we go. Ben are facing with one of the better bait and switches like we've seen from Let Them Cook, but they actually come out with the positive net outcome and are now only down by 1.
Ben so far today have shown their resilience in every series, in every game. And here they have a chance to pull an upset in game 2. Only down by 1, still the early game. But the map is very quiet now. Neither team really knows where each other are. Finally, first sleigh goes down, and it's in Ben's favor. So they're going to speed up a bit, use their short-term advantage state, try to get a few more slays. And it's a good time to do so. This camo's up in 2 seconds. Can they backtrack and go for it? Looks like they have made that call. Achilles going to be the one to go out for it, and with some style points as well. Don't know if I like that, though. Kind of expose yourself to the sandbag side of the map, but hey, it worked out, and he looked cool doing it.
And as a montage kid, Eli, we know it's all about the style points. And Achilles gets some utility out of the style, looking good while doing it. Takes down one, and now has about 20 seconds left to camo to work with. Could take this sniper or bait, let them cook into taking it, but instead he's going to push up on that line of scrimmage, get a double kill. And Eli, I am so impressed with what I've seen here from Achilles and Stomp, newer into the scene, newer on LVT Halo. Haven't seen them much before, but my God, have they been working on their game, because they have been looking so good today. And it's now Ben with another potential upset brewing.
I love the way Achilles played that as well. He could have been a greedy teammate and just waited for the sniper. It was up in 3 seconds, but he said, no, my teammate needs help right now. I can always go back for that sniper later. Let me just go straight through to the sandbags, and with perfect timing finds that double kill. They've now grown the lead to 6 because of that, and they still got the sniper anyway. So, you know, I feel like if that was you, Mikowski, you definitely would have just left me out to dry and just waited for the sniper because you just want the montage clip. But hey, Achilles is not the same player.
I was gonna admit it myself, Eli. You didn't have to throw strays at me, bro. I was gonna admit it. I would absolutely. 3 seconds left and 20 seconds left to camo and snipe up. Are you kidding me? I'm grabbing that. As Ben have grabbed on to a 4-kill lead, 30-26. So when the Slayers unofficially start, it's actually Ben in the lead. And Eli, it's been their objective efficiency which has gotten them here to winners round 2. They've won some of those OBJs with a slaying deficiency. Now in the Slayer, they're up big.
They are, but Dakota has something to say about it with a few pixels of visibility. Finds that first opening. Slay continues to output damage, and all of a sudden, Let Them Cook are only down by 1, all thanks to some huge shots out of Dakota.
Crucial snipe tower control here for Dakota. Some nice shots as well, and now Glitchy with that QT. And avert danger and destruction with one tap of the button, but instead he's pushing straight through into the rat tunnel. 2 go down, make it 3. Seuss, last player alive, getting called out, sending the hounds out on him, but it looks like he's gonna slip away.
Not sure where Glitchy's portal was, but if it was back green, I would have loved to see him just portal back to control the next set of spawns and set himself into a collapsible position, but content with the positioning he had, didn't feel the need to portal anywhere else on the map. We're back to a kind of neutral state here. Looks like most members of Let Them Cook trapped on the A side. Looks like Seuss and his teammate isolate the last player on the other side of the map. I like that. If you recognize there's 3 guys on one side of the map, just go ahead and kill the one guy that's on the other side of the map and then turn around and fight the other side. That looked like the game plan from Ben, and it worked out very well.
Repulsor's been a big win condition here for Ben. It's actually looked like it's pre-networking update nerf, if you will, as we've seen 3 or 4 instances where Ben have utilized it to take down the opposition or take down that power up, as we see on the left side of the map. As Dakota, he's gathered control and maintained it for the most part over the last crucial couple of minutes. And if he can hold strong at the tower, this could not only bring Let Them Cook back in this one, but it could give them the win as Dakota starts ringing out some shots. An assist comes through. Steezy goes down to 1 shot. Dakota does 2. He was going to call for his teammates to clean that up. You go down for Ben. Let Them Cook regain the lead, up 1 into the 40s.
This next fight going to be important. That sniper was on the ground. I think maybe another member of Let Them Cook picked it up. No, it should probably still be on the ground. Still a 1-kill game. Make it 2 now.
Ooh.
Portal does come out from Facti. I like that. Just quickly repositioning to stay in the same fight. Sometimes you can throw off your opponent, but out of nowhere, they have a 4-kill lead and the sniper, and they know where Ben are spawning. This does not look good for the blue team.
Endgame is where the better teams, the more experienced teams, usually ice up, and we're starting to see that from Let Them Cook, looking to secure a 2-0 lead in this series, but they need to secure 5 more slays first. Facti bringing out a couple of no-scopes, but he's got plenty of help and support down the left side. Stump does get that first strike, gives numbers advantage back to Ben. It's a +1 net outcome. They're going to need a few more here. It's not going to be more. It's Facti instead who gets that crucial slay. Just as it looked like Ben. We're about to bring it back and make it close. It's a 2-possession lead now for Let Them Cook, looking to find the final 2 slays.
I don't know if they know where the sniper is. This does not look good. Only 1 more kill to go. Looks like Seuss is here weak. He's waiting on the jump up. In fact, he can't find him. He's got a repulse though, so he's gonna go back up. He's getting shot from, I think, the nest side. Does push that player back out into a disadvantageous position, but this isn't over yet. Somehow Ben have stayed alive. Just one kill to go for Let Them Cook.
Can't believe that player for Ben didn't get cleaned up, and eventually so they do. Ooh. As Grand Shiesty does secure the 50th slay, but yeah, not before some cheeks were clenched. As Let Them Cook do take a 2-0 series lead. But again, Eli, I gotta tip the cap to Ben. This has been an exciting storyline that we've been developing here in the early goings of this tournament. The 46th seed out of 50 teams total, and they've been putting up a hell of a fight.
I have to agree with you, man. They look good in that live fire. Slayer absolutely had the chance to win. I think they had, what, a 7-kill lead in the mid game? Yeah. Unfortunately, Let Them Cook just slow down the pace. They know what they have to do to get back into it. They execute very well. But it was really a positioning difference as well. I mean, it was Dakota holding down that snipe tower for what felt like the entire game. That's why he has the highest damage output. He can see a majority of the map. Also had that sniper, was hitting some clutch shots. So great map control and positioning utilized by Let Them Cook to get themselves back into it. And now Ben backs against the wall. They're going to have to make a miraculous reverse sweep to stay alive in the winner's bracket.
Yep, Dakota with the high ground and the high damage count in this lobby, nearly eclipsing 5K. But hey, man, look at Seuss on the side for Ben at 46-77. That's a great game from him. Really, everybody but Achilles was in the mix. I can't imagine if Achilles just got up to 3,000 damage. That's probably an extra 3 slays you could find out of that right there. So that lead could have very well flipped. We could very well be looking at a 1-1 series, but instead, it's 2-0 for Let Them Cook as we head to Interference Strongholds for game number 3.
This is a tough one. This is a lot of people have a lot of opinions about this game type, to say the very least. This is one that you've got to have good control of the center of the map. You don't want to get trapped in that bunker spawn. And if you do get the bunker spawn, you got to know how to play out of it properly. The best teams in the world are employing a strategy where they split spawn their opponent between the bunker side and the carbine side and just hold as many zones as they can whilst doing that. At this level, I think we could see a similar strategy employed, but the pace of play is going to be much faster than we saw in that live fire game.
I feel like in Strongholds, it's a foregone conclusion that one team or the other will take a between 30 and 60 second lead or head start. Here on Interference, Eli, that goes all the way to 100 we see oftentimes, and sometimes teams just completely run away with it. We see some 200-point club matches here in Strongholds Interference. So I'm a little concerned, not gonna lie. I'm not biased, but I am concerned for Ben here as the lower seeded team. Let Them Cook. They got some great semi-professional up-and-coming Halo players. This could be one of those games I'd hate to say where they could start to run away with it. They could build not only a 100-point head start, but maybe even more.
That is kind of the way that I see it playing out as well, if I'm being completely honest. But these guys on the other side have proven that they are extremely resilient. Cannot count them out at all. I like this opening strat from Dakota, just literally holding forward. Grabs the thrust, took some grenade damage, utilizes the thrust very intelligently to go backwards. He finally does get taken out, but many members of Ben go down off the start, and it's a early trip cap for Let Them Cook.
The most important consequential opening break in Halo Infinite. Interference Strongholds. The winner of that opening break usually carries a strong lead again into the minute plus, but here we see Ben fighting back right off the start. They're not going to let him build into that even 30-second head start. They're actually back in control. What a flip of fortune that we didn't expect to see.
So important to have a good game plan off of your spawns, especially on this game type, in my opinion. If you and a teammate split up and don't help one another, you're probably just going to die on 2 different parts of the map and make matters worse. But Ben work together to get into scoring position. Let Them Cook do the same to get themselves back into it. But this is really not favored either way just yet.
Yeah, back and forth like a merry-go-round as both teams have showed some good things off the start as Grand Shiesty earns a slay on the backside of bunker. That's going to allow him to push his way out. 3 go down for Ben, and content with the map control Grand Shiesty has, is going to take his position at the engine now. Going to push up towards that next cap point, has Achilles down to low HP, and if you can just clean him up, you might just clean up B as well.
I like the attempt on the insta-splode. Grand Shiesty mailing the air, usually a signal that there is some kind of tech error happening. Yeah, it looks like a member of Let Them Cook did unfortunately crash or lag out. That might just be a full reset. It's kind of usually up to the players in a situation like that, how they determine it. But there was a small lead, I think 14 points in favor of Let Them Cook. Either way, that one's going to have to be reset.
Noticing not only more battle rifle and commando and other weapons in the sandbox, Eli, which is again ironic because a lot of weapons got GA'd, but I'm noticing a lot of players utilizing the battle rifle in close combat. There on Aquarius, we saw it. Here now on Interference, we saw a little bit of that too. What do you think it is about the Bandit nerf to the rate of fire that has allowed other weapons to shine and even take the place of what we used to see the Bandit being best at, which was that close range gunfight?
The TTK charts now say that the BR and the Bandit have the exact same time to kill. So where previously the Bandit would certainly outclass the BR for TTK in close range, now the BR is on par. So, you know, some of these players may be feeling a bit more comfortable or confident with the BR, or, you know, usually if you can at least get, you know, 3 shots in a partial burst onto a player, that's going to actually be more damage than 4 shots of a Bandit. So, it's interesting. I like to see more BR usage. BR is still stronger at range as well. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Well, I think too, just to kind of line up the math, it's 2 taps of that right trigger with the battle rifle in a melee to take someone down in close proximity. It's 3 taps in a melee in close proximity with the Bandit. So maybe that's why players setting up for that BXB, BXR action, it favors the old school battle rifle in that instance. So maybe that's a little bit of why we're starting to see that battle rifle not only get more action, but especially so in close range combat where you would never see that just a month ago.
It's very interesting. I'd actually like to test that. Maybe somebody in chat can help me out.
What's that,
a little bit extra time. Yeah, somebody measure the 3-shot beatdown versus the 2-shot beatdown with the BR. I will say the BR 2-shot beatdown a bit more risky, because if you just miss a singular bullet in one of those 2 BR bursts, it's not going to kill. So I don't know. Interesting though. We're getting to see the BR shine a bit more. The Commando faster TTK than both though, and it's a bit more difficult to use though. It's got some kick to it. You've also got to feather the trigger to account for the bloom at most ranges. But I've seen some players absolutely fry with the Commando, so I'm sure we're going to see more of that today.
Well, as we have a break in the action, Eli, let's widen out the scope of the conversation a little bit. Let's take a look at the HCS. And here in this weekend's competition, you got 4 teams that are in the mix for those crucial spots. Which team do you think has the most to gain? I'm gonna call out Sentinels right now, because I feel like Sentinels shouldn't be in these major qualifier tournaments. They're a top 5-6 team, you would imagine. More often than not, they're having to fight for their pool play spot. Do we think we see Sentinels bounce back here, as we might see them here in just about a round or 2?
I think so. I mean, I think it's almost undeniable for Sentinels to make it into pools, right? Because even if they don't, based on the qualifier, they have more points. So I think they would at least qualify by points. Right. Who I'm curious to qualify is going to be, who's going to be, like, are there any teams that will qualify because of this tournament instead of points? You know, kind of similar to the way we saw Pure do for the last tournament. I'm not really sure, but there's so many good teams competing in this tournament today.
Yeah, and then Proton, the tournament before that, there's been a Cinderella every single tournament where a team is on the outside looking in via points, but they take the spot in pools via a top 2 finish here this weekend, as we have our series back in the mix. Ben versus Let Them Cook. Let Them Cook up 2-0 against the 46 seed Ben. But man, Ben have been scrappy. They've been relentless, and now off the start, they've got the lead.
Such a good start. They got 4 dead. As I say that though, they're currently 4 dead, but off the very opening play, killing all 4 members of Let Them Cook is why they built this 27-point lead. It's gonna be short-lived though, as Let Them Cook now get control of the B side, and AB really just as strong as the BC hold in my opinion. Does not feel good to spawn out here in the open, and those long-range battle rifle shots from Glitchy. I tell you what, at that exact range, the BR I think is much better, because you're constantly being de-scoped by the burst of the battle rifle, and as the Bandit player, you're having to re-scope to have more accurate shots. BR just feels very oppressive against a bandit at that range.
Oppressive is the right word to use. Outclassed, I was thinking as well. And then, oh, Glitchy says, hold up, wait, I can do it with both, man. Unbelievable mid-range shots from both the Bandit and the BR from Glitchy as that impressive performance gets Let Them Cook back in the lead, doubled up at that.
Got the overshield as well. Trip cap in effect, and 3 go dead. This has gone from bad to worse for Bin. They're trying to capture A, but don't think it's gonna happen. Bit of a desperation cap. I think the better play for Stump there is to just try to get some high ground or get any kind of kill before your teammates come off spawn. To sit in the hill just gives away your location. Of course, the surviving members of the opposition are gonna just hold forward and run at you. They're able to shut it down, and this lead has grown. All of a sudden, it is a over-minute lead for Let Them Cook, and they continue to score for now.
I thought Dakota had a little sneaky, cheeky positioning there on the elbow, but instead, it looked like Ben were able to easily spot him out, and because of that, that first player going down, they trickle that down into BC control, and now Ben have started the scoring back up for them once again, and like we saw before the reset, Eli, there's been a back and forth match here on Stronghold's Interference. You don't see that very often.
You're right. Usually one team will run away with it, but teams have done a good job to play off their spawns. It feels like they've been very intentional and communicating well about how they want to play off a spawn. Which zone are they going to go for? Which one should they defend? As we see it, A flip back and forth. Let Them Cook now going to control this nest side, and I don't think Ben are in position to stop it. If Let Them Cook can get a couple more slays, they will score at least another 30 points here.
I'm so impressed with Glitchy's performance here in this series and in this particular game. Taking the gunfights he should and dipping from the gunfights he should as well. A perfect example of that right there, where he does not have the numbers damage advantage. Backs up, calls for some teammate support, gets those shields back, and then re-engages. Re-engages while Stump is focused on his teammate as well. I mean, we are witnessing perfect timing from Glitchy. You could say he's in flow state.
I have to agree. I mean, this guy we've seen place top 8 in the FFAs on land. You got to have great timing to succeed in FFA. Some of those FFA chops being put on display in the 4v4 atmosphere as well. And lead has grown once again for Let Them Cook. This feels bad on the side of Bin. You're already down 2-0 in the series. This is a must-win situation. But with backs against the wall, can they play out of this disadvantage and get themselves into that advantage state?
Now we're starting to see some of that scoring disparity, but if B goes in favor of Ben, then they're right back in it. Dakota, though, making that more and more difficult. Oh, the Ninja sets up. Oh, I think he did secure a melee to take down that player to one shot. Little mini win in that sense, as Glitchy does go down shortly after. 2 go down for Let Them Cook, so now Ben have some time and space to work with.
Scoring proficiency from Let Them Cook has been so strong. Yeah, Ben flip B, but Let Them Cook say, you can have that. We're just going to go behind you and cap A instead so we can keep scoring every time. It feels like Ben gets some control of one part of the map. Let Them Cook control the other 2/3 of the map and continue to score. And if they continue slaying out right now, the slay disparity almost doubled for Let Them Cook. And to get out of this trip cap, they're going to have to get some slays.
Yeah, this is where the snowball starts to roll down the hill and get bigger and bigger. Eventually turns into an abominable snowman for Let Them Cook. They could build that monster lead here if they hold strong. Backy looking to hold the mid hall. Shiesty now on the other side of the engine. Does take down his opponent to 1 HP. Going to allow for an easy cleanup. Body shot, absolute damage for Glitchy. He's got to watch his back. Steezy finds the flank, finds the slay. And now with overshield up, Ben. Gotta have it.
They're flipping A, though. They feel the need to make sure they can get into scoring position. They multitask very well, though. They get the overshield. They secure A. For a moment, we're able to secure C, but ultimately C does flip. It feels like all members of Let Them Cook on this side of the map, but once they get cleared out, Ben managing the situation very well. Late jump comes out from Dakota. Not going to be enough to usurp the overshield player. And now the spawn trap's on the bunker side, but look how fast they're playing. They're totally content with forcing split spawns to maintain scoring position.
Yeah, the late jump was a demon when it was first unveiled here in Halo Infinite. It feels like more and more often players expect the late jump, so maybe the play is to set up like you're late jumping and not. I'm not sure. as Let Them Cook have built a 100-second lead here. But again, Ben, scrappy, and fought their way back into it. But with 4 going down, they'll relinquish C right back to Let Them Cook.
And Ben are going to be stuck spawning in this bunker side. They're going to have to simultaneously take this engine 2 area and the tower. I'd like to see one of these guys go toward tower just to have a unique position and sight line. Shut down players like Glitchy, who are making themselves a very difficult kill. He does somehow survive with multiple members,
Dude,
trying to cut him down. His survivability has been insane this game.
yeah, Glitchy's really impressed me. His shots at the medium range have been perfect, but it's been his positioning and his decision making to know when to hold him and know when to fold him. As Glitchy pushes up with a ton of space on the map, 3 down for Ben, and they're gonna force those bunker spawns, and he's gonna back up to just allow Ben. Hey, why don't you guys take the most disadvantageous spawn in the game? We'll take that.
The spot is so tricky, but they know that he's there. And that Let Them Cook. They go 3 dead, but it's going to be a while before Ben can get control of anything. Last player alive on their side. He's forced to go straight for C. Gets a spawner here with him. But as this happens, A will likely flip hands. Achilles with a very heads-up rotation backwards understands we can't just cap C. We also have to protect A, but it's not going to be enough. Dakota with the triple kill is going to close out the series.
Triple kill from Dakota secures the trip cap and an emphatic 3-0 series sweep here for Let Them Cook. Previously, we saw Ben 3-0 there. Previous opposition in an upset, but as we know from the great Why Not Be casting, there are levels to this as we take a wide, broad scope at the HCS LVT red zone. Let's see which match is the best one to jump into next. Ryzen in that lower bracket taking on Premonition here a little bit earlier than they probably assumed they would. We just had the conclusion of that Ben Let Them Cook series 3-0 and sending baseline in the top right up 2-0 over Dreams to Legends.
Gonna go to this ascending baseline matchup. And wanted to point out promo, the newest addition to Dreams to Legends. We did see Command Station on this squad earlier in the week, but I think she decided she's just going to focus on FFA. Ended up finishing in the finals of the FFA last night, so shout out to Allie.
Top 4.
Yeah, I think 4th place, right? So
yeah,
she's just decided, you know what, I'm not finding the team I'm looking for, or it's just not working out. Let me just focus on FFA. Maybe a stress-free approach that we've seen from, Porky J as well. But here we go. Can Dreams to Legend come back in this one?
I think that makes sense, Eli. You know, you've got Salt Lake City and the World Championship coming up. $25,000 on the line in the free-for-all at the World Championship. And then I think 5 at Salt Lake City. So a cumulative $30K for those free-for-all competitors. We saw Maddie, another great 4v4 player for Passion United. I believe he's taking a solo focus into free-for-alls to the Halo World Championship. So makes sense when you consider all of that cash prizing on the line as sending baseline and Gunplexion work their way to the side of B. Speaking of free-for-all legends, we're on board with one right now.
Yeah, this is the guy that won the FFA last night, and he has not slowed down. This guy is slaying out today. Does get a little bit overextended into that next situation. Probably did not expect 2 players to take that route out of their bunker spawns. But look at this. Kratos gets all the way behind the bush. He's gonna not only get 1, but deal damage to another. Cap A in the process. He's also predicting Evil Carmine to push through here. With the use of that thruster, takes him down, and with some body disrespect to add to it. And that's some Kratos gameplay if I've ever seen it.
Kratos could kill a squirrel on the map, and he'd probably give the squirrel some body disrespect. It doesn't matter. Whoever's in his sights, they're probably getting it from Kratos. As he looks to make his double jump up to E2, and oh, what a bait there. Promo took it on the reel, gets pulled up into the boat, and Kratos has another one.
There's a legend with some momentary scoring, but you're gonna have to get some slays to hold on to it. Like A is getting flipped, but so are B and C in favor the other direction. Kratos tries to stop A, but when he goes down, Dreams Legend should have a bit more breathing room to play out of A in theory, but this guy, Gunplexion, doesn't want to give anyone any breathing room. He's gonna immediately shut that down, and looks like they might end up forcing a spawn, even more spawns for Dreams to Legends on that bunker side, and they're gonna have to continue to find their way out.
84-17 here off the start. It's a comfortable lead for ascending baseline, and with control of BC, that score will continue to grow. Hative in the corner. Reshields, repositions, has promo now. Down to 1 HP. Port down to 1 HP, and Hative starting to clean him up. But Ceaseless Ranger somehow finds the positioning for the back smack.
Right place, right time. Is it going to be enough, though? Just feels like Dreams Legend have just been trapped on this A side and have not found a way out. Finally, I think the spawns will flip. They will go to that Carbine side. Kratos leaving this area as soon as it's done capping, though, wants to reopen those bunker spawns. Now that he let the spawns occur, is right back to applying pressure to them. I mean, this is just great, efficient gameplay. Yeah, they lost B in the process, but they never lost scoring position.
And I love what the Bandit TTK nerf did to allowing other weapons in the sandbox to rise up and shine. Seeing that Commando continuous DPS damage from Kratos. Not enough, though, to take down his opponents as he does work his way into the backside of A, but goes down shortly after. All the while, though, the lead continues to grow for ascending baseline, up by more than 100.
Native doing his best to stay alive here. Very tricky. Jumping around, does get his shields back. Does enough damage to Ceaseless Ranger for his teammate to finish the kill. The trust that I'm seeing out of ascending baseline is a good sign for things to come for this squad. Nobody's trying to be the hero. Everyone's working together. That's why it's been so difficult for Dreams Legends to get any kind of comfort. Borkport getting caught off guard there. Had to run away from another fight, but finds another target. That just goes to show how good the map positioning in general has been for ascending baseline.
Perfect, really. They have not allowed Dreams Legends to score many points or feel like they're in much control. And an example of it here, sure, they're scoring BC, but with 3 going down for Dreams to Legends, that won't last long as ascending baseline. Snatch it right back. Kratos looking to secure B. And it looks like without contestation, he'll do just that.
Enemy team.
Like he already knows where the next set of targets are going to come from. Spawn predictions have been on point. Also just purposefully leaving this bunker open as much as possible. Native once again just dealing damage and getting out of dodge. Finds a trade as Ceaseless predicts the route. Complexion getting a couple of kills on the other side, and it's another 4 dead for Dreams to Legends. They'll probably spawn Carbine. Complexion's aware of it. He's already ready to shoot the next bars.
Oh my God, how did Gunplexion work the reticle back to the left? Once he committed to that player on the right, I thought he was dead to rights, but instead finds a way to flick that reticle over to the left and still get the kill. Another reason why Gunny, he's got the Gunny.
So hard to play against. I mean, if the guy is not missing and he knows where you're spawning, I mean, you're just always at a disadvantage. This is that top center side that I said is very important to control on this map. You've got access to all the different cap points and at least apply pressure to whichever one you choose. The team controls this area for a significant period of time. It's usually recipe for success. He does go down, but not before taking out the shields of 2 players. Kid Nasty's there to finish one of them. And look at the map control that we're seeing. They're just not allowing Dreams to Legend to get any part of the map.
You know, Gunplexion, a player known for playing with aggressive rage, but it's been his almost turret-like positioning where he's really allowing the game to come to him. It doesn't look like he's like a quarterback in the pocket. It's not like a footloose dance, right? It looks like he's got his grounding. It looks like right here, for example, he's letting the game come to him. He's going to allow Promo to sneak out the backside, take the easy slay, bing, bang, boom. Gunplexion with the overshield, and likely a 3-0 sweep. Make it a double kill, make it a triple just for the style points. Yes, he gets it. Will he turn it into an overkill? Extermination to win the series? No, he goes down. But boy, was that fun to watch.
That could have been a highlight of the day for sure, but looks like it's going to turn into a win nonetheless. Dreams to Legends forced to kind of desperate for control of both B and C. It's not going to happen. 3-0 victory for ascending baseline. They're going to move on.
I love to see that. The people's champ. Again, we can't be biased, but we're fans of certain players at least. We can be that. Speaking of Native Gaming, I love that crew ascending baseline. Some great players on that team as the action continues to heat up here on LVT. We'll take a quick heat check break. 5 minutes till our next match ensues. Native Gaming versus ascending baseline. everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo's coverage of the Major Qualifier Open Championship. We're getting ready for that Native Gaming versus Ascending Baseline series, but with that lobby still filling up, let's get you guys to Complexity versus Passion United. Complexity with a surprise appearance in the winter semifinals in one of the previous Opens. Will Passion United surprise Complexity here? Another upset on the day. This one in round one is very close, Eli. Just a 6-second lead for Complexity.
Gotta love this Passion United roster. I mean, every roster under this banner is gonna be a favorite of mine. Gotta love Pure Delight, the man behind the team. And very different roster we got here. Palfius, mainstay, it seems, but Agency, Obnoxious, Mailmain, all new to the roster. Really excited to see Mailmain. This is one of the better mouse and keyboard players as well. Got the oddball right now, but this guy is an absolute menace on the keys.
Mailman, an absolute menace with the oddball as Passion United regain the lead, up by 8 seconds now, and with 1:20 left on the clock. It does start to become a factor and point of conversation, but Rain, he's the talk of the town right now. Triple kill. Not going to earn the over, but Huss, with the team over, if you will, does take down the opposition. It's a team wipe for Complexity, and at the 90-second mark, one final chance for Passion United to break the setup.
Good Huss, so keenly aware of his timing. He knows exactly where Passion United are likely to come from. Doesn't matter though, Obnoxious finds two. But can they kill the ball player in time? No, too elusive. Great rotation into the safer parts of the subway side of the map from Complexity. They're going to close that out, but that was close. Passion United made them earn that one.
That was very close. Passion United took a 10-second lead with just 10 seconds left in round number one. Could have gone either way, but Complexity ice up with the final hold. Now it's Obnoxious off the start, pushing towards the B stairs, trades out, but it's more going down for Passion United than Complexity. That'll give them the oddball off the stump as Breaking Shot and Rain combine for what looks like a C hold.
Obnoxious. Can we look at Obnoxious kill death right now? He's 21 and 12. I think he was 21 and 10 as that round ended. So a huge reason why that first round was as close as it was. You have to imagine if he can keep up that level of gameplay, Passion United certainly have a chance, but it's Complexity that have the oddball set up in C, and we know how good this team is with a setup. How does Passion United play out of their situation? Mailman finds a trade on the B side, but Ryan Noob's got to be taken down before they can get to this oddball player.
Setting up their breakthrough, trying to push through on the spiker stairs, but Ryan Noob on the B stairs, and Rain just says,
oh my god,
I'm going to pull through here. He does allow the door open to for Agency to push on through, but Breaking Shot has that covered. Great risk-reward decision-making there for Complexity, as it allows them to take a 40-second head start.
That was insane movement out of Rain. So he flies out the C stairs, kills the guy that was weak at the bottom of the stairs, hits the perfect curb slide into ATM, jumps into the window to somehow survive while one shot the whole time. And just drawing that much attention and staying alive is why Complexity maintained control in that position. That was a huge play. He's 21 and 14 and has 41 seconds of oddball time. He's already having a great game.
Oh, the sticky predicty from Obnoxious. Sees that indicator going right, leads the sticky with it, finds one, but not able to double up on that impressive toss. And you're talking about Rain previously, Eli. He just keeps getting better and better with every passing second that this man has back into HGS competition. It feels like he's getting more and more comfortable, especially so not only with his own gameplay, but with this team of four on Complexity, back in the mix with Ryan Noob. Really exciting to see if Complexity, the likes of Sentinels and others, can break through into that top 4, 5, 6 that we've kind of been expecting from those teams throughout the year.
I mean, they certainly have the capability to upset any of the top 3 teams. They've kind of proven that last weekend, upsetting Shopify Rebellion. I guess they haven't upset a top 3 team, so let me take that back, but they're right there knocking on the door. Yeah. And I feel like they're putting up better and better fights every single series, as are a majority of these other teams. So for Passion United to look as good as they do against Complexity also says how good they are. I mean, all these teams really stepping up their game.
You know, but Obnoxious has really been delivering on the damage being dealt. He's opened up plenty of lanes and pushes here for Passion United, but Ryan Noob now looking to push through. It's Passion United with the hold in the backside of C, but because of that pressure, because of 2 going down for Passion United, 2 going down for Complexity, they feel better about resetting that oddball, tossing it out to the palm trees, and going again, which ends up being the right decision. Passion United do get those back C spawns once again, and oh, look at that heads-up play from Breaking Shot, though. Takes the oddball out from center field and takes it back to PD.
I mean, Huss essentially just acting as the scout there, just finding the spawns. I don't think he expected to find 2 players as he went in, but gathering that information gives the rest of his team enough info to make the right rotation. Obnoxious, the last player alive. He gets multiple kills before going down, but Huss, last player alive on the entire map. He could just walk away with this round 2 victory as well.
Round 1 highly contested, but this one was a sprint to the finish as Complexity take it 100-12. If not for Passion United, though, putting up a good fight. Saw some plays, saw some things from them, but Complexity a little bit more well-rounded as they take game 1.
Very impressive win, but if you're on the side of Passion United, you can't feel too bad about it. Made that first round interesting at the very least. Applied some pressure, made them sweat. And with the level of talent on the United roster, they could absolutely steal a Slayer as well.
All right, here we go. Your main matchup of winners round 3, Native Gaming versus Ascending Baseline. And Eli, this is the team I'm probably the most excited to see. Native Gaming have routinely found themselves on the outside looking into pool play, but now have their best chance of the season to secure it the rightful way, right? They've been in pool play 2 out of 3 times, but that was because one team couldn't make it, and Native Gaming as the 1 seed took that pool play spot. Last tournament, though, in Atlanta, they did work all the way through the open bracket. I don't want to see that again from Native Gaming. They're at that 12th seed in points, so 13, 14, 15 or so in seedings could steal the point allocation for Native Gaming to steal that spot that they feel like they probably earned through pool play. And they close the door off an upset victory, a game 5 thriller over Optic Gaming. It feels like Native Gaming starting to climb the ladder.
I have to agree, they've been looking better and better every single week that we've seen them in competition. And that's exactly what we expect from the level of talent. It is just off the charts for this roster. Barcode tapping, Gilkey, APG. I mean, on paper, these guys really could defeat just about anyone, finally proving that with that victory on Optic last weekend. But can they be consistent? They've got to do it more than one time. They can't just be a one-hit wonder. Got to get more consistent with it. By the way, Barcode 5-1 off the start, has almost all of Native's kills in the early goings here.
That's the Barcode show off the start here in game number 1, winners round 3. But just as I say that, 3 go down for Native Gaming, and despite a nice 39-second head start for them, looks like Ascending Baseline had every opportunity to regain control of that oddball and take it back to A. But here we go, Gilkey with the Shroud Screen. This is the veteran heads-up leadership that you expect from a man like him. And oh, the shots are fresh as well, as Native does clean up on Gilkey, but all that time passes and allows Native Gaming to get back in the fight.
So far, Ascending Baseline have not been able to comfortably hold this oddball. They do finally have it right now. I wouldn't say comfortably, though. Just one shot, do have to run away. Want to get a couple more slays before they pick it back up. APG says, no, you've got to worry about me. You cannot forget I am still on the map as Gilkey grabs the camo. Tapping buttons has the flank. The damage is out. It looks like a great situation for Native to clean up and get the oddball back, but just like that, Ascending Baseline have not made it easy. It's only now that Gilkey said, yeah, I've got the camo, but what's more important than that is that we get this oddball. Let me take it to C.
And it doesn't have to be pretty. It just needs to be effective. And in the opening round of, or excuse me, opening moments of round number 1, it's been Native Gaming who have been a little bit scrappier, which you might have looked at this Ascending Baseline roster, Hative, Complexion, Kid Nasty, and Kratos, and thought they'd be the scrappier squad. But so far, it's been Native Gaming scrapping their way with efficiency on that oddball, with about a 50-second head start.
The fact of the matter is, this game type with 8 bandits that shoot well, it's always going to be scrappy. I mean, as soon as you kill one guy, there's a teammate that's coming to clean up the damage that the other guy started. It's just non-stop action. It's so difficult to hold the ball for very long at all. It doesn't matter how good you are. As we see a nice flank, Barcode playing on the complete opposite side of the map from the oddball to just blend the spawns a little bit, apply extra spawns, spawn control, just giving less space for the game to choose for Ascending Baseline spawns, and he's just wrecking havoc. He's just rotating back and forth on the opposite side of the map, finds perfect kills. Will he find another? Yes. Why would I even ask that question? It's Barcode. Of course he's going to find a second perfect.
Barcode is tied in slays with 3 out of the 4 top slayers for ascending baseline, all by his lonesome. And look at that. He's filling in the assist stat sheet as well. Stuffing the stat sheet is Barcode here in round number 1. And that leads to Native Gaming stuffing the scoreboard with 90 seconds, 10 seconds left. And this will be one final push for ascending baseline, but they don't have the numbers. It's only Gunplexion, and he has no chance in hell of making it across the map. Native Gaming will take it 1-0.
Gilkey died one time that round and got all 100 seconds of oddball. I mean, if that doesn't go to tell you how well his teammates are playing around him and how well he's rotating with the ball, I mean, that's efficiency right there.
Barcode starting to look like his Twitter clips in live form, as he has had a hell of a start here to this winners round 3. Goes down though off the start of round number 2 in this oddball, and that might just open the door for ascending baseline, but no, they go 4 down. Tapping Buttons takes the oddball. Native Gaming might just take the camo too.
Native Gaming looking like final boss this round. They are so hard to get past. APG with the Stalker though can't find the kill. Great curb slide out of Hative to shut him down. He's going to be rewarded with the Stalker rifle. Decent amount of ammo to work with. It's also going to open the door for Kratos to get out with the camouflage. So the best looking opening we've seen yet for ascending baseline, but how long will it last? Kratos going to try to make sure it doesn't last long at all. Some early damage, but Barcode and Gilkey just continue straight through. They kind of ignore him. Gilkey gets the kill and Barcode makes it through, so I don't think that all time is going to add up at all for ascending baseline.
Starting to see some of that scrappy gameplay come through, but it's matched by Native Gaming as ascending baseline take a 6-1 lead off the start, but now Native Gaming have the lead once again. APG in the arcade looking to play some games with Kratos, calls for help. It's now a 2v2 as he pushes on through, picks up a couple of stickies. So he might just be able to utilize that to earn a trade, and he does.
Gilkey just putting the commando to work, found a double kill, tried to make it 3, doesn't need to though. Barcode's here to clean that up. And with ascending baseline spawning on the opposite side of the map and immediately facing pressure, this ball will get held for at least another 10 seconds, I would say. UPG, if he can find a Slayer 2, will increase that duration. Gets 1, gets another weak. Tapping forced to play the ball. That's good heads-up objective awareness. Barcode going to try to speed his way back into the play to mitigate the damage.
And you blink, and Native Gaming have secured 30 seconds on the scoreboard, but it's now ascending baseline with the oddball in their hands. A huge opening strike onto Barcode. He's been the main slayer in this lobby. He goes down first. Gunplexion wins the 1v1 against Tapping Buttons. APG with a great sense of communication and awareness, able to clean up on that and earns camo because of it. Not going to take those early shots onto Hative. You can see Kratos anticipating a push up that side, but because of the patience from APG, he's going to break through.
Looks like Ascending know it though. They're rotating away from this pressure. Very smart and good timing to do so. APG's gonna find 1. Teammates dying around him though. Elects to back up, doesn't want to overexpose himself. Finds another kill. Camo certainly getting its value, and now doesn't care that he has a little bit of camo left. He knows it's about to expire and he needs to get back into the play, but he might get back smacked here. Tricky spot for a Hative to choose, and that's a heads up play that could really make sure Native don't get full control.
Oh, the invisible hand of the oddball pulling in Native Gaming into a couple of backsmacks, and I gotta credit ascending baseline. Once APG earned the camo in mid, they knew he worked towards the spiker stairs into C, so they rotated the oddball from C to B, and then now to A on the PD side. Phenomenal rotation work here from ascending baseline. Now has them in the lead.
Showing signs of life. It's been, I feel like, the story of Barcode maybe feeling himself a little bit too much, kind of holding forward in the last couple plays, kind of opened the door for ascending baseline. Barcode's too smart to make that mistake more times though. I think he's going to correct it. He's going to play patient and disciplined, wait for his opening, and then get back into that heat mode. Here he sees an opening to push into the PD side, but he can't finish the one-shot player. Ascending baseline doing a good job to stay alive, but can't hold the oddball until they win this fight.
Oh, Gunplexion with just a little sliver of health. You can barely see his HP. Now he's got full HP and shields. He does a great job to take down Barcode. Tricky with the positioning, takes every advantage he can to continue on towards the tires, but he trades out. 3 go down for ascending baseline. It's a +1 net outcome for Native Gaming. And they utilize that to grab the camo and not the oddball. So their process is going to be to work through the camo, use that as bait, now pick up the oddball and try to work in some back smacks for Gilkey.
Barcode said, let me just be the ball guy. I think I'm overheated a little bit, but also in a perfect spot. Gilkey with the trade with the sticky. Now tapping, knows the next set of opponents might be rotating through the B side. Gets all the way behind Kid Nasty, who should get cut down. Now he's going to look to the other side of the map. Look at the way they're responding to each wave of opponents. You have to imagine, though, if Ascending Baseline clean up their timing, then Native Gaming won't have such an easy time just looking back and forth to each stretch of the wave. Tapping, though, finally gets taken down, and Ascending Baseline are looking very good this round. They get 3 dead again and should be able to hold this oddball.
Round 1 was a runaway train for Native Gaming, but now Ascending Baseline have looked better than ever before. Now up by 10 plus. And with control on the C side of the map, we're looking at 1 or 2 rotations and pushes left through here for Native Gaming to break through and grab that oddball back. And it looks like here, Ascending Baseline once again setting up that rotation, but I feel like Native Gaming are expecting it. It's a 2v2 as Gunplexion takes down 2. Now looking to see where that third is. Gilkey picks up the oddball, but wow, surprisingly, it's Gunplexion who goes down.
Call out definitely came through that Gunplexion was in tires. He made a tricky, cheeky play to get that double kill, but Native aren't going to let him live for too much longer than that. But this is just an all-out war right now. These guys really fighting for control of the map. Oddball's not in a great place to just hold it comfortably. Going to get rotated out. This next camo could be where all players drop the ball and just fight into the next engagement.
Another camo grab hoaxer. The legendary coach for Native Gaming earning his keep as APG and the rest of Native Gaming have had more continuous control of that power up. Now looking to power through the backside of PD. APG with 1 quick shot takes down Kid Nasty. But it's another 2v2 even in this situation. Who plays more efficiently? Barcode, you can argue again, Eli. Looks like he overheats a little bit there again. So maybe that hot start has led to some overheating for Barcode, and that's opened up the door for Ascending Baseline to take a 30-second lead now in round number 2.
The way Barcode's playing is a big way that they beat Optic last weekend, to be honest. He was just relentlessly pushing and hitting all of his shots, and it's a very glass cannon-esque way to play, right? Like, if you hit all your shots and your timing works out, you're gonna be an absolute force to be reckoned with. But there are definitely times that you can overextend, die too early, and be a detriment to the team's overall map control. But here we go. He's righted the ship, got the 2 slays. Now he's going to rotate, probably going to jump to heaven, get the early eyes on these spawners at the red room side, calling them out to his teammates. Should have teammates watching that right side. Yes, Gilkey in position with the stalker. If he can shut down that last player that rotated into C, this oddball will get held for much longer.
There's a fine line between overheating and being on fire as Barcode looks to get back to that performance that we saw in round number 1, as Native Gaming have scored the last 30 seconds to tie things up at 82, but the push is coming through. Barcode takes 1 step back to lure Gunplexion in, and now works his way through the hologram for a double kill. All 4 go down for Ascending Baseline, and at the 90-second mark, they might not have a chance to contest this.
Such a good comeback from Native. This is the last push. They've got to go now. They have no time to wait. Barcode knows it. He's just going to sit and wait with his reticle where they look to push through. Guarantees themselves the game 1 victory.
Interesting to note that we saw Kratos picking up a lot of those shotguns in winners round 1 and 2, but maybe with a little bit more respect for the likes of Native Gaming and the players on that roster. Didn't see any GAs broken in game number 1. It's the spirit you got to make sure it doesn't get broken after a 2-0 win for Native Gaming as we head to game number 2. Recharge Slayer going to be in the mix, and if Barcode started off like that on Streets, I can't imagine what he might do with the shock in game 2.
Well, they say he's top 5 in every category. That includes breaking GAs, so we might see more of that in the future. But we're on to game number 3. Complexity did win the Slayer, but this is looking to be hotly contested here in Pit Flag. Passion United absolutely with the chance in this one.
Passion United keeping it close, 2-1 here, but as we know, there are levels to this as Rain sets off a remote detonation. Might open up some map control on the left side, long haul side, as breaking shot looks to push through on the sword. Going to take a quick peek here with the jump up. Got to be careful though. Could take one headshot to the dome and go down, but does get that intel he was seeking. Takes down Palfius. Make sure to slide into the pillar there to keep him on the map and on board with an overshield. I love this delayed pop here from breaking shot. You can really see Ryanoob rubbing off on him.
He also just came into training at perfect timing, finds the back of an opponent. It's like Mailman doing his best to output damage on the OS player before being taken down. Rain's already ready to cut off the overextenders on the other side. This flag looks to end the series.
Rain staying alive with 1 HP and a dream. Gets a fisticuff on one more, and if Rhino can make it into the pit, he will, and that will do it. Pashy United, despite putting up a great fight in this series, will go down 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, just giving yourself a chance to look good against Complexity. I mean, that they should take some level of confidence into the lower bracket. Did not look that bad at all against a team that found themselves in the winter semis last week. So we got so much action happening though. We've still got the native series. Obviously that was just game 1 there. Complexity win there's 3-0, and then in the bottom left of your screen we see another lobby between Cloud9 and is it Let Them Cook that they're playing against? I guess so, yeah. Wow. Yeah,
Let Them Cook after that win over Ben in winners round 2 make their way to winners round 3, where the competition gets stiffer and stiffer. Speaking of competition, Eli, we've had a little bit of a switch up here for Cloud9, who's been a consistent top 8 or so team here in HCS, but they're looking for much more, especially as the playoffs heat up and we get closer and closer to SLC in the World Championship. I feel like Cloud9 took the risk to try to make that vertical move, removing Tusk from the roster and picking up Manny. That's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on as well. But here we have our game number 2 between Native Gaming and Ascending Baseline.
Yeah, the Cloud9 roster now with Manny in place of Tusk. I guess Tusk joins the roster previously known as Team Liquid. So interesting team changes still happening at the final hour of this off season between events before Salt Lake City. But jumping back into Ascending Baseline Native Gaming, you have to imagine when this game actually starts, Ascending Baseline really need to win this one.
Well, we'll have a quick reset for that. Take a look at your series layout. Empyrean CTF, which we just saw Complexity take over Pashy United for the 3-0 sweep. They're sitting pretty easy. Eli, around lunchtime, they're going to have a chance to maybe get some food, relax a little bit, because we still have a few series that still have a lot of meat left on the bone. Live Fire Strongholds potentially, and then an Aquarius Fast Track Slayer for Game 5. But I don't want to get too ahead of myself. What's going to be the key here on Recharge Slayer? Ascending Baseline, we know they have the gunnies. They've got the players. Hative is a great individual player, up and coming in the ranks. You've got Gunplexion, who just feels like he's always been climbing the ranks and always hitting his shots. What do they need, though, in addition to just pure raw skill and gunplay, to take down Native Gaming and tie up the series at 1?
They got to start getting some camos. The last game, it was all Native with the camos. So if they can get a few camos on this one and control the shock rifle, that can be a big measure of success. Just simply keeping the shock out of the hands of Native is a big deal, because these guys are all going to hit their shots with it. But more importantly than all of that, I think, is to just not find yourself alone in any engagement. You've got to be playing the buddy system. You've got to be working your shield advantage in every engagement. If you get weak, be trustful that if you take cover, your teammate will come to your aid. And I think those are the exact kind of plays that Ascending Baseline need to make.
Gilkey spots the camo despite having just a little bit of visibility. Kratos doesn't care. He continues to push on through, takes that grenade to the midsection, goes down to 1 HP, but shortly after regains his shields, now working on a little bit of a flank on tapping buttons, and he's got it.
Big pickup. They should be able to move off of this to potentially get more. He's going to isolate the shock player aggressively, make sure he takes that right out of the hands of Gilkey, and those are the type of plays you need to make on the side of Ascending Baseline. You let Gilkey get too comfortable with the shock rifle, that's bad news for anybody playing on the other side. Kratos got to hit that shot, though, if he wants to get his team back into this.
Oh, man, that was a potential killing spree there to start off for Kratos. And look at the domino that tumbles after he goes down. So too do 2 more for Ascending Baseline, and that ties up this match at 7. Tapping buttons with the shock rifle in his hands, lining up that reticle for a timing shot. Just needs to predict when that player is going to push on through, but it's Complexion now working through the long haul. Once Kid Nasty hears that shot ring out towards the long haul, he knows that the green light means go to push on through. The tapping buttons making himself such a difficult slay, repositioning all the while, taking down Complexion and Kid Nasty. A +1 net outcome in that situation is a big win there for Native Gaming, but it's Ascending Baseline who in that scenario come out on top.
Very impressive. They're keeping it close early. Tell you what though, tapping did expend the last round of that shock. So Hoaxer, their coach, knows next shot comes up at the 9:40 mark. I do expect Native to try to control the gold side of the map over the next 20 seconds. They got this camo coming up first though. So first order of business, get the camo, then collapse into gold and get the shock rifle. That should be the game plan here in the next sequence.
Oh, speaking of the coach Hoaxer, he's got to be so happy with his team's execution of the power-up control. More often than not, on that Streets match, we saw Native Gaming with all of the camos, and now on Recharge, game number 2, it's more camo control for Native Gaming. What can they do with it? Tapping buttons, getting some good shots on to Kid Nasty. They're perfect, in fact, as now Native Gaming has reclaimed control of this lead.
Tapping 6 and 3, great start. Team's up by 1. It's been a lot. He's been a part of a lot of the action already. Look at this. He just right place, right time. This guy's just listening to every call out. English isn't even his first language, but he can certainly understand it as he rotates through and picks up every kill that gets called out.
Halo, the universal love language that we all understand and speak fluently, is tapping buttons, having himself a phenomenal game number 2, 8 and 4, 2.0 KD. His spread is the difference in this match. Now up by 4 once again, 22-18 as Gilkey looks to lock down the backside of gold with that shock. And if Gilkey's the Gilkey we know and love, this could spell devastation and more trouble for AB.
That's exactly what I talked about. They got the new shock rifle. They were the ones to expend the ammo in the prior one, so they had that advantage of intel. Taking advantage of it, they do, and now they're in this nice spread across both gold and A. I mean, there's really no place that Ascending Baseline could go without being spotted. Complexion going to try to force his way into the A side. Kratos with a huge shutdown on Gilkey once again. That's the second time this game that Kratos has isolated Gilkey with the shock rifle and won that fight. 3 dead for Native, and all of a sudden Ascending Baseline stole the positioning that Native just had.
Couple of veteran Halo players going at it between Kratos and Gilkey. I've enjoyed that 1v1 here in this series. It's just a 1-kill game still. Neither team, Eli, has been able to build what feels like more than just a 1-kill lead. It's still just a 1-kill lead, 28-27, as neither team has been able to break away with any separation. And that's surprising when you consider the fact that Native Gaming have won the sandbox. They've had more camo, they've had more shock, but now it's Kratos with it instead.
Wow, he shuts down APG, uses the shroud for cover to grab it, but what can he do with it? I like this from Kratos. He's being patient. He's waiting for intel. And also use this camo for even more intel. Tapping, not ready for the fight. Perfect shots, and Kratos doesn't take much damage at all. Kid Nasty pushes through, kills Barcode. The collapse is in. They know that APG is here, and he does not have anywhere to go. This is bad news for Native right now.
Kratos, good recognition of the situation, allows his teammate to clean up on APG, but does take some back shots through the top side of gold and goes down because of it. Barcode now push on through, reclaim that space where Kratos once lied. Now has the commando to work with as well. 32-32. I don't know if I've ever seen a Slayer that's been closer.
Every single kill has been matched, but it's Gilkey with the shock again. Can he finally hold on to it for longer than a few kills? I think that could be the difference maker that finally creates some separation. In the prior situations, it was Kratos that shut him down when he had this weapon. Where is Kratos now? APG covering Gilkey's back. They've decided to rotate here. Very interesting push, checking each corner. No. Native in a very smart spot. Ooh. He's kind of outsmarted. They're usually waiting by the valves, but he said, no, I'm going to wait by the box. And he catches Gilkey off guard, but Gilkey gets away.
Complexion set up with the bait in the tower. Native draws it in, but they're not able to clean up on it just yet. Now they do. Kid Nasty gets that first strike, but Complexion goes down shortly after. 34-33. This one's still close. Kid Nasty falling from the ceiling to the floor. Now has the camo to work with, and Ascending Baseline haven't had much camo to work with. But in the previous series, they had Kratos with it, and he was efficient with it, but no, Kid Nasty goes down shortly after. Camo depleted, and so too are the resources for ascending baseline. All 4 go down.
That must have just been a camo prediction play out of Barcode. Perfectly grenaded the spot that Kid Nasty was trying to go to with the camo. And when you shut that tool down, that felt like ascending baseline's chance to get back into position. Now they're all trapped at C, and Native can take their time. They can send players to the right and to the left and just slowly work their way and just give ascending baseline less and less space to work with. Gilkey's gonna be content to just hold this side here and be a turret, gather intel. Knows that 2 players went long haul, and Barcode's here to cut them off.
43 to 35 now. This lead is ballooned out of nowhere. It was a 1-kill game throughout the entirety of this match. Now 2 possessions and 2 team wipes separate these 2 teams as Native Gaming start to strut their way to the finish line. They could walk their way there, trade their way there, and they'll secure this victory. Ascending baseline, if you looked at their kills on a chart, I mean, it's like the rug got pulled, just absolutely dropping off the face of the planet. 46-37 as Native Gaming have this all but wrapped up.
They've elected to go back to C in that situation. Maybe they didn't know that Native had already left A. I think if they knew A was open, they would have taken it, but now it's just too late. They're just trapped in C. Looks like Gunplexion in a tricky spot. He's gonna just go ahead and push, though. I don't know if I agree with this. I think he needed to utilize a little bit more patience, but no, had a teammate spawn in A, so this makes more sense. He pushed up after his teammate spawned in A. Now they can potentially fight for gold, but it is a massive uphill battle from here.
Players might chase out that one-shot opponent, but you're just going to be chasing into the scope of Gilkey, and that will do it. Ascending baseline end up losing by 11 when it was just a 1-point game into the 40s, late 30s. So I am very, very surprised to see that final score. I don't think it reflects at all how close that game really was.
Unbelievable sprint at the end of that game. And was Gilkey the only player on the map that picked up the shock rifle? He had 3 or 4 different shock rifle pickups. I mean, if you have somebody that's just on top of that the whole game, that is such a massive advantage. Kratos did a good job to shut him down a couple times, but if the guy gets it every single time, it's going to be hard to overcome that.
I'm starting to see that develop more and more in Season 3, Eli, almost like a depth chart. Like I always call back to QB1 or wide receiver 1 on the depth chart. It feels like we're starting to see Camo 1, OS 1, Sniper 1, right? Teams are starting to find their first string performer with those power-ups and power weapons, and you're exactly right. Gilkey looks like he is S1. Not talking about the location on the map, talking about the Sniper 1 for Native Gaming, and for good reason. He's been doing this for decades, 10+ years. Gilkey has been a fiend with the snipe. It's no surprise that Native Gaming are trying to work that power weapon into that man's hands.
I mean, I remember getting sniped by Gilkey in 2007. This guy's been playing forever, right? And I feel he's like the Benjamin Button of Halo. Like, as time goes on, he just gets better. Like, I don't know if he's getting younger. I know I'm sure not, but his gameplay looks like it's getting younger because he is just, I don't know, he's so impressive to me that he can play at the level that he plays and just continues to improve over time.
All right, here we go. LVT Red Zone in full effect as we have another series to put our eyes on here. Let them cook with a nice run through winners round 1 and 2. Find themselves here in a round 3 matchup with likely their most difficult competition of the day against Cloud9. That newly minted roster. Tusk is out. Manny is in.
Bit of a weird audio issue happening here. This just happens with joins from Observer, I feel like. Look at this angle from Dakota.
Oh.
Shooting through the smallest crack in the staircase. But it looks like it's not going to be enough. Cloud9 looking very strong in this first round.
70 and rolling to 21 as they have tripled up and then some on the lead. Looking to push through to a 100-point mark victory. But Grand Shiesty has a little flank working here for Let Them Cook. But nobody's there on those grenades, going out instead, taking to the top side of C. Teammates there, so he drops down to bottom C, trying to disperse his support evenly throughout the map. That Stalker rifle ringing out is going to spell trouble. Grand Shiesty now pushing through on the B stairs. A confusing, difficult, convoluted 1v1 against the Spectre, and they both trade out for it.
I feel like if you ever get into a 1v1 with Spectre, it's going to be confusing and difficult because the guy he just knows how to slip and slide all over the map, make himself a very difficult target. Sab showing some weird movement there. I don't know if that was a some lag occurring on the server, or if Sab knows something I don't, but I do not often see Spartans move like that.
Suspector now dropping into the cuts, waiting for the push out the left side. Wow, the spiker a little delayed there, takes down Glitchy, and now it's the 5 shots, maybe even 4 with a little frag damage. Suspector, doesn't matter how you get it, just get it done, as he does that too. Make it 3, a killing spree in total, and more ball time here for Cloud9. But with 2 down on each side, this allows Suspector a chance to rotate it. What a heads-up play, just as let them cook, push through, and take control of C. Suspector takes it to A. I am so impressed with some of the rotations I've seen here from Native Gaming and Cloud9.
I really want to know what intel Aiden had to make that rotation. I mean,
just the feed, I think. I think he made it off the feed.
Did he see his teammate spawn at A? So he's like, the next enemy spawner will likely spawn C. Let me get this out to purple ASAP. I don't know, but either way, that kind of heads up awareness is so crucial in oddball games.
Switching back to our main matchup of winners round 3, it's Native Gaming versus Ascending Baseline, and Native Gaming are up 2-0 and just looking to see if they can continue to climb the ranks. And talking about that sniper 1, Eli, I think Native Gaming has their man. Gilkey starts off hit with it.
Gilkey trying to stay alive wisely, using the bandit to save himself. Last player alive on his team. Needs to stay alive longer while his teammates come off spawn, and also doesn't want to drop the sniper rifle. Gonna find Complexion, who has the sniper on the other side. Another body shot. What an insane kill that was.
He made it look easy.
The timing window for that was absurd.
Oh, looked like it was premeditated. All part of Gilkey's plan. Yeah, just fall into my reticle. I'll get you with a body shot, clean up, flick up to the head. Now Kid Nasty might just go down twice in a row if he's not careful. Gilkey drawing him in, making Kid Nasty chase. So Gilkey takes the emphasis to force Kid Nasty in, but now Kid Nasty gets a little bit of revenge. Oh, yeah, make it double Hative. Wow, that was a huge 2v1 bait and switch, but now tapping buttons, cleaning up a little bit.
I wonder what it was that made Gilkey decide to push runway in that instance. Maybe just confident he would hit the headshot on the player that was down there, but Hative proven to be a very difficult kill. Now it's Kratos. If he can land a couple of headshots, this flag should get some more progress, but look at the defensive effort from Native Gaming. Hative somehow still alive on the map, though. Probably was hoping Kid Nasty got a melee there. That's why he aggressively reached out in that situation, but the defensive effort from Native just too strong. What looked so good for Ascending Baseline cut down already.
Gilkey with a big double there as well. APG doesn't need to sit on the flag to return it, but he will. Goes down to 1 HP to make sure he for sure gets that reset. Now it's power-ups and power weapons available on the map. Rockets on the left in the green hall, and now OS behind Gilkey below the sword. And Kid Nasty and Ascending Baseline with 2 pulls, Eli. They've been very aggressive with it. Complexion grabs the rockets, and now they're looking to strike.
Could be huge, but no,
Whoa.
It's Ape. Who is this? Tapping with the rocket? Or, sorry, with the overshield, just eats the rocket? I mean, this man clearly didn't have breakfast. He's decided he's going to eat the rockets instead. But love that. I mean, it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors, right? Like, okay, they can get the rockets, but as long as we have the overshield, we can still come out on top. Well played by Native.
Now the map is flipped. Starting to look like Gilkey and the rest of Native Gaming could have the next pull in this match. 2 pulls for Ascending Baseline, but they didn't get much further than the 20-yard line as now Barcode pushes into the back of the blue base, but Kratos has it defended with 6 shots left in that S7.
Gotta imagine Gilkey probably has a sniper on the other side. Yes, he's got sights on Kratos. Actually, maybe it's not Gilkey. Gilkey did get taken down by Kid Nasty. This is great from Kratos, just denying access to his flag. Another body shot goes down. That's going to slow down Native. And Tabic's kind of on an island here. If Ascending Baseline recognize this, they should send 2 players to take him out. They do. If they can take down Barcode, they can start to get out of their base.
Gilkey, commando shots ringing out on the Gunplexion. Both do a good job of getting some good DPS on each other. Kratos has worked his way off his snipe tower, and I don't think Barcode expects it. That was an opportunity there for Kratos. He did have the positioning that I think fooled Barcode. Barcode expecting to be at the tower. Kratos instead at the Mauler. It doesn't matter. A flag pull ensues. Barcode does go down, though. So a nice no-scope melee there from Kratos to keep things at bay.
Not only that, but he had also body shot the other player, so huge defensive effort out of Kratos. I think if he doesn't do that, that flag is likely all the way to long haul by now. Complexion trying to just control this sword side. Great grenade. This part of the map not as scary to enter anymore after the GAs. I mean, I feel like a lot of teams would just elect to not go over here just in fear of getting shotgunned. But now that shotgun's not in play, we might see a bit more play on that side of the map. Right now we're seeing a lot of play in the green hall. Rockets are up in 13 seconds, so still a little while, but still want to get control of this early for either of these teams. Complexion, last player alive momentarily. He's going to push forward though, and then somehow gets the slay, and he should get these rockets.
Complexion 2 for 2 on the last 2 rockets. What can he do with them? APG, boom. Goes the dynamite and the long-range heat-seeking missile. Another overshield. I'm living in the Matrix or something, because that's exactly what occurred in the previous situation like this. A flagpole ensues again, just like it did previously, but it gets reset shortly after. This is deja vu.
Insanity occurring on the screen right now. 3 dead for ascending though. All members of Native holding forward to different parts. Barcode's in a position to feasibly spawn kill, but not when all 3 look at him and throw grenades immediately. Native have to get a few more slays before this flag can get through.
And they recognize that, dropping it near the wall. She tapping buttons now, pushing in, gets the slay and the killing spree. Does enough to earn an assist too, and that might be the key differentiating factor to getting this flag out of the pit and into the home base. But still with a lot of work left to do. Gunplexion making it even more difficult. Now he's looking to steal more slays and this next snipe, but tapping buttons should take him down. He does. Snipers up on both sides at the 6-minute mark, and who's able to take advantage of that? Kratos with an early pickup on his.
Looks like he has more in mind as well.
Oh, it's hit on.
Yeah, he didn't get it off the map, so tapping has it down here. It also has a repulse to get into better positioning for the spawn trap. I don't know how this flag didn't get through though. It felt like Native were doing a great job, but somehow the flag gets cut short. Maybe they tried to cut it through pit. I'm not really sure how that flag route exactly went down, but shutting down tapping is massive. It was starting to look like Native were setting up the conditions for another flag run, but now Complexion's got the sniper and he's looking to push forward for a flag cap of their own.
Wonderful prediction grenades there from Kid Nasty, do enough damage to allow an easy cleanup double kill for Complexion, and now he's got the snipe. So too does Kid Nasty, making a no scope at that. Native Gaming in a little bit of a blender here as tapping and APG go down in close succession to their previous deaths. Another one goes down. That's Gilkey. Just waiting to see what Ascending Baseline can do with all of this damage.
Someone needs to push forward and get to their side of the map. They've got 2 snipers. They keep getting slays, but no one's been able to advance. Finally, Kratos and Hative are pushing together through that long haul side, but APG and tapping cut them both down with ease. So now all the sniper ammo has been all for naught. Next set of rockets is coming up. 3 dead for Ascending Baseline, and Native might end up getting both. Barcode's in position for rockets, and I think they have a teammate on the overshield as well.
Oh, Barcode long range again. Does go down, but make sure he helps take down 2, and it's a reversal. Kid Nasty has the overshield instead. And the opposite of what we've seen occurring throughout this pit CTF as APG goes down. Kid Nasty with a reversal, aided by that overshield. Takes down the veteran, world champ, but loses the overshield in the process. 2 go down again for Native Gaming. Hative needs to get this on Gilkey. Pushes in towards, has to almost accept his fate with that trade, but that's going to make it even more difficult for Ascending Baseline. Now Gunplexion with another slay at the bottom of mid-bridge, and looks like the flag for now is going to get stopped, but Ascending Baseline now have the pressure.
I don't think either team has even got the flag to the long haul or green yet, as both teams playing such good defense. Anytime a flag run looks like it's going to happen, team running the flag go 2 dead, and we are just right back to square one. Native still applying pressure in the base of Ascending Baseline, so even if Ascending Baseline get the slays here, probably won't be able to turn it into a flagpole either. But no, Kid Nasty is all the way on the other side of the map. Let me take everything back. I don't know if Native are in positions to stop him. Oh, of course they are. My bad.
What do you know? What is this, the 10th poll of the match? And like you said, Eli, none have really made you think one could even go in, as we are at the 3-minute mark in the end game, and this might just be next score wins.
New set of snipers just came up. Of course, it's going to be Gilkey that gets his. But he gets shot by Kratos. Kratos once again keeps denying Gilkey the opportunity to snipe.
Oh!
And he gets the spawn kill on Barcode as well. This looks like the best opportunity yet.
Double kill.
Kratos heating up. Don't do it against Gilkey. Oh my god, that would have been absolutely filthy. I mean, it was filthy, but absolutely filthy if he gets that no-scope onto Gilkey, but Hative takes him down instead. Taking to the skies is tapping buttons. He's back to the respawn screen, floating up like a clay pigeon. Barcode goes down to 1 HP, and an ascending baseline have what looks like a score.
Kratos catching fire at the time that his team needs it most. He is still going. Another body shot comes out. Rockets are up in 10 seconds. This man cannot miss right now. He is absolutely keeping them at bay. Gonna rotate now to the overshield side. Maybe favoring the overshield now. This is very interesting. We'll get some shots onto Barcode. Maybe one of those snipes connected. Not sure if both did or not, but oh my god, Kratos, what are you doing right now?
I mean, we saw Stellar with a similar spree with the snipe earlier in the week. My god, Kratos absolutely willing his team to a 1-0 lead, but all four go down, and now Native Gaming have a chance to tie things up with 90 seconds left.
Unbelievable stuff out of Kratos this game. If they win, it is 100% from those plays, but like you said, Native in position here. Barcode, if he can stay alive, this could be massive. APG's here to help as well. Looks like two members are stuck on this sword and runway side of the map. Gunny somehow gets the trade with tapping, but this flag is all the way through. Can anyone stop it?
Native in position, but Barcode is the bodyguard, and he takes him down. It will, in fact, be a 1-1 game with 1 minute left. We saw a struggle to score one throughout 10 minutes, and now in the final two, we have to. We're tied 1-1.
Huge shutdown right there from APG. Cuts down Kid Nasty, who was trying to make his way through sword. That might open the door for Native to be a bit more aggressive here. 45 seconds on the clock. This one's certainly barreling towards a sudden death situation, but both of these teams would prefer to just end this here with a victory. Right now, ascending baseline all the way in at Native's base, but APG making himself so difficult to kill. He's wasting the time of complexion. He's forced to back up now.
Tapping with a late game pull. Will it be late game heroics here for Native? They need a few more slays. I'm actually surprised we saw Tapping pull that flag, and it might just go down because of it. A little bit too early, a little bit too antsy with that pull. Makes sense with less than 30 seconds left in that moment, but now with less than 10, it looks like we're destined for OT.
Enemy flag returned.
Flag gets returned, and yes, unless this flag gets pulled, no. Barcode dies right there, and wow, what an insane regulation that was. No scores at all until about 2 minutes, and then 2 scores back to back. Some insane snipes out of Kratos. Insane answer back out of Native. Sometimes this can end fast. The overtime, this opening break, going to be extremely important.
Geometry wars through the green hall. You can see those lines behind the frag tosses as multiple grenades go out through, trying to push players off of that power position. But it looks like Native Gaming is going to take the Rockets. Ooh. APG with a crucial opening break slay. The tip of the arrow takes down 2. Gilkey looking to clean up with that snipe. APG already has a pull. Tapping buttons has the Rockets, and this could spell trouble for AB.
There is a member of the ascending baseline in the base, though. That's the one that was trying to kill Gilkey. Complexion has the overshield and a sniper.
What?
Oh, he's hitting shots like that. APG still running it, though. Who can be in position? Gunny needs to ignore this guy and go to the other side.
Prioritization of opponents so important, and you're right, that might have just pulled Complexion out of the mix, but Kratos pulls the flag through the long haul. We're gonna have a standoff in sudden death.
Oh my god. The game kind of in Gunny's hands here. If he can land a couple of shots, they could get the return. He's got to kind of juggle from both sides, though. Wants to make sure his teammates stay alive on this side. Neither team really comfortable to move up just yet. You get a player to one shot, but that player scurries away. Gilkey gets huge cut down. Barcode and APG, though, should be enough defense to keep this flag alive.
Push your chips into the middle of the table. Go all in if you're ascending baseline, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do, but Native Gaming counter back, and now with the numbers advantage, they push on for that reset.
Oh my god. Neither team's getting an advantage. This could go on for a while, Hunter. I think this is going to be a long, sudden death. Kid Nasty can't survive, though. Someone shows up to get a double kill. It's Kratos.
Kratos needs to stay alive. He's the only one protecting this pole. He does take down APG to one shot, but this is going to make things very difficult. Native, the tough slay on a Gilkey, tapping buttons, going for that reset. It's at the final millisecond, and Barcode will put it in for the OT victory. Native Gaming take the series 3-0.
What did we just watch? Ascending Baseline did not want to go down easy. They will take some momentum into that lower bracket after such a hard-fought battle on that pit CTF. What an insane game, and props to Native for just weathering the storm. It felt like Ascending Baseline were making play after play, but in the end, Native ice up to close it out.
Man, what a series. Again, we've had a couple of 3-0s throughout the day, but the matches have been electric. The series have been wide open with those 3-0s, but the games themselves have been close. We've seen multiple like that one. Probably the best game of the day, though, as Native Gaming take game number 3 and take the series 3-0. Look at tapping buttons, 31 and 24, and Gunplexion probably going to be kicking himself a little bit. He got the right volume of slays, but sometimes not shooting the right players. I'd almost love to go back and look at the butterfly effect of if Gunplexion had played for APG, running that flag through the bottom middle of the map could have helped maybe force a reset, but instead, I think it was tapping buttons below training really occupied all of Gunny's attention and spacing on the map, as it made it much more difficult for them to get that reset. Instead, Native Gaming get it and take this series as we're starting to see that winner's quarter set up a little bit.
Yeah, Sentinels already made their way into the winner's quarters, as do Native Gaming, and you read that right. One is apparently the team of Collect that now features Tusk in place of Manny, so I think that's King, Nick, and Rami to round out that roster. Then we got F1 and Complexity on the other side as well. So don't go anywhere, guys. This is just the beginning. Still a lot of action left to be had today and tomorrow, but before we get into some more matches, I think that's going to be it for me and Mikowski. So this was a lot of fun, man. I'm so glad that we got our chance to get back on the mic together. How you feeling about it, man?
Oh, dude, I feel good, man. It's always a fun time. Just talking with you in Discord is great, but getting to do it over some matches like this, this is there's nowhere else in the world I'd rather be than here on LVT with Eli. So that'll do it for us. We'll be back tomorrow for the conclusion of this tournament, but we have a talent switch. The tournament's not over. It's just getting started. We got Why Not and Active on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. More LVT Halo soon.
moving light speed. Work it longer, we a different breed. Living larger, chasing the dream. Push it farther, better than you ever seen. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving. 1, 2, 3, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Here we go. Started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Started. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it
King of the Hill. Yo, what's up, guys? We are back here, and for the first time, why not be reckless, aka why not be casted? I got my man Active Double E with me. Active, hopefully you don't have a freestyle for us, but hopefully you have a greeting.
No freestyle today, unless we get to a level 20 hype train. I think I'll do it for a level 20 today. I'm actually feeling good today. I just had my energy drink. As you all know, I'm looking for an early death apparently, because I drink those a lot every single day. But regardless of that, really excited for some Halo today, Tony.
I am as well. It is your major qualifier. We already know 6 of the spots that are being occupied going into pool play. We need to find out who's going to be joining them. And although we don't have the likes of the Optics and the SSGs and some of the big dogs, trust me, there's plenty of big dogs still here in this tournament. And that includes up high, you got Sentinels going up against Eclipse Solar, Native Gaming going up against One, Complexity going up against F1, and Cloud9 will be facing off with Team Lethal Fox. I'm excited to watch this. I'm also excited to see some of these lobbies get together. I think on one side of that, I see my Native and One are ready for us. Haven't started it just yet, but that is going to be an exciting matchup to ultimately get into if we end up doing so.
Tony, look, we got 4 screens. This is awesome. We're gonna have a blast here today. This is how it used to be back in 2007 and 2006 when they commentated, Tony. They used to have all 8 screens of the teams. They used to choose what player they want to go on. Here we get to watch 4 different matches, so a lot to keep up with. And Tony and I will keep you updated, we'll keep you involved, so that you guys know all your favorite teams and how they're progressing in the tournament today. And I'm excited about it. But once again, Native looking really solid, right? F1, a team that phenomenal, and we've seen them get better as time has gone on. But Native, I mean, this team is honestly just one of those teams where I'm constantly seeing that improvement, and it's so important to see that improvement. It's so important to see progress. It's like anything in life. Progress it feels good. If you're working on something's maybe weak in your game, weak in your style of your team, you can work on that one thing, and then you see progress on that one detail, and then you can move on to another detail and work on that. It is great to see, and I feel like Native, they're on a little bit of a momentum path here.
Yeah, I feel like you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. And as long as you're consistently aiming for improvement, you're going to get to your ultimate goal. So I'm right there with you. Just keep grinding, keep getting better every single day, and you'll see the results. You really will. And so far, Native Gaming have. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you got One going up against them, and One's an interesting roster. Obviously formerly that Team Not Liquid roster, but you have Tusk, who is formerly of Cloud9, going to be joining them, and that to me is actually really interesting, because I feel like both that Not Team Liquid roster and Cloud9 roster were finding a decent amount of success. So I was surprised to see that they would want to make a change, but I'm also excited to see what that's going to look like. We saw a little bit of Cloud9, yesterday and the day before. Now we get to see what these ones look like. Well, sorry. I tried, sorry.
Hey, listen, that team name One could go hard, Tony. Imagine they just rise through the occasion and they break through that top 3. I know this is all a dream for, I'm sure for the team One, but they just break through and then they're just One. And then they win championships, just kind of like Final Boss. It's like One. We are One. We are number 1. It's going to be tough for them to make that happen, though.
I feel like would be really cool is like a chant in the chat, like, and I don't know, maybe not in the chat, but like on LAN, a chant audience, go for one, like I go for first place or something.
Yeah.
Either way, Native Gaming going up against the one and onlys. And right now it's going to be Native attacking that seaside early, but it looks like they realize that camouflage is coming up. Mortally waiting to bait it out just a bit. And Yoki, one of the most underrated snipers that we have in our league, immediately shutting that down.
Yeah, I love Gilky's position on the top tower here. Once again, this is a very important position to be in, but also it's not as just simple as just sitting on top tower. You've got to minimize the damage that's taken, and you've got to output damage like that. You see right there, he cuts the angle, gets the body shot, and hoping his team cleans it up, but it's going to be one who are 95% away into this first hill, I should say.
Barcode not able to survive with that active camouflage. Luckily, Gilky was able to survive with that sniper for a decent amount of time, but eventually it is one that take their first hill, and more importantly, already have presence towards the tower side and working on their second.
Gilky was in a very tough situation there. He wanted to hold top tower, but if you're not providing value, you have to move over to that nest bridge, and then all the while, they're pressuring him. His whole team goes down. He can't back up the tower, snipes off the map, and all the pieces fall, and you can see one already halfway through hill number 2. This is huge for them. They have literally driven this game through that momentum phase, and there's no signs of them stopping anytime soon.
We've often talked about young players getting great opportunities recently, like for example, the last shots, or even in this lobby right now, the barcodes and the tapping buns with Native Gaming, or Mortally, another young gun that's been on the scene for a decent amount of time in Halo 5, but still a newer name to a lot of the people that are in the audience right now. And I'm happy to see Mortally getting an opportunity with this one roster, because man, he is damn good, and also really excited to watch. But apparently so is Barcode and APG, as they do double push Mortally out of the nest side. Still a 2-0 lead here for one, and we're about to see another battle here for potentially the third hill.
Yeah, Tony, you have to think about it, right? Tusk, the rumor was that he left Cloud9, right? He left the squad, and Cloud9, a very prestigious organization, right? You're going to have that free, flight, and I would assume hotel, and then all that other stuff that comes with the contract. I don't know their contracts. I'm just telling you, what you'd assume. Oh my gosh, that strafe is so disgusting. But he left. There's got to be a reason for that, right? He sees something in this one roster. My question is, what does he see? And right now, I see a lot of dominance in this game number 1 against the Native Gaming, like we talked about, that has improved a lot.
I've actually read that Cloud9 contract that he had, and it was crazy, man. Guaranteed 5-star hotels during any major land event. Steak and lobster is a must at least twice during the week in which they stay within a major, and they had to have a chocolate on the pillow every single night.
What about foot rubs? Tony?
2-0 lead in favor of one right now, and you notice they step right out of that hill, trying to make Native push over towards the 50. Native were trying to set up for that next hill, but it looks like one are trying to draw them in. They're not going to allow Native to set up early.
Well, here we go. It's 3 caps in a row for one, and right now they look to be number 1, at least in this team of game of 2 teams. Native Gaming having a really hard time breaking through this. Barcode does have that snipe, though. There is still a chance that Native Gaming can come back in this game. Is Livefire King of the Hill? Yes, it's a bit rough, but so much time on the clock allows them to be able to bring this game back. 3 minutes and 43 seconds of that neutral time, and Native Gaming are working with it.
One more cap needed here for one. One more cap. Oh man, I'm having fun with this one. Gilky putting down the damage toward the nest side onto his former teammates, and Mortally with a huge flank. Native Gaming, no way they were prepared for this. Mortally finds the backside of the defense here, and look at the damage and chaos he was able to create.
I mean, Collect has a little bit of a different reason to win this game, I feel like. We all know, I feel like Collect coming through here 13-3 has something to prove, and he's doing it right now. Look at the route he just took against that wall, that little bit of a lane where you don't get in the hill. It looks like at 3 minutes, these guys are playing time.
Just one more needed here, but 3 down, go 1. Tusk, the final one to be on the map, but also the one who's able to grab a hold of camouflage. Now going in for the challenge onto Barcode, confident with those shots. Gilkey could be next, and I love Tusk's reticle placement. Nobody is able to get the jump on him as he's about to get the jump on Native Gaming. There's the flank once again here by 1. It's gonna work out. That's a quick 2 down for Native Gaming, but Native steal it.
Yeah, I mean, a 2 cleanup kills there for Tusk. It doesn't look fancy, but the fact that he stayed alive from the pressure from Nest, and then he's still staying alive on top tower, gets himself another double. Yes, they give away that hill for Native Gaming, but a lot of neutral time has been deleted, about 50 seconds worth of neutral time, and it was, of course, Team 1 that get priority on the spawns for this new hill. We'll see if they're able to get Native out of it.
Tough sends a nade to drop that player down toward the mid side, able to get a kill as well that clears out this hill and now snatches up that sniper. But hold on, the aid side spawners are in, and Gilkey rips a double kill out of nowhere that puts 1-3 down and gives Native once again the advantage.
Yeah, Gilkey was 4-9 before that play. Now he's 7-9. A triple to allow his team to get back, get that advantage, like you said, get that top tower with sniper. Now the push is coming from 1.
Ooh, snipe. Don't forget though, Barcode still on the lobby, and if you've been paying attention over the last few weeks, Barcode has been absolutely out of control. He's been really feeling himself, and I'm loving this new confidence coming out of this young man. A quick half down for 1, and that looks like it's gonna be Native Gaming taking their 2nd hill in a row here. 1, you gotta hop in. There ain't no more time though. They're 1 behind them.
Yeah, like I said, there was so much time on the neutral clock. This game is all but Natives, and we saw when that 3rd hill locked in, it was 3 minutes and 43 seconds left. Native have gotten 2 hills in a matter of a minute, so that is beautiful out of them. We'll see if Native can continue this, and I want to say something, Tony. You talked about the confidence on this man. Barcode looks like a new player. This guy has been a big factor in why Native is playing better.
Really not able to connect onto that no-scope. He's the first one to go down, and that's the opening that Native create, and they also take. That no-scope's gonna connect here for Barcode. Oh, excuse me, for Gilkey, excuse me, as the nades are coming in left and right. Can Gilkey and Native survive? Collectus on the push. Some excellent damage going across the board, but Mortally comes in and helps his teammate out with the double kill. Native weren't quite ready for that one as 1 take over and looks to put their final kill on the board.
There's a couple of pushes left here for Native, but like you said, 1 are trying to put that last one on the board here for themselves. And 2 minutes left, a lot of time. I like the fact that Native is playing this slow. They try to break through now, though. 3 down for the side of 1. And Mortally, the last player alive. They got to take him out quick, but he gets a kill. That's pretty massive for the side of Mortally.
But will it be enough? Because they end up going 4 down. Now the spawning players 4-1 are trying to drive out the last 3 members of Native Gaming. Gilkey gets out of dodge with the help of that QT, but right back in the fight as he goes after K-Nick, and now he's just instant transmissioning back and forward. Look like a prime Goku, but still a 3 down for Native Gaming. 1 win that engagement, and it could be the final one.
Yeah, once again, Mortally, that was a huge kill out of him, right? It was 3 down for his squad. He was the last player alive. Him getting that trade really helped out in the fact that 1 can come off a spawn and have that numbers advantage for a couple of seconds here. And it looks like that play right there wins them the entire game. It is now 1-0 for 1.
I'm looking at the stats too, man. And we collect that was 20 and 8. You had the double-digit assists coming on the board for 2 players. We saw quite a bit of damage being done by 1, but now we're going to see if Sentinels can do something similar, because right now they only have a 1 cap lead above Eclipse Solar here, and nobody's able to get a firm stronghold on the map. So not much hill time being put on. Despiteful jumps in, but his team is 2 down. There's only so much you can do. Now the Sentinels are on the hunt. Now it's 3 down for Eclipse Solar, and Sentinels have complete control. They even have pressure on the spawns.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was going to say, Tony. The pressure on the spawns are the biggest part, right? Those 2 players spawning in Bid Teaches and Sylvanic, jumping on that spawn to force the spawns elsewhere is the best way to do this. They do group up, though. They come off a spawn, and now they grouped up to push towards that B side. It's up to Precision to stop that push.
A Precision goes down. And so do 3 members of Sentinel, despite we're going to soak up a lot of hill time here and then anticipating where the spawns will be coming from. Some early grenades going down don't quite connect, but hopefully these shots will, because you know Sentinels, if they get the damage necessary, they are going to push up and they're going to do it fast. And there it goes. Precision threads the needle to take down the Spiteful and somehow finds the backside of Bid Teachers as well. A 2v2 situation, so this next slay is going to be so important. And Precision brings a sniper to a bandit fight.
Yeah, a couple of too many switches there of the weapons, and Precision, because of that's going to go down. I really like how Sentinels played that push. You saw Boo Boo on the sandbags doing his best to stay alive while the rest of his teammates pushed towards the bottom tunnel, but it didn't work out. It's Eclipse Solar that stopped the push once again and are very close to tying this game with 1:44 left.
Bid Teachers get some excellent damage onto Falcated, but there's still 2 more members of Sentinels left to get through. Finds Falcated, puts Lethal down to 1 shot, but it looks like the rest of Eclipse Solar weren't in position to take advantage of the damage that was going down, and Spiteful not connecting exactly with that S7. It's not over for Sentinels. Look, one more second or 2 in this hill, but Sylvanic lives. Lethal to catch a different angle, but as he does that, Eclipse Solar are able to put their 3rd hill on the board.
That was had to have been a miscommunication from Sentinels right there. They both get out of hill, and they both charge the player who is Sylvanic inside that hill, but they get out of hill and allow Sylvanic to get that last tick of time, and now it's tied at 3.
1 more hill needed for both of these squads here, and Looney is fighting a bit unfair. He gets a hold of a camouflage, and despite the fact that Boo Boo Doo has that tower side control, this camo can pop up literally from anywhere, feeding the information to the rest of the Eclipse Solar roster, and Precision drops down with 1 shot, but Looney takes way too long to get that kill. Now quickly 2 down for Eclipse Solar, but it's the same for Sentinels here. Sylvana keeping Lethal back with some nice long-range shots, but a double push out of Sentinels should take him down.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Boo Boo stayed alive through that entire thing, and now look how much he's able to do on the map. This is the problem with one play not working out in your favor. It's a player like Boo Boo who stays alive in that situation, is allowed to pressure that well. Now it's a 1v1 situation. It's a very big 1v1 here, Tony.
Minute on the clock here, but time is not going to be a factor in this one. It is next hill. We'll take it. Looney does a great job of clearing out that tower side. There's still 4 members up of Eclipse Solar, and now Sentinels staggered. Spawners are being created as Eclipse Solar starting to win these engagements. Not much time being earned right there, but with the 3 down, you have to imagine they're on it. They're almost about 50% done with this hill. Sentinels need this break.
That was a massive play by Looney. It cannot be understated. He gets that 1v1 kill, and he's able to get 2 more on the players pushing. Beautiful job and beautiful control at top tower, but now it's Eclipse Solar that are down in numbers and have to get out of the hill for a moment.
Precision down to 1 shot, but still trying to get some hill time here. His teammates are finding kills all around him here, and Sylvana gonna take a short break to wait for his teammates to come off a spawn, but now they're the ones seemingly running out of time. Sentinels were in must-break mode previously. Now Eclipse Solar are. They need the kills, and a return to sender out of Boo Boo Doo onto Bid Teachers. I've been telling y'all, don't trust the mailman. 3 down go Eclipse Solar, and that is it. It wasn't pretty, but it got done.
The Sentinels just turned it on. I talk about it often. It's all about flipping that switch, and you know Sentinels have that extra gear in them, and they flip the switch into a victory. Now we hop over to Complexity in F1. It is Complexity with a 3-1 lead already. Another squad, Tony, that I would say has improved greatly, right? Ashes came to Twitter the other day and was saying, you know, really unfortunate that we weren't able to get any further, but I mentioned it, like, you guys have improved so much. Keep on that momentum and keep improving, and I think Complexity can be a team to contend for that top 6.
Yeah, obviously Complexity, they're ultimate competitors here. You know, they're obviously happy with the improvement, but they know they can really be a threat in the HCS to the big 3. They know that they can easily place, or I will say have the potential to place in that top 8, that top 6, and maybe even top 4 category. So improvement is nice, but they want to get there. And right now, up 3-1 against an F1 roster, a double kill out of Ryan Noob might just propel them forward to that position. Looks like 2 members of F1 are going to be dedicated to take down Ryan Noob, and breaking shot. deciding to dance with Piggy, but Piggy was getting a little sturdy right there.
You got to. You're no shields. I mean, that jiggle peek is devastating. It's a lot of mind games in that 1v1 when you're both down to no shields, and Piggy's gonna end up going down. Breaking Shot's gonna win that engagement, and Complexity are gonna win the entire engagement in general. I mean, them being up in this game, all they have to worry about is getting that neutral time down, and all Breaking Shot has to worry about is hitting his shots, and that's exactly what he does as he gets the triple kill.
Was this man one shot that entire time with getting that triple kill? That was absolutely disgusting. A game-changing, no, in fact, a game-winning play being put on performance here, on highlight here for Breaking Shot, but hold on, Onward, Ezzo, they bust right through the front door. That's a quick rebound for F1.
Oh, absolutely beautiful by the side of F1 to break at the very last moment. Rain waiting for his teammates, gonna dodge a couple of grenades, get behind 2 players. I'm sure he would have wanted more damage there, but he at least gets the beat down. That puts 2 players down to 1 shot. Look at this, Breaking Shot gonna ride into the victory, and like you said, it was a game-winning triple with no shields. Tony, Complexity winning game 1.
I mean, the triple kill to put them in that position to be able to win it with 1 more break and then coming and doing that much damage in order to guarantee it, dude. Breaking Shot is that dude. And for those of y'all who were questioning the pickup of Breaking Shot, well, I bet you're eating your words. And let me tell you, I bet they don't taste good.
No, I'm down to eat some words right now. I'm hungry, but Tapping Buttons, he's hungry for some kills. King Nick falls off the map or somehow dies. I'm not sure how that exactly happened, but that's going to allow Tapping Buttons to push on in here. And I like the rotation out of 1. I mean, this is beautiful. They get out of dodge. They allow King Nick to spawn, but still, Native Gaming are keeping up the pressure.
35-33 lead in favor of Native Gaming at the moment, and some excellent shots for Tapping Buttons. Just being concealed with that camouflage. It is so tough to spot one out until the moment's just not on your side, and you allow Tapping Buttons to get a hold of camo. You allow Gilkey to grab a hold of that shock rifle, and things are not looking good for 1. Gilkey absolutely shredding mortally right there, with half the members of 1 on the black screen, the other half trying to find the exit route. You're down by 6. 1 needs something to happen here.
They got to play around Gilkey here. Gilkey's the player to watch. He's the one that has to get that first initial pick and do as much as he can with his shock rifle. He's doing a lot of damage here, even the chain reaction as well. That is how you're going to continue to keep this score up for Native. It's up to Gilkey to not allow 1 to get any sort of map presence or any kills that are not traded.
Do it. Do it. Pick it up.
You're like the evil angel on the shoulder, Tony. Jeez.
Gilkey electing not to pick up the J, respecting it, but also missing out on the first stick. The second one's going to connect as we switch gears over towards APG, working a 1-2 combo with Barcode, making sure that King Nick is not able to hold down this perimeter. 5 more kills needed here for Native Gaming.
Well, APG was going to look for that kill on that outer edge, but they find another player on the poster side. That's going to be Tusk. He gets taken out, and again, it's very difficult. Gilkey keeps baiting. He's going to pick that up. Instead, he gets a stick, though. Beautiful job by Gilk to do his best he can to just get the trades, and now Native 1 away.
Barcode 1 shot, but somehow able to survive over toward the mid-map. Nobody from 1 able to extend in order to get him. That's because they only need 1 more kill. Do Native Gaming, and there it is. Barcode clutching it out, and Native taking their first of the series.
Yeah, they tie it up at 1. Now we hop back over to Team Lethal Fox and Cloud9. Haven't watched this one yet, actually. I don't know why I said hop back over, but we're hopping into it. It's 3-1 lead here for Cloud9. 2 minutes of neutral time on the clock.
Team Lethal Fox, you were able to put down 1 hill already. Can you make it 2, as you do have that tower side control and you are controlling the top mid hill? This is what they want, but Suspector wants him out. Can't do much about it though, because Rambi refuses to go down, to use it the repulse in order to avoid all of those grenades. Jumps over the head of Septify. Rambi getting a bit creative on his movement.
Yeah, he would have got that kill if his sense was a bit faster, but a great job using that repulse in that way. I've actually never used it like that, where you cover yourself on the wall and then you can kind of strafe yourself in the air and go for that clamber on the ledge. But regardless, really well done. It's Cloud9 that continue though to be in this lead, and they'll just stay out of the hill. Team Lethal Fox are the ones that are in the position to try and take some of this hill time, and it opens things up for Cloud9 just a bit. You know, when you can just play time, which it doesn't seem like Cloud9's doing, it just relieves a lot of pressure from your team.
Rami and Team Lethal Fox prioritizing playing through the tower side first before attacking that hill. It looks like it's going to work out for them as Manny and Suspector end up going down, and Sab does the same there. Haynes closes out their second hill, and now you're only down by one. Things are looking much more possible than they did a few moments ago.
Yeah, you're starting to believe now if you're Team Lethal Fox in the victory here. Still a minute and 30 left to get this hill. You're going to have to get a couple of slays first, and it's up to Haynes with his snipe to make that happen. Instead, he gets in the hill, but it's because Rami was on that flank, and Rami's gonna get one kill, but again, everyone else falls. Team Lethal Fox, broken setup instantly, 3 down.
Jackson feels the pressure coming, trying to find out exactly where it's coming from, and Rami does put down some great shots across the map, and there it is. It's Sab over toward the tower side, and maybe a bit of technical difficulties might cause this one to end. It was a close one and an exciting one. I'm sure we'll hop on board with that later on, but I'm gonna go into a matchup that's actually currently in session. I see Sentinels going up against Eclipse Solar, and I see Eclipse Solar just 10 kills away from getting the win, but Sentinels have just tied it up despite going a 1v1 against Lethal, and Lethal earns that double kill there to give him a 1 kill advantage.
Yeah, what I'm looking for here is Eclipse Solar not to panic. They get those bottom snipe spawns, and in that situation, normally with the game this close against a team like Sentinels, you're panicking. And you can see Sentinels are so quick to aggress here on that snipe side of the map, and look how quickly Eclipse Solar go down. It's 46 to 42 now. Things have really turned around here for Sentinels.
Sentinels not known as the fastest team in the league, but they're definitely known as a team that makes little mistakes and definitely slow and steady wins the race as they attack the 50% portion of the map together and then collapse always with that perfect timing, like you're seeing right here, right now. When the moment is right is when they strike, but despiteful with that firepower to fend off the offense of Sentinels. Only 3 kills behind the Eclipse Solar, but Sentinels just need 2 in order to take the win, and Falcon took an angle that he did not want. This Spiteful comes right back in. That's a double kill out of him, now just down by 1 kill. They can't seem to die right now. Eclipse Solar on the attack. It's 48-48. Is it possible?
It is 100% possible, especially when Looney's got this shock rifle and camo combination. He takes a nade, Tony. If he can make this play happen, 49-49.
Camo shock over toward the high ground here for Looney. He has damage to the Spiteful, but the Spiteful runs into 2 players, and before the help is able to come in, Sentinels shred him and take the win for a 2-0 series lead. Now that was an exciting end to a Slayer on Solitude.
You gotta let Looney make the play right there. You gotta relax. Looney has the shock and the camo. There is no reason to be pushing in aggressively in that situation. You just let him make the play. You let him have the game in his hands, but instead Sentinels come up clutch, and now Complexity, what the heck am I watching? 37-18 against F1.
Wow. Not the performance you expect to see from a squad like F1 that has these type of names on the roster, but Complexity are the real deal, and you're seeing it. 3 down, do end up going Complexity though. Ryan gonna be the final player alive, having a lot of responsibility, fending off multiple members of F1, but shields are up, weapons are hot, and now it's Envoy that was the hunter. He becomes the hunted.
Shout out to Shurzy with that one, but look at Ryan with the top left, Tony. 12, 11, and 5. If I had a stat line like that, I assume you wouldn't yell at me in matchmaking games, but Ryan playing phenomenally right now.
I'm only mean to you in the cast, okay? I'd never be mean to your matchmaking. You got some gunny on you. You already know. That's right. Oh, Ryan dude looks to take down the weakened Ezzo, but Ezzo trades out his life in order to take him down. Still 47 kills here for Complexity, so F1 needed some clean slays. We're talking, from a 4 down to an attack spawn, and it's not gonna happen here as the 49th on the board for Complexity, and it feels like more of who's gonna get the final kill as opposed to will Complexity win.
Yeah, we talked about it, Tony, right? I mean, Huss and Breaking Shot having to be those slayers, having to be those power slayers on this squad. They need that firepower. It's been a problem for a while. I think it was one slayer game as Complexity wins it, where Ryanoob, I think, had 1 kill and 11 assists. This time, he gets 12 kills, 13 assists. So a little bit of a bounce back out of him, and Complexity showcasing why that matters there in that game. Now we hop back over to Native Gaming versus 1. That's right, Team 1. And is Native Gaming up currently 33 to 18. Still a very close game. Camo just came up and tapping buttons grabbed it. Or it's about to come up.
Native Gaming may be up, but another one scored with Alpha and Bravo. Can they juggle defending both of these bases and grabbing a hold of that camouflage? Lots to worry about here, but Mortally don't seem worried whatsoever. My man's winning pivs, but Gilkey wins the camo.
Yeah, this is a big play with the camo, obviously, right? He has the potential to break the entire map in half. It's APG the first one to fall. He's gonna decide to go for A instead. There is a lurking player on the pipe side. They take care of him, maybe. But if they can take tower control, which is what Gilkey's gonna do, it'll be massive for the side of Native.
44 to 42 lead in favor of 1 at the moment, but Native with a momentary trip cap here. Alpha and Charlie still belongs to them. They may have been started by 1, but can they finish either one of them? Stick gonna miss just barely for Gilkey, and Tapping Buzz gets the information that there's 3 players there. He's like, you know what? Not want to take that fight. I'm out of here. Peace.
I was gonna fight on to collect. Beautiful trade there. It's the least you can get in that situation, but 1 are taking a lot of control here. They're gonna get B, which is a bit risky, but there's 2 down for each side, so they find the opening to get B. The trade comes out with the stick from APG, and once again, it's Native Gaming in control for just a bit of time until Tusk gets that spawn on A.
Walker trying to create a diversion for Tapping Buttons to break through that gold side. He does that, but can't win the fight against Mortally. Dude, Mortally has been winning his pivs. Only his 5th kill on the board, but the kills that seemingly mattered most, taking both King Nick and Tusk to hunt down the final player from Native Gaming. But look at all these points that 1 are going to be able to grab.
Yeah, I really like Tapping Button's play right here, though. His teammates are 3 dead, and he immediately tries to take space on the tower side. It's Mortally that knows he's there, though. There's a lot of information in that situation, and they double up on this glass side. This is really interesting out of the side of 1, and it seems to be working.
Mortally has his perimeter side control here toward the top gold side. He's gonna work with Collect to watch each other's crosses. It is a full setup being held here by 1, but Gilkey does use that shroud not to infiltrate one of the bases, but to grab a hold of camouflage instead. That's gonna work out really well for Native as they take away Bravo and Charlie, and look at that control that 1 had. Where did it go?
That's the problem, right? Yes, you have 2 players on that cross. Generally, that's not what the meta, calls for. And because of that, because the split resources happened, and there was, there was a lapse in the cross, watching the cross, it was Native that came on through, and now flip the script just a bit. It's a double cap for Native. Mortally answering back, though, with another kill on the APG. They can take B here.
104 to 94 lead. Native Gaming have control, and Barcode wants Alpha as well. So an unorthodox Alpha Charlie setup, but one which we got the chance to talk to Soul Snipe back at Orlando. He said the Shopify Rebellion love this Alpha Charlie setup. They want you to spawn over towards the gold side and dare you to push forward. We're gonna see if Native Gaming like it as much as they do, as Mortally wants to wrap back with Tusk and Collect and take away Charlie.
Yeah, it's kind of Collect's job right now to fend these players off. I believe he has a little bit of help on the C flat side. That is Mortally, but Tusk and Mortally are gonna push off of that 1 kill. It'll be 2 down for the side of Native. They'll keep that BC setup, but Native have taken a bit of a lead here, so it's up to Team 1 to just answer back as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, they go 2 down.
Barcode gonna use the batteries to stay alive and take away Bravo there. IQ play out of Barcode and Native Gaming securing Alpha and Bravo, and now it's 1 that want to break the setup before it gets fully locked in. Barcode forced out of that positioning by Collect, but now the next time he comes back, it's going to be with reinforcements. Gilkey is here. Does Collect know about it?
Yeah, Barcode forced out that spot, allows that cross to happen, and there's a fight on the A side, but Collect finds his way inside and gets the shot. Great kill by him. He's gonna have to stay alive on the bat ledge. I believe he's still alive in there and down to no shields, but playing his life. And then King Nick, with all of that chaos happening in the pipe side, allows King Nick to get this camo for free.
King Nicky with the blicky. Gonna get behind both Gilkey and Tapping Buttons. Camouflage so powerful in these type of positions here, as 1 have a triple cap at the moment. It looks like Native do have a Gilkey. They have a tapping buttons as well. And here comes King Nick laying down the law. Beautiful double kill out of him as one look to end this lead by Native Gaming.
Back and forth trades, of course, as you can see, but it's, of course, Team 1 that come out on top of it, especially with that initial kill and that kill onto APG. So they'll have that numbers advantage. But Native, they have a tapping buttons, and every time Native don't have that numbers advantage, you always see tapping buttons trading out kill after kill. He does it so very often, and it really evens out both sides and both teams.
Great damage coming in from tapping buttons there. Height advantage being used by Collect to try to hold back Gilkey from across the map, and they still see Barcode and Native Gaming favoring pushing the goal side. Collect gets the information, but the question is, can one do anything about it? Because there's a double push to try to infiltrate the gold side, and off the screen, Morley does get the double kill to shut down that push, but Gilkey and APG still were there. Now it's just Gilkey. It was a momentary 3 down. The nade is here, but Gilkey is not.
It shows how powerful that shroud screen is. It's so ambiguous. You can stay alive there for such a long period of time. It was Barcode, I believe, in that situation that was able to stay alive just due to that shroud screen. But still, Team 1 get the 2-cap advantage, and they now are pushing the spawns of Native. And with that camo coming up, this is a great play. They just got to make sure to get control of C after they get these kills. But Gilkey clutches up.
Parker, he was already one shot. I mean, did he run out of bandit ammo there? Like, I wonder, like, what was the strategy to go with the plasma pistol on the one-shot player? But sometimes you got to make it easier on yourself, right? As King Nick grabs a hold of that camouflage. His second one in a row here for one. 206 to 155 lead, and an important 1v1 going to be had. But with camouflage, you obviously have the advantage. And I didn't even see Collect there, I'm gonna be honest with you. I had no idea.
King Nick seems to be locked in right now. I don't think he's missing a lot of shots, and he'll get that assist as well. This camo is as valuable as you can get at the moment. As you can see in our picture-in-picture, it's Sentinels that are going to win their game and win the entire series as well against Eclipse Solar. So they'll move on to winners round 5, but back to Native versus Team 1. Team 1 really impressing me in this game thus far. They've just out-rotated Native, and they're getting the slays necessary. Finally, it looks like Native have that control that they've been looking for. The question is, how long can they keep it?
It was a 3 down 4-1, and you see Native Gaming not waste any time whatsoever. Alpha Bravo setup seemingly out of nowhere for them. Now the perimeters are being locked down. This is the setup that Native Gaming are choosing to go with, and Collect can't seem to break out of the gold side, and not even enough of a distraction for one to play through. So another round of slays is what's needed here for one. They're gonna have to try to do it a man down.
Barcode's in a great position here. See how he can see the long haul side and that C-plat side as well. And then if he has, or if he gets the communication that he needs to rotate over, he does just that. But Team 1 send 3 people over to the A side, and one of them does go down, make that 2, but the push is successful because they get AC once again.
Bravo's the only base that Native Gaming have at the moment here. Once again, an Alpha Charlie setup, but this time it is one. It could be the only one that they need. Tapping buttons, gonna get aggressive toward the A side, but he ends up being shut down. King Nick with the cross-map shots on the APG, but more importantly and simultaneously taking Bravo at the same exact time. 241 points. Gilkey has the camouflage, but does he have enough time? He wants to make it toward the Bravo side, but there's now 3 members of one that are surrounding it. Gilkey navigates that by taking down King Nick, and he and Tusk are still working together right now. Oh no. Gilkey takes him down, but it's still one. They get the reset. Is that it? No Native Gamer going after Alpha.
Well, it's one that's going after C, and again, that's been the situation this entire time.
Oh, no.
One are just much faster at rotating on these hills, and because of that, one will win another game in the series. They're up now 2-1.
Wow. What a fight over for Bravo, but all of it just a diversion, all of it just a distraction to go after Charlie and to end it that way. A bit anticlimactic right there, but still a huge win as we switch gears over towards Complexity versus F1. And of course, we're right on time for Ryanu to absolutely decimate the lobby.
This is a scary Ryanu, right? We always know Ryanu to have that big brain, understand the game of Halo to a level that, I would say a lot of the players do not. But when you add the firepower to that, that's when this team in general becomes very scary. And right now, this man just got a triple. He's on a killing spree. He's feeling good, and he's right back to season 1 with that battle rifle.
He has the big brain, but he also has the big thumbs to match. What I'm trying to say is that he can aim on a controller.
Okay.
Holding down Alpha and Bravo at the moment here in a 2v2 situation. Ryan is starting to get aggressive. A one-shot on for, not able to escape. And now the wrap back as he realizes that F1 spawned and prioritized pushing Alpha.
This is just a really good play by Ryanoob. If you haven't watched Ryanoob's latest YouTube video, Behind the Curls, he's starting that up again. It hasn't been done for 2 years or whatever, but you know, he talks about staying strong. He talks about being in a position and staying strong, meaning you're putting out damage, but you're not taking damage. And sometimes you got to do that. He was staying strong on that needle side for such a long period of time, and now it's complexity with only 6 points needed to win this game number 3.
You telling me you watched that video and didn't learn anything?
Stop it, Tony. Don't you? I had a bad day of matchmaking, Tony. Don't you bring that up, okay? It was a bad day.
Breaking shot with the camouflage and commando and the attack onto the Bravo side right now, but doesn't exactly have the numbers or offense that he wants in order to commit to that. Meanwhile, Ryanoob off the screen takes down Piggy. That alleviates some of that pressure. Ryanoob is in, and so is Breaking Shot in a perfectly timed collapse to steal away Bravo. Looks like they're working on Charlie at the same time. Breaking Shot helping from across the map. Only 6 more seconds needed, but can Breaking Shot take down 2?
Breaking Shot was trying to stop the spawn from Ezzo right there, but he still spawns there. So now Breaking Shot is in a rough situation where he has to play a 2v1, and he does his job. He gets both of them down in those shields. Ryanoob still kind of playing slow here. He knows that the damage was done 5 seconds ago, so their shields potentially would be back, and so he pushes at the perfect time and gets that double. But beautiful job by Complexity, breaking every single one of these plays apart.
Well placed grenade out of Huss to be able to just secure Charlie, but notice how F1 have Alpha and Bravo at the moment. A bit of an out rotation going down. It looks like Rain just flew into Envoy there. Breaking shot from across the map takes down Ezzo and Huss with the drop down to try to survive, but Envoy quickly there to shut him down. Now Ryanoob on the attack here against his former teammate in Descendant. Descendant trying to secure Charlie because they know they're just 6 seconds away from ultimately losing it. But Complexity on the attack, on the offense. Everybody out rotating each other, but eventually it's Complexity that get the kills necessary to close it out. 3 down for F1, and Complexity take their 3rd win in a row.
What year is it, Tony? What the heck's going on with Ryanoob? 19, 11, and 9. A shout out to him for playing as well as he is. My goodness gracious, I don't know what's changed, what was in his breakfast cereal. I don't know what's going on, but if Ryanoob continues to play like that and the rest of the team has performances like they've had, Complexity are going to go very far here. A very important tournament, Tony. We haven't really talked about the importance of this qualifier. It is extremely important to play your absolute best.
I can assure you, Ryanoob does not eat cereal in the morning. He has a bowl of nails without any milk. Let me tell you, that man's tough. Let me tell you, he getting into the salty spittoon. Let me tell you, the 26-23 lead in favor of Team Lethal Fox, down 0-1 in the series against Cloud9. We've seen Rambi making some creative plays so far today. We're going to see if he can creatively get the win, because you don't want to give Cloud9 a 2-0 series lead.
That camo is important, coming up towards the top center of the map, but with 2 down for Team Lethal Fox and Common potentially going down as well. It's up to Rambi to get a cleanup kill. I love this play right here, but so much more to deal with now that the camo's out. Now the shock rifle camo is in the hands of Septify. We talk about this man as a player, but we also speak about him as a slayer. In these Team Slayer games, Skeptify really comes alive.
Few bullets to work with the shock.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh no.
Oh, you know he's not happy about that one. He clipped that one, I promise you. Unfortunate there, but a trade that ends up happening, and we got a little bit of a picture-in-picture battle or action going on the screen right now. I see Native Gaming still going up against 1-0 right now, or Native Gaming Argyle CTF. Meanwhile, a tied-up game for Cloud9 versus Team Lethal Fox on the lower right-hand corner. It's a battle between on both sides. And Native Gaming down 1-2 in the series here. I mean, obviously up in the game, but it tells you how good this one roster has been. And now Tusk joining in. The question becomes, have they gotten even better?
Yeah, you don't want to play from that lower bracket if you're Native Gaming, but like I said, Tony, Tusk made a decision to leave a very prestigious org in Cloud9. Again, not sure on the contract stuff, but that's a big decision to join an orgless team. You have to believe in that team tremendously if you're going to make a decision like that. And I trust Tusk. He's been in this team for such a long period of time. I trust that he's taking the right path here. There's a reason he's on this roster. This team one is phenomenal so far from what I've seen. We'll see if they can close out this series, but again, I think Native are going to make it very tough for them.
Well, it's plenty of time on that top left-hand corner of the screen right now. Meanwhile, let's look on the bottom right-hand corner. This matchup is coming down to its dramatic conclusion here. It's a 39-38 lead in favor of Team Lethal Fox right now. And so this is clutch time. This is do or die. And that's apparently where Common and Haynes really start to step up their game, because back-to-back kills out of them give them a 2-kill advantage, and the spawn trap begins. Cloud9 spawning over towards the S1 side. This is where Team Lethal Fox want them.
Yeah, you saw Yaxon back off that spawn to force it. So Spectre makes his way all the way to posters, though. That's what's really made it difficult. He's on that LR side. He ends up going down finally, but a lot of damage was done, and the trades come out. Now it's up to Haynes with the camo once again. It is Cloud9 who is spread on the map. Haynes has to activate here.
2-kill advantage, make it a 3-kill advantage. Just 6 more kills needed here for Team Lethal Fox to allow Haynes to grab a hold of this shock, and that usually gives you a stronghold on the map, just barely missing out on the headshot against Septify. But information's also power. Knowledge is power here, and right now Team Lethal Fox know where Cloud9 are rotating.
6 kills is all they need, but there's a 3 kills in the feed that come out of the side of Cloud9. So now we only have a 1-kill game, and Haynes, he's going to share the same fate here. He's going to go down pretty quick. We're tied up at 45.
The advantage that Team Lethal Fox had. Not anymore. 5 more kills needed for both of these squads here, and now just 1 squad wipe away from taking it. Our Team Lethal Fox. Meanwhile, Tusk does plant the first cap for 1. We have a tied up game in that secondary lobby, and this was about to come to an end here. 47-46. Team Lethal Fox making 49. Back-to-back kills. Septify is by himself, and all members of TLF are pushing him out. There it is. Team Lethal Fox taking game 2.
Yeah, it's the storylines, right? Who made the better decision? And that's why we're bouncing back and forth. Tusk, as we're talking about that, jumps into him getting headshot in the face by APG. But again, that is a crazy series. We will keep you updated on that. Team 1, though, tied up 1-1 in this game, looking to solidify this series for themselves and move on in that winner's bracket. A very important game for this Team 1. You got to stop the momentum of Native Gaming, and you got to do it right now.
I mean, it's no wonder I'm starting to lose my voice now. You already know LVT Productions gonna give you action after action after action, and it has been hype here in your major qualifier, your road to Salt Lake City. By tonight, we're gonna have a couple more spots filled in pool play. Meanwhile, Barcode. Oh my gosh, that was nasty. Former teammate and Collector, they're like sworn enemies as he takes down Mortally as well. The sniper in Barcode's hand is absolutely lethal.
Yeah, he's got the sniper, now he's got the QT inside of vents. I love his thought process right there. You want to stay in vents, and you want to stay in vents with that QT. Unfortunately, he finds himself on a nade, and him going down there is a pretty big deal. APG doesn't feel as free running this flag, and now he's found himself in a fight with Mortally, and he ends up going down as this flag is run through.
He's gonna curve slide that flag, but he ends up being taken down. Barcode once again with that snipe, not only getting the flag out of his hands, but putting it in a more vulnerable position, a more baitable position here. And Barcode continues to take heads. I don't know what sensitivity he must have switched to, but I'ma need it.
That was really good by Barcode. Dying with a snipe there inside the vent, but then coming off a spawn and going right back to that snipe is massive, and he literally stopped this cap from going any further here. And of course, it's Gilkey who gets the return. Now he QTs, and he has a snipe of his own.
tied up at one apiece here. 4 minutes and 22 seconds left in regulation, and potential sudden death and an overtime if it continues to be as evenly matched as it's been right now. Well, plays grenade out of Gilkey, somehow doesn't take down Tusk, but luckily the headshot with the bandit will, and Gilkey getting aggressive. A little bit left with that QT, portals right back. Bro, dude, he's unreal, bro. He's absolutely unreal.
Dude, the QT is one of the best. It is the best equipment in the game, in my opinion. And I really said when it came out, it wasn't utilized to its fullest potential. Now we're starting to see it be spammed, right? You gotta have mind games with your opponent. You gotta, make them guess where you're gonna be, and the QT makes that possible. Great play by Gilkey.
Filthy is what we're gonna start calling him from now on, because he is absolutely filthy with it. Is Gilkey even one shot right now and having the wherewithal, the awareness to not overheat, just stay alive, keep wrapping back towards your teammates, the damage he's able to put down on the map and taking as little as possible back. But it's a 1v1 sniper battle gonna happen between Gilkey and Collect, and Gilkey once again goes down to one shot and is trying to stay alive.
Yeah, it's all about this vent control. Collect understands that. That's why he's hard scoped on the other side of the vent. And if he can stay alive here, that means he's got the QT, he's got the vent, and he's got one bullet to snipe. Oh my goodness gracious. Tapping button somehow comes in, gets the cleanup, flies through all the defenses, and gets two.
Morley down to one shot, and Barcode making sure that nobody's gonna be able to take advantage of that sniper for any longer. Morley wanted to push up toward the pistol side, just didn't have the help he was looking for. But now one pushing up as one unit, pushing up onto the defense of Native Gaming.
This is a very important couple of sequences here. It's tied up at one, of course. Not a lot of time left. 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Definitely enough time for a couple flag caps if you can be flawless with it. It's 4 down for Team 1 and a chance for Native Gaming to pull that flag. That's exactly what they're doing through the bottom center of the map.
You got it. I mean, tapping buttons must have already been pushing through that base and just knew when those kills were coming in, trusting his teammates. So the moment they put them 3 down, tapping buttons was on it. And a second capture happening for Native Gaming. Less than 2 minutes on the clock here for one. They're gonna have to play near perfect Halo if they want to take down Native Gaming, because right now, Native's defense locked in.
That's what makes Argyle so tough right there. It was Team 1 who got 2 kills off of that flag cap from Native, but they're still not able to do anything with those 2 kills. There's so much space on the map you got to push through in order to get that counter cap to happen. And now, once again, it's Team 1 who find themselves in a position to pressure the map.
Ooh, what an angle tapping buttons able to create onto both King Nick and Mortally. Takes down King Nick, body shots Mortally, and now that push stopped right in its tracks. Collect also having a sniper of his own. He's gonna be able to take down Gilkey, and the numbers really starting to favor one now, seemingly out of nowhere. Tusk down to one shot, but Collect, he has his back.
Collect's gonna know the spawns now on the snipe side as well. It is a couple of big kills that he's gonna need here. He gets the first one, but down to no shield's gonna force him to back up. Tusk still pulls that flag, but he's pulling it towards the spawner, so I would assume they just slade through the spawns here, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be that easy. Native come out, Collect still has a snipe, and now he's on a killing spree.
Ooh, down to one shot, still going in for a bit of an ego challenge onto APG with tapping buttons and APG on the hunt. Maybe the best play might have been to run away, because now APG has a 1-bullet sniper, and that's all he needs to take down Husk. Goes in with a bit of jiggle peek action onto Morley. He wants to double, but don't worry, reinforcements are here.
Yeah, this is really good play by APG. Unfortunately, his teammate doesn't, there it is. Barcode ends up getting the cleanup kill. APG plays his life, waits for his teammate to come in. I'm sure there's a bit of small talk that was happening there as well. APG ends up going down at the end of the day, but he's back off a respawn once again, and it's Native on that 50%, that 50-yard line of the map and pushing through.
That's it.
I don't think it's gonna matter though. 2 seconds left. There it is. Native will tie the series at 2, and we're going to a game 5.
You already know we get on this. We lucky. We somehow seem to get a bunch of game 5 actions, and we got at least one here. Meanwhile, Cloud9. Oh my, for Strongholds being one of their weaker game types, I look back to that, it was one matchup where it was a 250-0, I believe, in favor of, what was a Shopify Rebellion, I want to say it was.
Yep.
I mean, 119-7 over Team Lethal Fox. Clearly, they've been putting in the work to try to turn one of the weaker game types into one of their strengths.
We'll see if they can continue on this run here. It's a big lead so far. Sentinel is going to try to find the flank here. It's Sab that's pressuring. He's keeping presence out while Sentinel pushes on through. I believe Sentinel did find the hole in the defense, but Jackson there to clean him up. 2v2 situation.
Alpha Charlie set up here for Team Lethal Fox. They do end up going 3 down, though, so I'd have to imagine Cloud9 are going to be quick onto the attack, but Whammy holding down Charlie. Manny going down to the low ground through the blue pipes in order to take him down. Charlie cleared out at least for the moment, and now we should see the attack out of Cloud9. Going after Charlie, also having their attentions onto the camouflage. Oh, but Manny. Manny has the shroud. That's a great play by him.
Yeah, Haynes tried to pickpocket right there, but that's not going to happen. Manny gets the camo. He's now got control of the pipe side of the map as well. I'm not sure what the timing is on the shock rifle. We'll see if he ends up picking that up. Right now, not providing a lot of value besides information, and information is good, but you got Haynes taking your B, and there you go. He takes him out really quickly.
One shot, Manny trying to survive here towards Bravo. Common does know he is weak, but Manny still won't go down without a fight. Now it's Remy and Team Lethal Fox having to really prioritize the Charlie side and defend Alpha at the same time, running right through the grenades, but gets the stick, does Remy.
Gotta get those stick trades. It's very important you keep that numbers advantage even on both sides. It allows you to do what you want on the map. Team Lethal Fox still in control, but down by a lot at the moment. This pipes win. This piv is huge for Haynes, but Sab's gonna win it out. And wait a minute, Jackson almost gets taken out as well, but it's 4 down for Cloud9.
With that 4 down, Jackson moves into position. He's gonna watch this glass side cross while imagine his teammates should be watching. But actually, no, they know that Cloud9 are in a vulnerable position. They're coming off a spawn. They actually aren't able to push up on the map, so Jackson decided to get aggressive, do that initial damage. Will it be enough to give him that advantage to hold off for another round of slays? So they find themselves down by quite a bit. But gotta love that play out of Jackson and Team Lethal Fox. Offense tends to be the best defense at times.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're hopping back over to the Native versus Team 1 in Game 5. We'll keep you updated on that Team Lethal Fox and Cloud9 game. As you can see, Team Lethal Fox are coming back in that one, so don't worry. We'll let you know what's going on with that. It's back on board with Native versus Team 1, and Gilkey's on your screen.
One shot, King Nick looks to survive towards the nest side. Gilkey not allowing that to happen. But after camouflage coming up, though, the green gun play almost enough to get the kill onto Mortally. APG on the chase. Camouflage still up. Damage going down, but that snipe shot is going to be devastating. Tusk with the clutch shots. That may just net them the camouflage and pass the sniper to your camo player. That is clearly the meta.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. APG went for the spikes right there. I would have expected him to activate on that camo a bit faster, but decided to go for the spikes, which could have been a good play. Tusk finds himself with that snipe and makes a huge play on the window side. Now King Nick with the sniper camo. Let's see what he can do with it.
Oh, shot right to the knee. Quickscope misses, but the bandits don't, and it's a trade out in his life to take down APG, this King Nick. 9-8 lead here for 1, looking to pull off the upset against Native Gaming.
Yeah, great play by APG to get that trade at least. He knows how important a piece of on the board King Nick is, so rushes in, gets the beatdown trade.
Whoa! Dude, Barcode. He is absolutely killing it right now, making the plays that really matter, even the plays that don't show enough value on the scoreboard. That is a game-changing play that shifts the momentum onto their side and also allows them to influence those spawners. 12-11 score line here for Native Gaming. On the attack once again is Barco taking down the weakened Mortally, and he's gonna push through like a wrecking ball, but right through the grenades of King Nick.
King Nick ends up going down there. I like the play by APG. He didn't want to just have them both fall because they were both no shields. He backs up, makes sure to guarantee the kill, and still we're tied up at 14.
Collect was able to put his first kill on the board, 3 assists to go along with it right now, and also the Quantum Translocator, which should allow him to get as aggressive as possible, trying to pick the angle that he wants to take. Meanwhile, his teammates, he gets slays off of screen. That was a 3 down for Native Gaming, and portals right into APG. Not exactly what he wanted.
Well, we got to take a look at that screen at the bottom right of your screen that was just there. It's Team Lethal Fox that are coming back in that game. Cloud9 have not gotten a point in that recharge strongholds. Like we said, we'll keep you updated on that, but Team Lethal Fox looking very good. We'll see if they can clutch that up. Native tied up at 19 here. APG is going to be the first to fall, and Tapping's going to try to activate on that damage, maybe through A, maybe find a flank, but he might be in trouble.
A 3-man push out of one right through the center of the map. An aggressive play coming out of them. Gilky's not able to get his feet planted toward the tower side, but once again, it's Barcode making the play to take down one. Meanwhile, Collect and King Dick back-to-back kills to take down 2. The tower side is going to be zoned out. Tapping Buttons was the only one alive for Native Gaming.
And triple cap locked in here for Cloud9 at the bottom right of your screen. It's Team Lethal Fox with 244, but that triple cap could be deadly. See how that pans out. It's the Spectre, of course, on your screen. Some great performances out of the other side of Team Lethal Fox. Yaxing 17 and 10. Absolutely beautiful. But it's all about closing out. You got to close out that game. With 3 down for Team Lethal Fox, it could be Cloud9 locking in another triple cap.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, I remember it being a 119-8 run for Cloud9 over Team Lethal Fox, and the fact that Team Lethal Fox were able to weather the storm and bring them all the way to 244, just 6 points away from ultimately taking the win. And they just started scoring once again. Alpha and Charlie now belonging to Team Lethal Fox, and that's all they needed in order to take the win. They were down literally 118-9 were Team Lethal Fox, and they come back with that win. That's actually crazy.
And now they lead the series 2-1 against Cloud9. Over here, back to our game 5. We've got, of course, Native Gaming on that aggression. Morley finds himself no shields. He's going to get taken out. It's going to be important damage coming out of Tapping Buttons, and that's why he'll get that assist. But still, One are pressuring through, trying to capitalize on the damage they've done, and Tapping Buttons will be the reason for that.
2-kill advantage here for One, and K-Nick and Morley doing a great job of clearing out the green side, and now just cycling from green to the A, but Morley runs into a bit of that grenade damage, and all 4 members of Native Gaming prioritizing getting One away from their face, slowing them down just a little bit, and now forcing them back with their defense that converts into offense. 34-31 here for One, and Tuss still has that sniper.
He's the X factor, at least in this point in the game with this snipe. And with 2 bullets left, he can break things apart pretty quickly. Barcode's really far out in the open. He doesn't get the kill onto that, but his teammate does. And it's 2 down for Native. That's a clean 2 down here for Team 1. A couple more clean kills for them, and they'll find themselves in a position to just trade out.
Game slows down just a bit, showing the respect that both of these teams have for each other, but you give a team an inch and know they take a mile. 1 kill turns to 2, and then eventually turns to a 3 down for 1. Staggered spawners now, as we see the trades go on board. Native Gaming needed another clean round of slays, and they are right back in it. Sniper coming up. Both teams obviously prioritizing that, a brawl, but one the Tapping Buttons can't exactly participate in. He doesn't have the shields in order to work with that, so grabs back to help back is one of his teammates, but you have to imagine One were able to get away with the sniper.
Yeah, APG did a really good job there. He stayed alive from with 2 successions of his overshield recharging on that nest side. And he was able to get the trade at the very end of the day, but still, those trades don't matter at this point in time. You gotta try and get these clean kills. That's what Barcode and Gilkey do. But again, they're traded out. Team 1 continuing to trade back and forth and even get clean kills of their own. Big fight here on the tower side. Mortally not going to be able to finish him off. And it's another trade.
45-39 lead, though, still in favor of One. Collect. And down and dirty with Barcode over toward the mud side, and the cleanup comes in quick. All he had to do was the damage to allow his teammates to finish off that kill, and they play it perfectly. 7 kills between them right now. One looking to pull off an upset, but Gilkey clean kill onto Tusk. We also see Slay start to favor native gaming. The job is not done. If you're one, you gotta start winning these battles. And it looks like Morley and Collect are able to work together to put on the 48 kill.
They're giving up a couple, but you'd have to really mess up here to lose this game against native gaming. Only 2 kills remain.
There it is. Collect and Morley put the 49th in. One more needed and some well-placed grenades out of Collect. It looks like he wanted to double back and take the angle towards the key door side, but APG is there. So is Tusk. Tusk clutching it out to put the 50th on the board here for one, and one are going to do it. They're going to pull off the upset, sending native gaming down to the lower bracket.
My goodness, we've seen some crazy games here. Team 1 and Tusk really impressed. The fact that this team was put together, and again, Tusk leaving that Cloud9 roster. I love to see success. It's once again the intangibles, right? Another reason to win. It fuels you, and I believe Tusk is fueled here with the rest of his team as well. And we'll see them move on. But back to this Team Lethal Fox and Cloud9 match that's about to start here. Argyle CTF. This is the game mode. Once again, Team Lethal Fox have that lead in the series, 2-1.
Tusk no longer a part of this Cloud9 roster, but still finding success with one. Now we're going to find out if Cloud9 are going to go down to Team Lethal Fox. It looks like Team Lethal Fox up 2-1 in the series. One game away from pulling off an upset of their own against C9. And of course, it's going to be Suspector right on the sniper to make plays.
They don't push their pistol side, so he's not going to have any angles to get right now. His teammate does go down as well, so you get a little antsy in this situation. Your teammate falls, you're not able to really do anything with the snipe just yet. I believe a player got through the bottom. He heard the grapple though.
Whoa! Quick no-scope coming out of Suspector to take off the head of Common, and tries to work across the map against Rami. Rami gonna collect a new angle here through the vents, but notice all of his teammates end up going down. A Suspector having a sneaky suspicion that he's up in those vents.
Suspector's non-stop hitting shots with this snipe, and we'll see if that makes some sort of an impact. A body shot. He's only missed 1 shot so far that we've seen. Still a lot of work to do. 2 of his teammates go down, and that's why you see him slow down the pace of the game. Very important to do so. Remy has a snipe in his vent.
Suspector versus Rami right now, sniper battles. Some nades to go down and try to figure out some information here. Sab with some excellent shots from vent to vent. Suspector now wants to get aggressive with them because Sab is right through the mid-map, and Suspector doing a great job of covering him, but there's a player that's seemingly avoiding him. There it is. Jackson ends up going down. Suspector putting his 2nd kill on the board, and now Cloud9 quickly started to infiltrate the base of Team Lethal Fox.
Yeah, it's just Argyle, right? This is how long it takes. I mean, Suspector's had the snipe for a little while. He's hitting some body shots, but not really able to get too much value. Not enough value with the rest of his squad to push up comfortably, and now it's Team Lethal Fox that have answered back, and now they're pushing up towards the snipe. They're very aggressive here. Let's look to see what they do in this fight.
The damage coming down to Mandy. There's still one more player for Team Lethal Fox that was there, I believe. Actually, no, excuse me, I apologize. They dealt with it quickly, and now it's a 1v1 between Manny and Common, and Sab wants to make it a bit unfair. Bait and switch. Common takes down Sab, though Manny survives here. But Common and Team Lethal Fox with their defense trying to clear Cloud9 out of their base. The nades go down and Manny goes up with the repulse. Damage onto Rami. That's going to be devastating. Now the creative movement. You don't need a grapple to make that jump, but Common seemingly ready for it.
Yeah, I really love Common sitting back there and, like Rodney would say, holding strong. That was a beautiful play. Understands that maybe there's a push coming. Decides to help his teammate Rami, who has no shield. Love that play out of Common. Nothing really happening besides that on the other side of things for Cloud9. It's Septify with the sniper this time. Suspector had a try, and now Septify has his shot.
Need to try to get him out of the vent to Septify. 6 bullets in the sniper, and another 3 down. A critical point for Team Lethal Fox. Suspector not wasting any time right on that flag, which could be the first one here for Cloud9. The first one here of the game as Septify now started to worry about the players on the overextension. Jackson down to one shot. The nade gonna take him down. There was one player that was able to leak through, but the information is gathered. Common goes down. Meanwhile, Cloud9 go up 1-0.
Yeah, really clean. Cloud9 don't lose any numbers on that flat cap, so they'll be able to hold this 50-yard line and continue to hold it, especially with Skeptify on this vent side with Snipe.
3 down once again, go Team Lethal Fox. The pressure is still here. Suspector and Cloud9 are still in Team Lethal Fox's base, and 2 snipers is so tough to deal with for Team Lethal Fox, who are desperately trying to get out of their spawn at the moment. Meanwhile, Septify and Cloud9 locking down the entire map. This is where Cloud9 are at their most dangerous, but Manny goes down. Can Suspector and Cloud9 hop on this flag? Septify, very important, very much so responsibility on his hands, because you see 2 or 3 members of Team Lethal Fox pushing forward to try to play for the return. They're able to get it. Septify gets the kill, but Cloud9 do not get that flag gap.
Yeah, it's a great return by Team Lethal Fox. They do go 3 down now, so this will allow Cloud9 to have control of the map once again. Spectre's very forward, though. He'll get that trade. Cloud9 are okay with the trades at this very moment. Being up 1-0, they're sitting real comfortable in this game right now.
What's crazy to me is that Suspector has only died 2 times. 13 kills right now, which is impressive by itself, but only dying twice so far this entire game is absolutely crazy. And Cloud9 may have not gotten that second capture, but they're still up 1-0. And in Argyle, that feels devastating on the other side of things. Luckily for Team Lethal Fox, there's just shy of 7 minutes on the clock. Unlucky for them, Suspector is here, and so is Cloud9.
Big shot by Yaxon and a big kill. Once again, Yaxon stopping that flag in its tracks, and you can see there's a lot of pressure coming from that pistol side. He gets another kill onto Sab. Yaxon's playing a very important role here. He's gonna have to push up on the map very soon, though. Sab, he ended up getting 2 kills on the side of Cloud9, but he's just trying to find angles at the moment.
Body shot from Yaxon creates just that much more of an opening for Team Lethal Fox to play with. And no scope onto Zab. Common cleans up that body shot that happened earlier, and those are the slays that happen in tandem that allows Team Lethal Fox to get aggressive. They are already in the base of Cloud9. Cloud9 off of spawn, but huddled up right now. And Suspector does have a sniper of his own, and Jackson just ran out of the bullets out of his.
Suspector was being so annoying in that corner. Like, Jackson was looking for him for a solid 20 seconds, and Suspector stays alive, gets another kill as well, and completely stops that push from happening out of the side of Team Lethal Fox.
Manny with the prettiest bandit in the game. Love that skin. Right up to the high ground he goes, but Common was able to sneak through pistol side. I don't think Manny was aware of it right now. He's just waiting for the bounce back, and well, Common ends up going down. Jackson forced to stay back toward the snipe side here, as Manny and Septify, the only 2 players alive, but they still have this pressure. But it's still enough for Team Lethal Fox to pull that flag. Manny with the double melee, 3 down, go Team Lethal Fox.
Yeah, once again, I mean, it's a big kill on that vent side. It's gonna stop that entire flag run from happening, but not only do you go for that flag run, you know, in a I guess, weak, you end up allowing the counter cap to go through potentially. Septify getting that kill onto Yaxon. It's really going to open him up and allow him to be a thorn in the side of Team Lethal Fox here on the back of their base.
Septify wants to make it through the vents here. Meanwhile, Manny, big kill onto Haynes. Goes in for the challenge as well. Manny started to feel himself and win every single fight. Mind you, the flag's still on the move here. Nobody from Team Lethal Fox seems to be in a position to get the flag out of their hands, and that is a 2-0 lead here for Cloud9 and Sayonara Sniper. Oh, you blew it off. Don't look surprised.
I like that play by Manny right there, though. You saw that, you know, even though they got that flag cap, he found himself on their side of their base, right? Their snipe side. You know, playing the sniper doesn't allow Suspector and Septify, who have had some really solid games with the snipe so far. But it doesn't allow Team Lethal Fox either. It'll be 2-0 the lead so far here. 4 minutes left.
Septify 11-7 right now. 9 assists to go along with it. Always love watching Septify's screen. I just feel like he just seems to be in the right place at the right time and really just advanced understanding of how to play angles on any map, but especially Argyle. Grammy with the stick though, clearing out the vent side. Grammy wants to stay alive, but does he realize both Suspector and Manny are here? Bounces that grenade back, which does crazy damage, turns it into a double kill. Ramy, you are unreal.
Yeah, if he had gotten that clamber off that repulse and stayed alive in the vent, I would have freaked out. That was a good little sequence there by Ramy, but sequences like that, unfortunately, it's going to be tough for that to win you the game. It could potentially happen here. They get the first kill on Deceptify, and Yaxon trying to pull this flag, but you can see not really much to do. Haynes is going to try and grapple it, but he's got to do it quick, and unfortunately, he misses it a few times here. This is just not good for Haynes. Unfortunately, he'll just use that grapple to get a back smack onto Manny, and maybe with those 3 kills, they can run that flag some more.
I mean, hey, that's still a huge back smack there. I mean, getting toward the vent and eventually leads to a 3 down for Cloud9, so it doesn't happen exactly the way he wants it to, but still a valuable play being made by Haynes of Team Lethal Fox, and that's gonna lead to the first flag cap for TOF.
Yeah, it ends up working out. You know, you gotta be very precise with that grapple. You have to zoom in, you have to hit it perfectly in the reticle. Unfortunately, he doesn't, but like you said, gets the back smack, which solidifies another kill and allows Team Lethal Fox to get their first cap of the game. Still 2 minutes left. Plenty of time for Team Lethal Fox to tie this up.
Bane's going down to force Haynes out of the vent. Right back in. This is a power position that you notice Team Lethal Fox love playing to put a player in this vent, whether it's Ramy or Haynes. As long as a player is in here, they can do damage on the map. And looks like Sab manning the opposite vent, and a bit of a 1v1 leaves Haynes one shot. Now Common comes in to control this angle. We have 2 players on one side, 2 players on the other here for Team Lethal Fox. Every angle being watched, and now it's just about getting an easy kill from both of these squads.
You see how one player from each team makes sure to hold these vents. That QT is up. Someone's going to activate on that. QT, really, the importance of it on this map, I don't think is really seen by a lot of players. It's one of the most important parts of this map is having that QT, being able to create pressure. You can't ignore the 2 snipers either, but QT and vent control, a very big part of getting these flag caps going. Cloud9 are very satisfied with just staying in their base and holding on to this lead. 1 minute left for Team Lethal Fox to make a move.
And that's what really, it feels like that's the problem here for Team Lethal Fox, that Cloud9 are the ones that can play this as patient as possible. And I love that TOF are waiting for the right opportunity, but they're at one point gonna have to create that opportunity. They're the ones that have to get aggressive, because right now Cloud9 are full defensive mode, and looks like Common and TOF realize that they try to make a play, but Cloud9's defense simply too strong. 38 seconds left in regulation, and right now TOF need damn near a miracle.
Yeah, it's up to Ramy. It's up to Ramy on your screen to tie this game up, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. Double kill in the feet. Can he get more?
They put up a prayer and it might have been answered here. Ramy might be the miracle that TOF needs, but that double kill creates so much opportunity for Team Lethal Fox to play in. The nades are going down, and so is Suspector. Wow. Now it's Cloud9 seeming like the players that are trapped, and Ramy hits yet another one. It's a big game of Ramy that's in the chat right now. 2-1 lead in favor of Cloud9, but Ramy Sniper might have done it. Ramy Sniper might just put TOF on the board and force overtime.
Oh my word. I'm gonna be honest with you. That is the biggest play I've seen in a very long time by one player. I cannot believe, look at this. Gets the quick scope on the vent. That was an easy kill for Manny. Then he quick scopes on Deceptify, who had the snipe as well. Holy crap. Team Lethal Fox coming into this overtime with a lot of momentum.
I've been watching some of my HCS reports. You probably heard me say this a few times. I'm gonna say it again. If you wanna win, you put Ramy in. It ain't always the most impressive stats that you see, but when it comes to the plays that matter, when it comes to clutch time, you already know Ramy's gonna be there. You already know Ramy is going to step up. That was huge, but as I say that, overtime did start, and Cloud9 do get the initial kills necessary in order to pull another flag. It was a grapple play, I believe, by Manny that's able to grab this flag so far forward through the PC sides. Manny goes, and now this flag is here, and Team Lethal Fox desperately need another play to be made.
I love this play by Jackson, but he's put himself in harm's way so many times. Rami once again comes through, gets the double. This is gonna stop anything from happening, potentially. Common's the last player alive on the side of Team Lethal Fox, and he's trying to get this flag return, but the spawners are coming through. There's nothing Team Lethal Fox can do.
Septify with a pivotal win, so Spectre now comes in for the relay. That flag continues to move forward, and Aldo Haynes is on the mid side, and he has the reinforcements. Cloud9 are right there. Can they pull the flag? Apparently not. Sab slides into those DMs, and he's gonna get that one.
Oh man, you've got, like, that is so unfortunate and so sad. You make such a big play. I'm not kidding when I say, well, that was one of the biggest plays I've seen in a couple of years, I would say. I mean, off the top of my head at least, that play solidified the win, but they could not close it out when it mattered the most. If that doesn't make you miss the old settings, I'm sure Rami's like, darn, too bad we don't have like a 30-minute game with 15 minutes overtime like in Halo 2 and Halo 3. But it is what it is. Cloud9 come up clutch when it matters the most. And goodness me, I believe that brings us to a game 5, Tony, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it does.
Wow. And it feels like, man, I mean, obviously Sab's seen the opportunity going and going for it. Huge, right? Just that alone is huge, obviously. I mean, to see that opportunity to go for it and to just push that one through is crazy. But I can't help but think that, and maybe this is just me, I thought maybe TLF had enough time to maybe get that flag off. At least one player could have maybe got in there, but maybe just a slight bit of timing that just wasn't on their side. And Sab and Cloud9 do a great job of simply taking advantage of it.
Here's the play right here. There's 30 seconds left. You got to get rid of that player and Septify. He does just that. Not only that, he comes out, gets another double kill. The spawners shoots that player through his teammate. He thought he killed his teammate as well, but he did not. And he's just continuing to stop the push. They come off a spawn. They have a chance. No. Drops down in front of him, takes out Septify. Remy really carrying that end process. But yeah, Tony, I got to say it. In this very end right here in the overtime, Remy gets that double. They come off a spawn. They're attempting to help out Common in that situation, but they all find themselves at the bottom of the map. And they get 2 down, but they don't push up even further, maybe, you know, trying to stop that risk rewarded. Unfortunately, it cost them the game right here. They get that double, right? It's Common now that has to fight on the snipe side. I believe he ends up going down as well. The spawners are there, but you look at Rami and Jackson, they're gonna come off a spawn in a moment. There they are, so it's 3 up, and they have a chance to push through the map. I mean, they had all the opportunity. Haynes stays down. This is the biggest issue. He stays down on the bottom of the map, doesn't push up. He's got his entire team here. He can go, but Jackson's a little bit too late, and that's it. That's all she wrote. I mean, beautiful job by Cloud9, though, to make sure to clutch that up. And like I said, we go to a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, obviously, players are weak, and Jackson was the one who took initiative to push up and try to get that flag off. So, I mean, just a bit of timing, just not on their side. It's a game of inches. It really is. And wow, just big plays being made by Cloud9 in order to relay that flag forward. And Sab was the one who ultimately got that final cap, and we now have a game 5 on our hands, which I guess the true winners are us in this situation, because you already know. Hey, I've never heard a competitive Halo enjoyer, as far as the esports watcher, that said, I don't want to see a game 5. I've literally never heard that out of anybody's mouth before. So the real winners are us and the chat that get to watch another game 5. Meanwhile, we get to see Scion Esports battle it out with SWAT in Latin America. SWAT. They're up 3-2. Right now, Scion Esports, you have 28 seconds in order to capture this hill and tie things up. Scion Esports on the clock.
Yeah, last open, it was the Uzi twins teaming with, I believe, Hadev and Kratos, just trying to get those points. I believe Ty and Dark Matter could not make it to that one, so now they're back in action, fighting together once again. We'll keep you updated on that, but we're hopping back over to Team Lethal Fox versus Cloud9. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 5.
Jackson starting off with the early push. Couple one shots in front of him, but oh my gosh, Cloud9 also get a flank off as well when their flanks gonna work just a bit better. 3-2 lead in favor of Cloud9 at the moment, and will they run away with it? Because Manny and C9 are getting awfully aggressive onto TOF.
Yeah, some good trades back and forth. Manny's gonna be the first one to fall on this side. That'll give Common that tower control. Septify though, he's got a snipe in his hands. I don't know. I think he body shots Common. Common ends up going down though. I'm sorry. And the Suspector can do something with this camo on top center.
Septify on the assist there, leading to a 3 down for Team Lethal Fox and a 10-4 advantage in the early game here for Cloud9. We get to really see what TOF are made of because the relentless pressure is coming in here for C9. How do you manage it? How do you navigate it when you're down by quite a bit?
Cloud9 just had everything. They've had the camo, they had the snipe in their hands as well. They've had every single resource in order to make this this lead a reality, and they're just continuing to snowball this lead due to the fact that they have the snipe, they have the camo. We'll see if Septify can get more kills with it. It's Yaxon, unfortunately, charges into 2 players. He'll get taken off the map, and we got to double the lead now, 8-16.
I mean, Yaxon's still able to get a kill while falling off the map right there, so that's still quite impressive to at least trade out his life, but still down by 7 kills, which is kind of exactly where we started. Meanwhile, Septify is literally playing a different game. Like, everybody else is playing Halo right now. I don't know what the heck Septify is. He's using the force on everybody, forcing them off the map. And now, just a 6-kill advantage, making 5. Team Lethal Fox starting to claw their way back into it.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Sab is the first one to fall here. You see Septify because of that playing a bit slow. Manny's kind of with the rest of the team. Septify has a bit of a flank here if he can activate on it, and I love the way he plays this, right? Waits for Suspector to come on that cut side, then pushes through. Suspector's able to get a double because of it.
You know, it's been a while since we've seen like a double-minded gap. Like when the repulse spawned over toward the green side, I felt like we've seen it a lot, but now that it's moved towards the bottom mid side, we don't see it that often, but we get to see a little bit of it now. We also see a 6-kill advantage here for Cloud9. Septify, who has only died 1 time so far this entire game, has been able to put up 5 kills and 4 assists to go along with it as Cloud9 hold on to a 24-18 lead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly so impressed with the way Septify played this entire interaction, right? He understands that there's a lot of presence on that A side, on a window, and he knows he's going to get the spawn on his teammate's going to get the spawn on the back of C, so he's able to push up, take care of the players on a window. They don't get camo, it is burned, but still, Septify 6-4-1 so far in this game.
How much have we talked about Rami so far in this series? The man is 10-6, literally has half of the kills of his team, and mind you, 3 assists to go along with it. He really is doing everything he can to will his team forward right now as Septify finally goes down for his 2nd time. A 7-kill advantage still in favor of Cloud9, and this is not what you want to see if you're a fan of TOF.
Yeah, TLF, I was going to say, had that sniper in their hands, maybe something could happen. They also get 2 dead. But I believe Suspector just stole that. No, he did not. I thought he stole the sniper away. The sniper's still on the C-plat side, but Suspector going to look to break here with that repulse towards the mud, I would assume. Regardless of that, it's a 3v3 situation. Team Lethal Fox are staying within it, and yeah, a big part of that is Rami going 12-8.
4 trades happening on the map, and every trade seemingly working in favor of Cloud9, but while there's positioning out of Yaxon holding on to the tower side and really trying to pull his team over toward the strong side of the map, I would imagine you may be down by a bit, but there's so much time on the board, so try to force Cloud9 to make a mistake. Problem is, Cloud9, they're patient as well.
25-32 still. Very slow now. UT is up, I would assume. Manny's gonna take that. Start to aggress on one side of the map. Looking for a play here, potentially. Rami, though, down to no shields right now. They at least know the information on one player, but Camo, that's gonna break this entire slow pace all at once, right? That Camo coming up very shortly. It's important for the side of Team Lethal Fox to get that to bring this game back. They're within 5.
32-27 lead still in favor of Cloud9, but lead starting to slip at least just a bit, and Jackson still has that sniper. It's up to him to make plays, especially when active camouflage is coming up right now. Cloud9 understand the positioning. They're going to double push and push aggressively. Jackson trying to get eyes on everybody on the map, but eventually goes down, and Cloud9 may grab a hold of camo.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you just try to do too much. Jackson's not wrong for doing what he did, trying to get that snipe onto the pushing player on top sandbags, also watching Seaside. But Common going down the cuts right there really just allowed Cloud9 to push fast and push through and keep this lead at 10.
10 kill advantage still here for Cloud9. Suspector 13-6 with 3 assists to go along with it, and also having that sniper. You see Sab with the pings trying to navigate where Cloud9 are going to be pushing, where that choke point is going to be created because the pressure is in, but now it's full retreat. Sab does have the camouflage still, and a one-shot player being so annoying to Cloud9 eventually goes down, and the double-digit lead is being held 3 down. Go TLF, Cloud9 leads grow.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Team Lethal Fox is getting very desperate here, and now because of that desperation, the lead has grown to 14. And a lead like this, nearly impossible to come back from, especially when Manny's got all the toys in his hands. It's the snipe in the hands of Manny as the players of TLF are on the back of B.
6 bullets in this sniper. Only 6 more kills needed here for Cloud9 to take this game 5 and advance forward to the winners bracket semifinals. They can taste the winners finals. They can taste qualifying for SLC pool play. It is so close here, as now Cloud9 just 1 squad wipe away. Now just 3 kills away from advancing forward. TLF not out of it just yet, but they need what we always say, perfect Halo. They definitely need some perfect Halo here, and it just won't come. As the 49th kill is in, Manny grabs a hold of the sniper. Will it be he to put the 50th kill?
Yeah, it's all about who's gonna get this last one. Manny tries to go for something crazy, but it's Cloud9 who win out the series. A great game 5, 50-38. A great game 5 by Cloud9 in that scenario, and just a quick, gotta give Rami his flowers. A quick shout out to Rami, played phenomenal that entire time. But as you can see, our winners bracket, our upper bracket is completely filled out. The winners semi set for tomorrow. It's gonna be Sentinels versus Team 1 and Complexity versus Cloud9. And like Tony said, Tony, explain to the people why this tournament is so important.
Well, I mean, like we kind of talked about before, there 6 spots have already been filled as far as pool play going into Salt Lake City. We already know this, and that's why you don't see the likes of the Space Station Gamings, the Optics, the Phases that are participating here within this tournament. They actually can't. This is to find out who's going to fill out those final spots. You're seeing qualifiers being spread across North America and Europe as well, and even teams that can qualify for getting travel coverage to participate within the open bracket as well. This is your final opportunity to make it into pool play, and we need to find out who it is. And right now, Sentinels 1, Complexity, and Cloud9 put themselves in a fantastic position to make it into pool play. There just ain't that many spots. When we come back from this break, we're going to have more major qualifier action. Who will we see in Salt Lake City?
nearing victory. Five minutes remaining. Defeat. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team nearing victory. Defeat. team scored. Enemy team scored. Enemy team scored. Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team nearing victory. Enemy team score. Enemy team score. Defeat. Team nearing victory. remaining. Defeat. Strongholds. Enemy team score. Enemy team scoring.
Yo, what is up, guys? Welcome back to your Salt Lake City major qualifier. It's day number 1, and we need to find out who's gonna make it to day 2. And so far, we got Ryzen going up against Passion United, tied up at 1 apiece at the moment, and Ryzen up 39-5 and still scoring, and
Double
Sixen
kill.
apparently is still slaying.
Yeah, and the winner of this will go on to play native. So very interesting to see who's able to win this one out. Professor, I believe we've seen a little bit of him previously. Definitely a really solid player. Of course, we've seen a lot of the rest of the roster. Sixen, Spara, Slabith. But it's tied up at 1. It's Ryzen who has that bit of a lead. Tied up at 1 of the series, I should say, sorry. Ryzen has that little bit of a lead. And they might extend that lead here as they get 3 down for Passion United.
Would you like Professor as much as you do right now if he wasn't on mouse and keyboard?
Nope.
What about Mailmaid? What about Mailmaid?
Nope. Nope. I wouldn't like either one of them. No. It's just cool. It's just cool to see that M&K continue to shine and continue to be used. I would love to see more people, but I understand there's a lot of even like top players that are kind of scared to use it. Solidified players, and that's understandable.
Enemy team score.
97-7 lead in favor of Ryzen, but it is Passion United that come up with a triple cap. Question now becomes, can they hold on to it, as Spar and the rest of Ryzen are now on the attack? Alpha looks like it may just change hands here, but Passion United are still scoring. They're holding on to Bravo and Charlie.
I've seen that Vinny has a lot of fans in the chat. I'm assuming that's obnoxious. I don't know these players by first name basis, but obnoxious right now. A little bit of a donut. I don't think that'll continue though. I believe in him as well, and as we believe in him, the first kill goes down. He's controlling that Whitehall side as well, which is very, very important. I love that Spart tries to stay alive, but Vinny's come alive here with 2 kills.
And Vinny's been actually around the block. He's actually been around the Halo scene for quite some time. I'm gonna be honest with you. I tried to team with him back in the day, but it didn't happen. wasn't on his level. Rightfully so, though. I mean, he found himself on his Passion United roster eventually, and he's been a great player for quite some time now. Problem is, Ryzen also have been pretty damn good recently. I mean, in a matchup that I normally would say Passion United have the advantage on paper, dude, Ryzen are flying right now. It is Passion United that are clawing their way back into it, though.
Yeah, I love Spar's stats right. 2, 10, and 6. 10 assists on the board. No one on his team has anything close to that. Love to see that teamwork being utilized there. And as you can see, like you said, a little bit of a lead here for the side of Ryzen. It's Professor trying to hold that C side. But the pressure right now is on that overshield. And unfortunately, Spar does a lot of damage. But is he able to guarantee that overshield? I believe that overshield now in the hands of Palpheus.
Enemy
Lead starting to slip here for Ryzen. Passion Unite have stepped it up right now and trying to work at Bravo. Bit of Cali clamber action going on now. I mean, it ain't as strong as it was in Halo 5, but apparently it does work in Halo Infinite as well. 119 here for Ryzen, but they've just taken their first base, and it takes 2 to tango.
Now, the big thing here is when you get triple capped on a map like this, you can't panic, right? A lot of players will just jump in that hill immediately. You got to get that slay first, get those first 2 slays first, and then go for a cap, try to control the spawns, etc., etc. But yeah, triple caps on this map can be devastating, and honestly, a game can turn on its head very quick. Palfius with the killing spree.
double kill.
Very quickly going down here for Ryzen and Passion United, already holding on to both Bravo and Charlie. Despite the fact that it was a huge hole they had to climb out of, they have the lead right now. 133 points here for Passion United, and Ryzen are now the ones on their back foot.
If Sub's obnoxious to try and stay alive in the situation, Mailman's going to be there to clean up the kill, though, and that's going to be good for him, but all the while, it's now a 2v2 situation, a very big fight here, and Palfius wins another big one on that B side. That'll keep Passion United scoring.
Was that the jab step? Was that a little tap strafe? A Halo tap strafe right there. Obnoxious trading out his life. Ooh, but Spark can't quite survive over toward the Engine 1 side. We switch gears over towards Mailman, but everybody is one shot. Eventually, Ryzen are the ones that end up going 3 down, and once again, Passion United scoring, but here comes King Slabbit and the rest of Ryzen.
Great job by King Slabbit right there. Maybe he understands that Mailman is on mouse and keyboard. I'm assuming he does, and he pushes that aggressive fight on the bottom of tower. It's just, you want to try and push those mouse and keyboard players in a close range fight. Make them fight up close, and generally you can win those. So great job once again by Slabbit to make that happen.
Ryzen have to fight off a spawn right now. Things are getting a bit out of control. They were the ones who had this entire
Tony?
lead. No,
I'm
what
sorry
happened?
to interrupt you, Tony. We have a golden Kappa train. I don't know if you know what this means, but a golden Kappa train, Tony, is a very rare train. I think the last one we had was 6 months ago, maybe 4 months ago. I don't know. My time is terrible, but regardless, very long time ago. If you support this train, if you support in any sort of way 100 bits, a gifted sub, anything at all, a resub, a regular sub, you know, if you want to support LVT that way, you get what's called a golden Kappa, and you can show it off everywhere, and everyone will be very impressed with you because golden Kappas are very rare.
Everybody be impressed with you?
Yeah, everybody. Even Fohammer, that emote that Fohammer just put down, everybody would be impressed. But Passion United going to lead the series 2-1. Get yourself a golden Kappa, and Passion United gets themselves a win.
Enemy about to score.
Shit, I'm gonna drop some gifted real
Me
quick.
too,
Let me
man.
tell you,
I want a freaking Kappa. I want a golden Kappa too.
Mom, I told you I'd make it. I told you.
I want a golden Kappa right now, right this second. I got one, Tony. We're good. We're good. We're back.
I think we just moved on to level 2. Oh my gosh, that was fast. That was actually really fast. Dude, whoa. The support in the chat is crazy, bro. Active obviously coming with the gift and sub. Nobody cares about him, but OG Slot coming in. A3 Mercury coming in with the 5 gifted bomb. Don't forget, Villainize also with the Prime sub. Don't forget, you can use your Prime too. If you got it, you might as well use it. Otherwise, you lose it. And you're giving Daddy Bezos even more money. Eli X coming in with the gifted sub over towards stress. I ain't never stressing. Dude,
No,
golden Kappas all around.
Yeah, none of that matters. You know, none of that matters. Taking good Jeff Bezos money away, you know, none of that matters. Using your Twitch Prime Plan, that doesn't matter. What matters is you get the most rare emote in all of Twitch. You can finally get recognized and get attention from streamers like Summit, Shroud, anyone who's a big time streamer. You can get their attention with that golden cap. I'm telling you right now, it's an investment opportunity right now, guys. Invest in LVT.
Right now, Forsaken investing in themselves against Let Them Cook. Up 2-0 at the moment, but Let Them Cook not going down without a fight. They're already about 25% done with this hill, but can they get the Slays to hold on to it? They've just gone 3 down, and Forsaken take back control.
Forsaken with those 2 caps. Gonna alleviate some of that pressure. It's gonna be Zoom though. Who gets directly in that hill, tries to contest. Oh my gosh, Cloud of Darkness. Oh my gosh, the game create, dude. Oh my gosh, the gifted subs are crazy. Everyone's getting golden kappas. Tony, oh, who cares about that guy? Everyone else, W's all around for everyone except for Tony, who just gifted a sub. Guys, listen, all you have to do is support the channel. If you want your very own golden kappa, guys, let's get some kappas in the chat real quick. Let me show you something. Everyone type kappa. If you see your kappa is a normal kappa, it's just normal, right? If you want a real kappa, a man's or a woman's kappa, you gotta support the channel right now. 100 bits, a gifted sub, a Twitch Prime sub, a resub, any type of sub. You get that kappa that you just typed will be golden, ladies and gentlemen. Gold, number 1. I mean, what else do you need in the world? Number 1, guys. I'm sorry, Tony. Continue on.
I mean, what else would you need in the world? You know, I'm thinking money, power, fame, notoriety, food, air,
not important.
oxygen,
Nope.
water. All you need is that golden kappa. Could be somebody for once in your miserable life.
Oh my word, Tony! Jeez! The truth comes out, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay. Listen, guys, you guys are upset because you just got roasted by Tony. He does it every day in my Discord DMs. He tells me how terrible I am, that I'll amount to nothing. It's horrible. Don't worry, Tony. I won't leak the DMs so you don't get canceled. But regardless, Forsaken's not getting canceled.
It's perfectly fine. Go ahead and leak it. First of all, I don't have you added. Okay, so everybody knows I ain't DMing you. I don't even have you added. So go ahead and link. Look, I don't know who you talking to. Okay, talk to you daily? Bro, what? You want to how valuable my time is? I'm gonna talk to you daily?
Wow, goodness me. Guys, listen. I'm gonna give you guys a proposition. It's real quick here, okay? Just guys, this is the only time you're gonna get this. I want you to understand that. You can get a 2-for-1 right now, okay? Number 1, you can support with 100 bits, a gifted sub, whatever, free sub, and get yourself a golden kappa. But if we get to a level 20 golden kappa train, I will do another freestyle and roast the crap out of Tony. Anyway, continue.
3-0 lead here in favor of Forsaken at the moment here, who've just gone 4 down, full squad wipe, and finally an opportunity for Let Them Cook maybe to finish off their first hill. Down by quite a bit, 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, nothing really going the way of Let Them Cook besides his first hill that's about to hit the board.
That's a good first hill for Let Them Cook, and they're cooking, but Tony, there's not a lot of time. It's 1 minute and 31 seconds. At this point, we're cooking Chef Boyardee, but let me tell you something. If you're hungry, Chef Boyardee will work out just fine, and there's some great members of this team on Let Him Cook. Glitchy is one of them. I love Grand Shiesty as well. Great individual players. 1 minute and 20 seconds is enough time because when you get in that hill, it stops that clock, but they need a couple kills first, and they get them.
They're going down to try to deny access towards that sandbag side angle, and oh my, Morgan goes up with the repulse jump from bottom mid, attacking the hill immediately, but look at the nade from Dakota, the angle that he's able to create as well. It is a fight right now, but all of this fight is favoring Forsaken because as these trades go down, so does the shot clock.
Clock keeps on counting down here. Grand Shiesty trying to make something happen with that first kill. That's going to open up things a little bit. You see all the spawns come out on the A side. Grand Shiesty's in a very important spot here, though. If he can stay alive, he can continue to pressure, but Leote understands how important it is to get that kill onto him, and now that he did, they can push top center.
Lido with the push and the snipe in hands, and you see Forsaken pushing from every angle. It's not just one way, it's multiple ways to get in this hill, and right now, Lido busting through the front door, and they're not even playing time here. They said, you know what? We're simply going to put the cherry on top. I think the right play we play the time, but Forsaken said no. We want want to put the icing on the cake. We want to make a statement here in this game number 1.
It's risky, Tony, to not play that time. You only had to slay for 1 minute. There is no possible way. But because you didn't play time, now it's Forsaken. 2 down. Leote trying to stay alive. It's 3 dead for Forsaken and a second hill for Let Them Cook. This isn't over.
Still less than a minute on the clock right now, and Let Them Cook might have just had a second chance and maybe, just maybe, tying things up. They're getting the kills that they need in order to get early access toward this hill, and they're immediately taking space as well. The setup is here, but not for long. Both Grand Shiesty and Glitchy end up going down, and now Facty's being overwhelmed here toward the pillar side.
Yeah, it's unfortunately 3 down for the side of Let Him Cook, and that's only 40 seconds left for Forsaken to run down this clock. And that's going to be pretty easy to do. You see Forsaken on that B side. They have Nest, they have back green as well, and Let Them Cook is just pushing, just crazily isolated, constant isolated pushes towards this big door, towards green. And once again, it is Forsaken who stopped that push from happening. 10 seconds to respawn, 15 seconds left on the clock. This ain't happening.
Well, the crazy part is that they went to go play time to when this hill moved, but you got to think, I mean, the 30 seconds they spent in the hill, this game could have been over right now. Let Them Cook literally had another chance at life because they decided to play for the score, and now they end up going 2 down. Now Let Them Cook is here, but apparently so is Cade in Despair.
Wow.
Double kill out of him. He and Grand Shiesty are gonna go at it, but Grand Shiesty gets the melee.
It's all about the spawns right now. Where do the spawns happen for Let Them Cook? Right now, Grand Shiesty has to win this 1v1. He does not. There is enough time for his teammates to come off a spawn. They spawned on the mud side. 3 seconds of neutral time left.
So close. Let Them Cook. All they need is 1 more round of slays, and they're going to be able to take it, but 1 second out of the hill won't be it, and there it is. Forsaken drive them out and put their first win on the board.
That got really hairy, Tony, and let me tell you, I'm a very hairy person, so I know what hairy's like, and that was scary. I'm gonna be honest with you. What else is scary is the fact that we're almost at a level 11 hype train. 9 more levels in this golden Kappa hype train. And unfortunately, I have to roast you on a freestyle, Tony.
Let me tell you, man, I am shaking in my boots right now. Hey, I'm absolutely terrified of the roasting that you will give me. Like a rotisserie chicken, I'm sure, is the only way to describe how severe this roast is going to be when we get to a level 20.
Raijin have a chance to tie this series up and bring us to a game 5 and keep their tournament lives alive here. 95. Make that 96 points and counting, and I would assume a level, or I'm sorry, my mind is on the golden Kappa train. A round 1 victory here for Raijin.
Big win coming out of Raijin. I said it before. I think Passion United are the better team on paper. They should win this series on paper, but I've been loving the way Raijin played. I mean, even in that strongholds that we saw, they had a 119-8 lead. I don't want to talk about what happened after that, but they still had a dominant lead going into the early game, and that tells me that they do have the ability to win even against the likes of Passion United. So 1 more round, we go to a game 5, and then at that point, it's anybody's ball game.
Lots more time still being added here. Azency trying to find a way through the back. I don't know how that happened on the back. It is really dark back there, an explosion of some sorts, but ooh, almost a beautiful 1v2 there for Azency. He's gonna end up going down. It'll be 2 down for Passion United.
By the way, level 11 hype train has been hit, and it ain't just a regular hype train. It's that golden Kappa train, and like Tim has said multiple times, it is the only thing that matters in life. If you walk out of here and you don't have that golden Kappa, I honestly, you're gonna bring shame not only to yourself but your entire family. That is how Quake's gonna be. So go ahead, take out your card or your mom's credit card, whatever it is, somebody's card,
Tony,
and gift all the subs as long as you're 18 or over. I saved that.
Good catch. Good catch. Oh man. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very rare emote that you get. Your Kappa, normal Kappa, if everyone can spam Kappa once again, just to remind the people, that normal Kappa turns into a golden one. And it's very rare on Twitch. So if you have that, you can show it off, and you can also support LVT. We're going to SLC, and it's through support from you guys. I mean, we say it all the time. We really appreciate you guys as the Halo community, and you know, Gunny was saying it yesterday. We assume that you guys really appreciate what we do, and so we're all just a big happy family here. But get yourself a golden Kappa on the way as well. It's still Passion United up 2-1 in the series, and they're getting some ball time. They're taking the lead here in this round number 2, and now Mailman has that camo, and he's got a mouse and keyboard as well. Let's see what he can do.
23 points and counting here for Passion United, who still have a hold of this ball. Ryzen kind of stuck toward the purple side of the map. Palfius maybe one shot, but Ryzen can't quite seem to find the kill. Finally, they're able to get it, but look at the space that Mailman is able to create with this camouflage, getting right behind enemy lines. The question is he a step behind? Now it's taking a bit too long, and eventually his teammates end up going down.
I would have gone for the back smack right there. You get that clean kill, but his teammate does go down like you said. So now he's in a weird spot where he has to try and live, but also output damage to allow his other teammates to come through and pressure this. Azency's looking for a flank on that B stair side. He's in a position to maybe make something happen. Obnoxious is here with him as well. Azency's trying to cut off that cross with the ball, trying to stop that rotation. But is he a little too late? Gets enough damage in and stops them from getting ball time. So that's exactly what he's looking for here. Now he's got to clean up the kills, but unfortunately, Passion United find themselves 3 down.
50% done with this level 11 hype train. Less than a minute on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. It is a golden Kappa train. Only happens once every 30 to 40 years. Okay, this is like Sally's comet that you are seeing right now. This is something that you will tell your grandkids about, and all you need to do for the low price of $5.99 is to get involved as a gifted sub. That you are robbing your lineage of an experience right now. Do yourself a favor, gifted sub. Let's get to that level 12 because right now it's less than 20 seconds.
32 to 31 here. Of course, it is Raijin with that first round lead. Camo's coming up very shortly as well, so this is a very important time for both teams. Passion United still have a chance to tie these rounds up. Mailman's at the forefront of that, trying to do a lot, and this is where you end up on that M&K. He's just trying to do so much, trying to target switch, put a lot of damage in. He's doing just that. Mailman, unstoppable right now, taking some great routes, still putting that damage in. His team just has not pushed up. Finally, Palfius is there, but are they going to be able to clean up these kills on the A-Gen?
Enemy has the ball.
Is it Hallie's comment or Sally's comment?
I don't know, but everyone's got a golden Kappa. Let me see your golden Kappa, Tony.
Actually, somebody put up 5 gifted at the 0-second mark. Honestly, I'm about to write a letter to Twitch.
Are you?
I swear at the 0-second mark, somebody put the 5 gifted in there. We were just robbed the level 12.
Call the CEO, Tony. Call her right now. We'll get that level 12 right back and running.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Well,
Golden
I'm so
Kappas
happy.
in the chat. If you got it, guys, drop them in the chat. If you got, let them know. Meanwhile, 55 to 34 lead in favor of Passion United. Ain't no Kappas here, nothing but real competitors looking to put their first round as Passion United. Meanwhile, Ryzen 1 round away from sending us into game number 5.
Oh, that was so clean, almost by Palfius right there. Just misses the last shot on the second player. I mean, I feel like Passion United are pulling out all the stops to try and tie this up. I mean, you're already up in the series. If you can solidify a round 2 here and tie this up, you have a chance to close out the series right now, but a lot of work still to be done. All 4 of Raijin ready for the push.
Just 30 seconds away from taking their round number 1 are Passion United with that 3 down, making 4 onto Ryzen. They hop right on that ball and also have eyes set on the active camouflage. This could be the final setup that Passion United need in order to push them into their round number 1. Spar. Early damage goes in as the entry frag player, but Mailman chases him down and deals with him. Mailman sending that grenade right back, but King Slappin survives, but it won't be enough. There's still only 6 seconds left. Palfius drops the ball and goes in for the rotate over towards the purple side. There's only 2 more seconds and nobody from Ryzen is here. Passion United taking round 1.
There it is. Now they have a chance to close out the series with this round 3, and this is what they were looking for. A lot of momentum coming out of that round 2 as well. They won by a fair amount. Great plays by the entire squad. I saw a lot of plays by Palpheus, Mailman, Obnoxious, Agency, both. I mean, all of them making the plays necessary. And now look at that aggression. Unfortunately, runs into a nade, but that aggression and that momentum and that confidence going into this 3rd round, you love to see it.
King Slabit down to 1 shot, but doing a great job of using the environment in order to stay alive for as long as possible. Meanwhile, King Slabit, an aggressive push through the tire side. Obnoxious somehow finds the exit route, has his teammates with them, but eventually 3 down go Ryzen, and King Slabit gonna be left by himself. Tries to bait out the camo, but Palpheus sniffs him out.
Spawned on to C as well, so that timing was pretty good by him. Getting out, making sure to get out as fast as possible. Spar ends up getting a kill onto Obnoxious, though. If they can push fast off of that, they can activate, but Obnoxious is going to spawn before they get to the push. He's actually going to spawn behind them. This is the problem with that push happening, right? You push up into the enemy team. When your teammate's dead, you end up spawning all the way across the map just because of how fast Ryzen got up on the map. So is it enough, though? It's still a 2v2 situation. Palpheus still has this camo to use.
Palpheus finds a weakened player. And another 3 down go Ryzen, and looks like Agency is going to spawn toward the PD side, but also Palpheus knows that the push is coming in quick through purple, snaps onto that target and trying to hold the line. Will his team coming quick enough though, because he's taking damage left and right.
Oh, wow.
Oh, King Slabit doesn't check both ways before crossing the street.
Oh, wow.
And that's going to cost them. Palpheus making plays.
That's exactly what he's been doing. This is actually, that's such an incredible play by him. That's going to secure them at least another 10 more, 15 more seconds here in this round number 3. And it's all because of that double kill and King Slabit not checking those angles, like you said, Tony. Come back to bite you. Mailman gets a kill, puts a little bit of damage into one player. That's King Slabit, but that's going to force a rotation here with the ball.
Sixen going in for the interception early, and turns right as Agency was looking at him, and eventually Agency takes him down and takes height as well, which would the top A side somehow finds the backside of King Slabit. Timing just not on Slabit's side. The moment he looks left, they always come right.
Yeah, you got to be tilted if your Slabit's right there. That's the 2nd time in a row you've kind of let someone get a free kill on you. Agency was really weak in that situation. I really think that Palpheus and Agency have really set up this round, and you love to see it. It's just beautiful out of the squad. 3 down once again for Ryzen.
Sparta first one to come up. Looks like he's going to run into Obnoxious on his way towards the cafe perimeter. Damage just too much, and Palpheus comes in for that bait and switch, and Obnoxious will survive there. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of things, we do see Professor get the initial kill needed. Obnoxious not able to take down Sixes, so this is what Ryzen need in order to push up and force the play ball. Ends up in the mid-map.
Love this by Mailman. He's the point of contact, but look how much damage he's able to do. Now he stays alive. A great call by him to do so. Still putting damage in when he's 1 shot, which is good, because that push is coming through and that ball is played towards the front of A. So you can only do so much. Unfortunately, that damage, a lot of it, not going to be capitalized. Obnoxious at least capitalizes on 1 kill.
From getting 3-0 in round number 1 all the way to the elimination bracket round 5, so close to qualifying to day 2 here in your major qualifier. Ryzen looking to put on one of the more incredible runs that we have seen during these online tournaments, but down 16-67 right now. They need a stronghold. They need not 1, not 2, maybe even 3 rounds of slays in order to take the lead here on the A side of the map.
Mailman, I want to pop that camo. Oh, that's such a big kill. Unfortunately, he's not able to get it. Great play by Spar right there to understand that camo was going to be grabbed and make sure to eliminate it quickly. That could have been a big part of Passion United's victory here, but them coming off a spawn and just charging through C, it is not paying off for them. It's the cross shot from Spar. They didn't send anyone B Street until late. It was Mailman that tries to cover that B lane, but it is, of course, Ryzen getting a ton of ball time here. 37 seconds already.
You saw some free shots going towards the players that were pushing across from Spartan. It's so hard to really do much when, as you're pushing, you're already weak, and the callouts are coming in. Eventually, the cleanups will too. And look at all that time that Ryzen are able to accumulate. This push started with them at 16 points. Now at 55 at the moment, Agency was able to sneak in over toward the PD side. Right now, it's a 1v1 that he wants to take. Oh my gosh.
Unfortunate. It'll be Raijin that, you know, are starting to expose Passion United. Passion United are just getting a little too antsy here. Like, you got to slow down. You had a huge lead. All you have to do is make one play to break, get through, and finish up the ball time. Finally, Mailman's going to get that kill. It's 2 down for the side of Raijin. This is the chance for Passion United to get a few kills, and I love this right here, right? They get 4 down cleanly. Not one player goes down for Passion United. Now, this is probably one of the last pushes of the game here for the side of Raijin.
Imagine trying to stay alive toward the A-side tower. You turn the corner, there's 3 members of Passion United all meleeing you at the same time. That was actually crazy to see, but Passion United, they push together, they thrive together, because now it's 87 seconds worth of points here for them, but Sixon sees the opportunity and takes it. 3 down go Passion United, and now once was in the driver's seat, have been pushed out of the car.
Not gonna blame Mailman for that one, but he took a lot of free damage trying to get information, jumping up top A and trying to see if someone was pushing bottom center. You gotta trust the cross, gotta trust your teammates in that situation. Unfortunately, him taking that damage, he's gonna be the second cleanup kill. Agency's gonna be the first kill, and now it's almost a tie game. It is a tie game here. Last couple seconds for Raijin.
Sixon trying to rotate this ball while also trying to accumulate as much time as possible. Doesn't want to drop it too much. Every second matters, especially as his teammates end up going 3 down. Ooh. And although you were 2 seconds away from taking it, Passion United stripped the ball from your lifeless body. And now Raijin, I'm afraid they may not have enough time to make it across the map. When Passion United are simply waiting for them, it's mathematically impossible. It's Passion United ending the series.
What a phenomenal ending to that game. Things looked so crazy for a while there. It was Raijin with a beautiful break, but towards the end, a full-on push and a victory for Passion United, 3-1. I mean, playing like that, even though you're not, you know, your backs are not against the wall, you have the lead in the series, is great to see out of them. They will go on to face Native tomorrow, and I'm excited to see it. Still a lot of Halo action, Tony, though. There's a lot of things going on in that lower bracket. As you can see, it was going to be, that is the lower bracket that we'll see tomorrow, but you see F1 at the top. That's waiting for the victor of that ascending baseline and, you know, whoever wins that previous match. So we're catching up on that side of the bracket. But like you see at the bottom, it's Native Gaming versus Passion United, and that's going to be a great matchup in my opinion.
Yeah, some of the favorites still here in the bracket, but also some really hungry newcomers looking to pull off some crazy upset. It is your major qualifier on the way here to Salt Lake City. We're giving away 2 spots to make it into pool play, but I shouldn't say giving away, because right now you're going to have to earn it. It is a war, and it has been literally all tournament long. Day 1 is coming to its conclusion, and we'll have our final matches after its break, and we're going to find out who's making it to day 2 of your Salt Lake City major qualifier.
scoring. Enemy team scoring. Halfway to victory. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring.
Double kill.
Enemy team scoring.
Perfect.
Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Enemy team scoring. Defeat. King of the Hill.
Welcome back. One last match and one new caster. Thank you to Tony for casting so much. I figured I'd give him a break, come in, and then wrap out, you know, this final match with active. We got Ascending Baseline going up against In Excelsis in our final match today.
Yeah, I'm excited about this. Obviously, Gunny on your screen. We watched him in the native LVT, the last native LVT free-for-all we had on Friday, yesterday. He was the victor of that, stopping Goober's 3P run. Now he finds himself on a team with Halo, Kidnasty, and Kratos. We'll see what kind of success they're going to get here and see if they can make it to tomorrow.
Well, a lot of players that you might be familiar with if you watch FFA Fridays from LVT Halo and Native Gaming. Hative, Kidnasty, Gunplexion, Netroxin, Saves, all regulars into those final rounds of the free-for-all. So a lot of individual talent in this lobby, right? Not players that you might not necessarily know from your day-to-day watching 4v4, but players that are just on the outside looking to make a name for themselves. And well, these are what these later rounds in the elimination bracket are for, to see who can come out on top. This is going to be a tough challenge for In Excelsis when you have players with pedigrees like Kratos and Gunplexion on the other side, but certainly a chance for their names to become a bit more well-known.
I believe there's a little bit of drama as well between Gunplexion and Netroxin, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they were teammates in the past, so I just like to bring that up because there's a little bit of an intangible that you know, crawls into a game like this, and the game starts to mean a bit more. Obviously, for both of these teams, it means making it to tomorrow, which is in and of itself a big feat, but also that little bit of added pressure that these two might have a bit of bad blood against each other.
Serix is doing his best to keep these players at bay, but they're hunting him down. He sends him right back up. Unfortunately, not going to go off the map. No splash for him, but you can see getting a bit mixy towards the back end of this map. Ascending Baseline will be the last two players remaining, trying to hunt down the player at tower, but it saves that stays alive, gets that back smack, and it's gonna slow Ascending Baseline down quite a bit.
Yeah, Complexion, though, I believe gets one in the feed, so it's a 2v2 situation. Netroxin's gonna have to stop this push, so unfortunately he ends up going down. And it's just a fight for the tower side control here. Hative has eyes on those that camo. Very important for him to grab this camo here, or at least defend it to his best ability. Complexion's gonna try to create space on that camo. That's a big trade on the C side. And I believe that is camo for Gunny here if he can put his hands on it. But unfortunately, Netroxin wins that fight.
Well, sometimes the best fake out is just not to go for camouflage at all. Ascending Baseline, we're playing very cautiously as they approach that camouflage. And Excelsis didn't really have anyone on the other side. That information not known to Ascending Baseline. They lose timing, and Excelsis, well, they don't get away with the camouflage. They burn it, but they gain control of the map instead. Oops. They'll take that as a win.
I believe they'll have to reset this. I believe Kratos just crashed, so
crash toast, more like, right?
Crash toast. I would assume they just give. I don't know if they give them the 1-0 lead or if In Excelsis had that. Yeah, that second hill was pretty close as well. But regardless, like I said, a lot on the line for both of these squads. And I have a question for you, Garrett. Did you get your golden kappa?
I got my golden kappa. I gave a sub. I also made one of my emotes big. You make your emotes big of 100 bits, and I have my emote. You ever seen my emote?
No.
My little tools guy. I can't make him big out of bits. Do you have bits? Do you have 100 bits?
I like that. I don't. I only have 5.
Can we have 5? How do you have 5 bits?
I don't know. I don't know.
If someone has 100 bits, make my emote big, because I like my emote. He looks cool.
That is a cool one. I like that. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of like new stuff that Twitch is at. I don't know. There's another one that's new as well, and I forgot what it was, but you can do something else with bits as well. But yeah, we had the Golden Cap Train earlier today. If you missed out on it, regardless of that, it's been a great day today. Tools, a lot of red zone action. We always talk about that. It was great to be able to see all of those matches. I don't even think we missed a match. And of course, you can see at the bottom of your screen there, Salt Lake City coming through for LVT. We'll be there. How many of you guys are going to be at Salt Lake City? I need to see ones in the chat if you're going to Salt Lake City, and you're going to see us there.
Wrong Evo, Invincible.
I put your face.
It's my face. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. But I got a little cheapy guy.
Oh, a lot of ones. We're gonna see a lot of people there. Not to see you. Okay. Wow. Jeez.
Yeah, I'll give you his schedule, Invincible, so you can dodge him. I know.
Wow,
actually,
man.
if you use your nose, you might be able to figure it out before. You know what I'm saying, Invincible?
What do you mean? I do not. I smell very good. I did run out of cologne, unfortunately. I think I only have a little bit left, but I smell very good all the time. Okay, that's
all the time. I love it, dude. That's good.
Yeah, that's something I make sure of. Yeah.
Make sure y'all got your deodorant on standby when you show up to these events. You know, we don't need no stinky gamers.
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't smelled a stinky gamer since like 2007. So I think I don't know if I'm
usually
just
like
lucky.
the stinky gamers played retro game. You know, like Halo 3. Like, a little bit
Wow,
older.
are we done, bro? Like you don't think no one that played Halo, but Halo 5 is the
I never
sweatiest
smelled
Halo.
one bad player in Halo.
Halo 5 was the
Halo 5
sweatiest
gamers
Halo
were
of
the-
all
were the-
time, dude.
Yeah, sweaty in the game. That's why we had that anti-perspirant, bro. We weren't sweating in real life, keeping all of it on the screen.
Oh man, it's okay. Invisiblix, if you hate me, I understand. I am a whiny player on matchmaking. So if anyone hates me, I completely get it. I'm working on it. But regardless, you know who's working on a victory here? Ascending baseline. Am I allowed to? Can I be biased for one series without getting fire tools? What do you think?
You can do whatever you want to do, bro.
Oh, you know that's why I
seems
love
like a
LVT,
question
baby.
for Louis.
That's why I love. You know what, dude? Gunny's my boy. You know, and I really would love to see him succeed. Of course, on the other side of things, the Troxon and Saves, very nice guys in matchmaking as well. They've carried me a couple times, but this roster, I love this roster, and I don't really know. You know, we asked Gunny about this yesterday, what roster he was going with, and like I felt like he was kind of like, okay, I'm doing this, and I'm not sure if they'll stick together. Is what I'm kind of thinking about. You know, I don't know if they'll play together past Worlds and into the next season, but at least they'll put it all on the line for today.
Yeah, but put it all out. Let people know. Tim, at SLC, they have a pickleball court. You want to play pickleball? You ever play pickleball?
Nope, never.
It's funny,
Never.
dude. Pickleball is such a Utah thing, so I'm like, it's actually,
Yeah,
I think it's
actually
more
have
of
to
a
look it
West
up.
Coast thing now, but it
Pickleball.
started in, the fun fact that company that's like sponsoring it like started in the city that my sister lives in. So I was like,
Oh, sick.
I was like, damn, I would have never thought about having a pickleball company come sponsor a Halo event. That is awesome. Yo, bring it's like a choice in paddles. You can either have the dill paddle or the kosher paddle. I personally use a bread and butter paddle. It's a little bit softer.
Wait, is that an actual paddle?
Yes, Tim.
There's a pickle that is a bread and butter pickle.
Oh, yeah, I never made the I never put the two together, man. I just thought they were just like called different paddles for a reason.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, you know what? We made the connection together. Here it is. In Excelsius, I don't know the ruling. I would assume in Excelsius has one. So we'll see.
Yeah, why aren't they using the feature, man? Like, you got a whole
don't
fancy
know.
feature to add one to the score. They're not adding it to the score. Either way, I think this is an advantage for Excelsius. Like, obviously, you wish you were still in that original game, but you had a lot of success on this first hill. It feels probably a little bit easier to try to replicate it, but so far, same baseline, making this a little bit tougher on them. Sniper in their possession. Hative will have his turn within. I gotta say, man, I am a big fan of Hative in particular on this roster. You know, we talk about everyone else, but I feel like this guy doesn't get enough love in the HCS. He's got a nasty shot.
Hated, we'll see what else he's able to do with his snipe. We'll see if that shot comes to fruition here. But yeah, ascending baseline look like they're moving a bit different here with the reset. And, you know, maybe a little bit of something was said or whatever. But Hative, unfortunately, going to get double pushed on the Rat Hall side. He'll go down. That's Sniper down, and in Excelsius potentially in Hill.
And Excelsius did a good job of finding themselves some expansion towards that nest side, alleviated some pressure and found space, but they haven't quite been able to win the slays, and that's going to be what dictates all. Ascending baseline, keep finding them split on the map, and it lets it be an easy capture for them. We're tied 1 apiece. Doesn't say it on the bottom of your screen, but Remember, a 1 hill advantage for Inexcelsis in this game.
Yeah, ascending baseline really starting off strong here. A triple push on the top center of Sandbags. Gunplex is going to try to stay alive. He ends up following, but they do end up getting 2 down for Inexcelsis, and that's going to slow down the push and allow ascending baseline to continue to get control on the tower side of the map.
So far, they've been slow and steady in their pace on how to make this happen, trying to go in as a unit, but Natroxen's help just starts to dissipate around him. He has to make a decision whether he's going to slow down or try to force the play, and well, he goes up, he gets nitty and gritty, the elbow into Kid Nasty, and Natroxen wins the spawns for his team.
That's a great play by him, but I'm going to tell you something right now. If you've ever watched Gunny play the game, that jump beatdown that he does and turns his body, it catches so many players off guard. It's actually a huge thing that he uses, at least in that close range fight.
Oh, run it through it. Like, what's the reason?
I don't know
why
what he does. I don't know. He jumps up and then he'll just jump again. Well, he'll beat down, then he'll jump up and spin somehow, and it throws everyone off. I don't know why it works, but it works every single time. We'll have to watch that from his point of view. At some point,
maybe we'll have a replay of it. We can try to figure it out. But I would say interesting strategies from ascending baseline. In that second hill, they realized that they had full control and that hill was about to capture. They jumped out. They let their players rotate early into the next hill, understanding that if they win it, well, they could have best position and try to get that third hill early. And so far, it's worked out well for them. And not much neutral time coming off that clock, but plenty of hill time for their team. Ascending baseline seems to be hitting another level since this reset.
Yeah, Hadev's looking really good. You talked about him, and he's come alive here. 10, 4, and 3 already. Snipe again in his hands. If there's one player that needs to pop off, it is him. Beatdown will not register. It'll still be a third hill, I believe, here for the side of ascending baseline. They get out of hill to play safe here just for a moment. Kratos tries to push back players on the other side, but wait, Inexcelsis find a way in the hill, and they find a position as well.
This isn't necessarily an impossible hill for them to keep under control. If they can take down this first push, it's fairly easy to manipulate these spawns to force ascending baseline far away, but it comes down to the slays, and he did it again. He jumps up, moves his body, and gets the double punch. Twice this has worked, and it's going to force the one-on-one. Now the question, who's win the spawns? It's going to be Kratos. He's the closest there. Natroxen could potentially get him out in time, but no. Kratos gets the secure, and well, you can run that all the way back to Gunplexion jumping up and twisting his body.
Yeah, I don't know why that works. I'm gonna be honest with you. When you asked me that, I was like, I honestly don't know why it works, but it works every single time, and you can see a 3-0 lead here. Ascending baseline looking good so far in this game number 1, and what a time to be looking good. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, this is a lower bracket, okay? The top 2 teams in this tournament, in this qualifier, will get pool play, and then the rest of the pool play spots will go down to points, and I don't believe either one of these teams have enough points to make it into that pool play based on points. So very important games here, very important series here for both of these rosters.
Really a do or die situation for the players on both these teams. If you're gonna earn travel stipends to Salt Lake City, Syrax is just being so annoying with his position, and eventually works with his teammate to get forward. This has been the best Inexcelsis has looked since the reset. They're finding themselves space. They're starting to work on these slays, but the same baseline, they don't seem to just lay over and let them get this hill. They're gonna at least have one more contest.
Complexion finds the hole in the defense here. Look at the jab straight. Oh my word! It's all in the hips. Ladies and gentlemen, clip it and ship it. What a beautiful double there for Gunny, and now Hayden with a sniper in his hands once again.
Yeah, Complexion showing the power of that jab strafe. He pushes himself to the right. It's not a full jab strafe where he's using that sprint to make that player miss, but the combination of the position of where he was on the map and him turning heavily to the right, it's a non-traditional strafe. It's a non-traditional strafe that looks so hard from the other player's POV to shoot. Gunplexion, in order to have a good strafe like that, he needs to be able to snap onto his opponent because he's moving his reticle off that player for each one of those shots. He did a great job not missing with his own strafe, and you can see the benefit. Ascending baseline find the break. 4-1 will be the victory.
Well, I kind of want to talk about it a little bit, right? The jab step was the meta, I would say, you know, whatever, 3-4 months ago. You called it the jab strafe. That is the new meta, in my opinion. I've seen a lot of players utilizing that, and it just comes down to the fact that there is instant motion when you go left to right, something that a lot of the pro players actually want gone. They want that. They want the movement to be what's the word for it?
They want more
Inertia. They want inertia in the movement, right? And that's how Halo has been. That's how Halo was, I'm sorry, in the previous Halos. In this one, it's a very snappy strafe, and you can utilize that to throw off your opponent, especially when you have the Bandit that is a one-shot weapon. It's not a burst weapon like the battle rifle.
I'll say I don't necessarily know if there wasn't. Okay, so I think there is a little bit of inertia in Halo. Let's see, this is gonna be. I think this is where he puts the jab in. You see him moving over to that right, but that strafe is just so hard to hit. Really, untraditional, like non-traditional strafe. Yeah. But I think it's exasperated in Halo Infinite because of how you can adjust how fast your strafe is in the settings. Whereas in old Halos, everyone had the same setting. You can see he stops, moves his way to the right, looks to the right, does it again, and you see, ooh, just so hard to hit. Now, what you'll see of Lucid when he does that strafe is he'll add a sprint into it, which makes it, in my opinion, the sprint is what makes it a true jab step.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see just that non-traditional start really fast to the right and then full stop to the left. Just makes it really hard to hit.
You move a lot faster looking to the right and moving, other than you know holding right and just kind of strafing. You move a lot faster when you're looking in the direction, and that's what makes that so difficult to hit. I mean, that's just beautiful though. I love to see that. And you look at the damage here, it's gunflexion clearly. A little bias here, I'm sorry. I love the rest of the guys on the squad, but clearly in the lead in terms of damage. 4,200 damage done, only 3,400 damage taken. Regardless, this team looks dominant right now, and you love to see it out of Ascending Baseline.
We go into Solitude as our next game type. And man, I felt like in Excelsis had such a great start before we had that reset. It doesn't feel like there's much momentum behind them at all. This map, they can build some because of how simplified this game type can be. But it's always a dual-edged sword, right? Whenever you're on a game type like this and you're trying to build up that momentum, because of how simple these spawn traps are, you can often find yourself in them quickly. It's important for you to maintain lives on the board. When you go 3-4 down, that's when this map gets dangerous. So understand that you have to trade out your deaths. You cannot let the game get simple for the other team.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be honest. Invisiblex, aka Vinny, other Vinny, said it best in the chat. Anyone can win a Slayer, and it's 100% true, right? You can take that momentum that you said, you can go along with this Slayer, make it happen, and you can tie up this series if you're in Excelsis. But you gotta get through the side of Ascending Baseline first. Look at how they're squashing saves and Atroxin on the map. Gunny's gonna lose a fight there, though. That's gonna put them 2 down. Now Kratos has to stay alive. He's getting pushed. Not really, actually. He's not gonna get pushed. He's gonna be able to do a lot of damage here as Gunny spawns on that snipe side.
Kadasi's doing his best with that shock, but just a little bit too much damage. And Excelsis found themselves low on the map, but what? Oh boy's doing a 1080 kickflip McTwist on the what was that? That's next level shit. We're talking about jaggle. We're talking about jab steps, jiggle peaks. No one's talking about the 1080 McTwister. What in that world is he doing?
This is Tony Hawk. I don't know what's going on here, but pulling out all the stops, man. Both these teams want to win.
He did a 180 into a thrust. Dude was like, I have no cover. Let me invent my own jiggle peak.
Tarix, though, we got to talk about him. He's got a very important weapon in his hands here. Unfortunately, he is going to go down, so that will be shock rifle down on the map now. I assume scan is used to find that one, but oh my gosh, Inexcelsis is literally just holding forward off the spawn, and it's working for them. They're doing a great job cleaning up a lot of these kills. There's another split spawn on that nest side. Natroxin knows it. That's why he's going to do enough damage for Sarx to once again clean it up. and it's in Excelsis with the lead.
So far, they're playing trade for trade. They're being very aggressive, and that will work as long as you trade. This is where it gets dangerous. When you play aggressive and you don't find those kills, that's when Ascending Baseline can start to simplify the game. They get camouflaged. They know what these next spawns should be. Complexion needs to be aware of this player at lift, and so far, he seems pretty confident that there's not a player there that could catch him by surprise.
Ooh, he saw the player catch him by surprise, lifting up that lift. So we tried to get the trade. Not gonna happen though. Hadev does have this camo. Player's gonna push back on the blue. I believe they do have Hadev's information here. His phone number, his email, his address. So Hadev's gonna sprint just because he needs to get back to his teammate. But unfortunately, sprinting put himself in the crosshairs of multiple players. It doesn't matter though. Look how much damage this guy is doing. So many players weak, they can't clean him up.
So frustrating for him is he just runs out of ammo. He could have gotten all 3 of those players. They were not going to turn around. Instead, Hayden will have to settle for 2 assists and slowing their gameplay down just for a bit. With Shock Rifle coming up in the next 5 seconds, it's going to be up to Kratos to be the defender here. In Excelsis is going to send players to try to take care of this early on, and it's going to be Saves on the right side. That could be the player that Kratos needs to be aware of.
We saw Kratos on Empyrean with the snipe against Native. We'll see what he's able to do with the shock. Gets 1, puts damage into another. That's Natroxin, who's got to rotate around now. Kid Nasty gets a kill onto Sargs. And again, these are 2 clean kills on the side of an Excelsius that are Ascending Baseline are getting. Kratos still trying to find that player on the bottom, but look at an Excelsius. They all find themselves on the bottom of the map. And once again, Saves goes down.
Saves got spotted by that player at high window, and that's when everything just started to dissipate for them. Once his position's known, everyone just stares at him, and yeah, he might have stayed alive for an extra 10 seconds there, but you can tell that Ascending Baseline wasn't going to let him go anywhere, and so far we've seen those trades start to slow down ever since that 3 down, and Excelsis hasn't been able to find any equalizing kills, largely due to the fact that they keep going first down. They're having to react to these plays. Another 3 down, and well, this is when the game can start to get dangerous. Look at the spawns for an Excelsis. They're trapped over at the nest side, and Ascending Baseline didn't really lose any numbers in that engagement. They're going to be able to swarm to these players, or at least watch all their exits.
No numbers lost, and a camo once again for Ascending Baseline. I'm not exactly sure who has it. It might have actually been Hadev, but Kratos still has the shock rifle in his hands. He's going to utilize the last bullet of that shock and end up taking out a player. Also saves Kid Nasty, who's probably going to go down here due to the spawn of Chaotic. But Kid Nasty somehow still alive, and look who's coming to help him once again. It's Kratos towards the help on the gold ledge. This is beautiful out of Kratos. Great assistance here. Even though he called me bad at matchmaking, I still think he's playing phenomenal right now.
Ascending Baseline is doing a good job of not letting an Excelsis get first picks. Every kill that Excelsis has gotten this game has been a trade. And well, if you're trading, you're eventually going to find separation. They're able to maintain it early, but they're not maintaining anything against Kratos. 3 down once again. He'll build the lead to 11, and Kratos is on a tear. Double positive thus far this game, and he certainly doesn't seem to be losing a gunfight anytime soon.
This is just beautiful. Kratos 10-5, Kid Nasty 10-7. A great performances out of both these guys. At a moment where it matters the most, this could give them the 2-0 lead in the series. Chaotic stuck on that hotel side. Sarks gets a double though in the kill feed. Complexion and Kid Nasty are the first 2 to fall, and now Kratos finds himself in a position to try and block all vision. He has enough information onto Sarks, takes him out, and now Natroxin gonna potentially share the same fate, but Kratos stays alive somehow and can cause enough distraction for them to get an Excelsius 3 dead.
Incredible work by Kratos to understand what needed to be done. They lost their position on the map. What does he do? He gets lost in the grass, snakes into a hidden spot, and lets the players get past him. Getting that early first pick is enough to help stabilize his team. They get positioned for camouflage, and well, now to them, it's just ending motions. Who will find the final kill is the question. And Complexion, he has a suspicious feeling that there's someone in that lift.
He knows it. Natroxin, bam! He goes down first. Complexion gonna try to look for another one onto Sarks. He knows this is over. He's just standing still, foot fired down. No need for his hips this game. 2-0, Ascending Baseline.
It's still in the hips. It's just the lack of hips. It's understanding what those hips do. You know what I'm saying? But therefore, Kratos, I mean, just Kratos having a fantastic mid game that helped propel his team forward to be able to just run away with the game. We saw a lot of aggressive plays by an Excelsis, but they weren't quite able to be the team that was dictating the pace by getting those initial picks. And you can eventually see that the score just ballooned out of control because of multi-kills like this. The triple from Kratos, it's a pretty one to look back at. It reminds me of 2016 Los teaming up with Allegiance at their second place finish at the Halo World Championships.
Well, here we go quickly into game number 3, and again, taking a look at the damage there, pretty even. As you can see, once again, the very last clip, literally no need to move, and you can see he's just trying to jump to get that last kill, but moves a couple of inches and gets another kill as well to solidify that game number 2, a 50-32 victory there for Gunny. I'm sure he and the team are feeling good about that, but going on to game 3, it's going to be interesting to see if Excelsius can make it happen.
Oh, you got his shield back just in time. This certainly helps with that fight. But man, he made that perfect look nice. Perfect reversey to end it. You'll take a perfect reversey any day.
Yes,
sir,
Kratos on
I can watch
fire
that
there.
triple. I can watch that triple on repeat. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty.
Sick.
That's the stuff that makes you like, oh, I am him in matchmaking. You know?
Here we go. A little bit of an interesting map here for game number 3. Of course, it's interference strongholds, and like I said before, and I've said a couple times, I think this is great from a viewer experience. I don't know how the pros feel about it currently, but I love the swings in the game here. We'll see if Excelsis can potentially bring this series back with their first victory here. They've got to get through ascending baseline first. OS in 2 seconds.
There's been a lot of boomer bust game types so far for an Excelsis. They have to be kicking themselves that they're in this situation. This is a game that can quickly get out of hand, and with the slaying that we saw from ascending baseline, it's almost predictable that it will get out of hand. Serix not quite able to do much there, and Kid Nasty plays his position perfectly. They handle pressure so well, and we could be seeing the first trip cap in effect. Gunplexion, does he expect this spawn? It's gonna be Kid Nasty that spots it out for his team.
Yeah, that was just beautiful. I mean, Sarx had that overshield. Gunplexion's in a fight with him. He hides his head. Then Sarx gets cross-shot by so many other players. I mean, just beautiful. Out of the side of ascending baseline.
Oh,
my gosh.
H5 spot.
That's cool. I've never seen this.
Yeah, this was a little bit harder to get into in Halo 5, but Halo Infinite a bit easier, and you get a high vantage point from there.
The vantage point's going to give him that perfect as he jumps over to the bat ledge, and now Nitroxin on that B side, trying to hold B on his own. Is going to spot the nade, and of course, Kid Nasty will get inside of B, so it's going to be Nitroxin, and Nitroxin's actually on the backside. There he is.
Bro!
Takes him out.
That kid's nasty, let me tell you what. Oh, just moves his reticle perfectly, able to snap onto that player and get the kill, but that might have just been enough for Excelsis to start to stabilize in this game. It was only a 44-point run, and well, the temporary trip cap is in for Excelsis, but more importantly, they're going to be the ones that have ascending baseline on their back spawns and a couple extra shields for Serix once again.
Sarx goes in, though, for that trade and takes a melee from that, so that OS is completely gone. It's all 4 dead for Excelsis, and once again, it'll be ascending baseline and control.
It's surprising at how fast this has turned around, especially when you looked at what an Excelsis had. A full setup, spawns known, at overshield in their possession, not quite able to really put a lot of points on the board, despite the massive advantages that they had on paper.
Kid Nasty, unfortunately, in a very important position on a tower, but he's getting pushed by 3 different players. He's not able to stay alive. Kratos gets killed as well. Ascending baseline had to be very careful here. You know, you give Excelsis a lot of confidence, especially the way that last game went. They know and they feel that you guys are beatable. It's going to be tough for you to stop their momentum. And right now you can see Excelsis have that double cap. The bleeding is stopped though with that triple cap.
Excelsis was really spread up on the map. It was a lot of individual players that had loose cohesion, but it was throwing ascending baseline off. They weren't quite able to figure out where those pushes were coming from, and a couple big individual fights that went Excelsis's way starts to simplify the game. 3 captures are in, the spawns are at B. Ascending baseline could be in deep trouble.
Netroxin gets a kill, make that a double kill. Gunny ends up trading out on him. But Sarex gives them the numbers advantage once again. It's 3 down for the side of ascending baseline. The last player alive is Kid Nasty. He's gonna get collapsed on as well, and he goes down. It's 2 down once again. The triple cap, not locked in, but it's still a double cap and still points here for Nick Celsius.
Notice the routes that ascending baseline is taking to get out of that spawn trap at bunker. They stay low and they put themselves in closed positions. The way that you have these games really spiral out of control is when you take unnecessary and early damage into a spawn trap. They slowly but methodically work their way out of the spawn trap. They got themselves a home. They haven't quite been able to accomplish the next step, but they know it's gonna take time, and that's why you see these scores really balloon out of control on this map. It takes a lot of time and patience to get yourself in a position to score once again, knowing that you're gonna have to overcome a deep deficit once you do find the break.
That's 3 OSs in a row for Nick Celsius as well, though, which has really made this difficult. Yes, ascending baseline is taking care of them, but those overshields
Get
could
space.
have been great.
You can see already, this is great heads up by Gunplexion, heads up play by Gunplexion. He immediately tries to break off that C-spawn, and Kid Nasty's the player that's on that pivot. He has to understand, I have to help my teammates where I can. Gunplexion left on the island, gets the job done. They flip the spawns, and Kid Nasty, now that player that was on the back, becomes the tip of the spear as he has to win an offensive battle.
Wow, that's a big win by Kid Nasty. Because of that, A still in his hands. He has to turn around because Save's just making this real difficult. I love his play, though. Look at him staying alive here. It's going to be Gunplexion that resets onto A. They're getting B as well. C being taken, and that's where the spawns will be. Gunplexion ready for it.
Really impressed by Kid Nasty and his play that we've seen from him. He's staying in the middle of the fights so often, but he also has a lot of trust in his teammates. He leaves a one-shot knowing that Gunplexion is going to be the player that's responsible. If he loses that fight, well, they're going to get you a step closer to losing that game, but makes the right play nonetheless. Trusts his teammate to win the one-on-one and gets back into these middle positions. Notice the positions he's taking in particular. Tower and white corner. That you have a lot of ability to traverse the map quickly and get to where you're needed as fast as possible. It's resulted in a 13-6 stat line for him thus far, and he's been the player that's been laying down massive damage in this game.
Well, there's a player on that B nest side, but this is the first overshield for the side of ascending baseline here. It'll be Thrust trying to be picked up by Kid Nasty, but that Thrust unfortunately fell off the map. It's still a nice little comeback here by ascending baseline. I love the use of Kid Nasty's OS too. He doesn't, well, okay, well, I was gonna say he doesn't take any beatdowns, keeps that OS for a long period of time regardless. Lots of damage output.
I like the way that Kid Nasty plays that. Obviously, his teammate staying on death cam as well and giving him important information about that tower player's position allows him to be safe and choosing his gunfights. Eventually gets the kill, and well, he's been alive for a long time now, and I like how he's always adapting to what he needs to do next. So many times he's been the middle player, but he's not afraid to go and become the perimeter or become the offensive, defensive player. He's really switching his role well, depending on what the situation is for his team, and it's allowed them to start this comeback. They've been scoring for quite a while now. It was over 100 points that they were down. Now the deficit just 50 as they've been slowly but surely making their way back.
Here comes the spawns from that nest side. They're all pushing through engine 1 and engine 2. This is a bad place to be, though, if you're in Excelsis. They go 2 down once again. Chaotic, the last player alive on that side of the map. Kid Nasty and Kratos take him out, and it'll be 2 dead once again for Excelsis. They're on a little bit of a spawn trap here. They're constantly getting isolated, and they're separated at all times.
This is great plays by Gunplexion. He noticed how fast he went to B. He didn't waste any time, and he knew where to look, found the player off spawn, and most importantly, didn't miss the shots. It's that combination of awareness plus execution that makes him so deadly. It doesn't result in many kills going his way, but it has resulted in their win condition. A triple capture for them, and a spawn trap is in lieu. There's nothing Excelsis can do. This is one of the filthiest spawn traps you can be put into, but notice Gunplexion and how he has a timer in his head. He comes back, he gets the perfect reversey, but that all starts with him understanding what's open and what he needs to do.
Someone dial 911 quick! I just witnessed a massacre, dude! What the frick was that 1v1 fight? And it just keeps the triple cap locked in. It's 236 and counting. They can't do anything. And Excelsis is going to go down here.
Notice how fast that game got out of hand. The trip cap was in, the win condition was met. Gunplexion and Kid Nasty ran the map. Heads up awareness from both of them. And well, if you want to learn what you need to do in every aspect of the game, watch these two play. But let's watch this back in full HD. Gunplexion, he got those spawns, then he noticed the spawn trap, but this is where it got pretty. It's a 1v2. Step, jab, kill in, 5 in a row from him. But this play all starts just a little bit earlier when he recognizes the spawns. But look out.
Look at him looking to the right. You see how he's like jabbing to the right. It's a slight one, but it still gives you that speed boost a little bit. Oh, just disgusting.
It all starts here, though. I mean, look at this. So, like, if we start from this, right? They get the trip cap in. They're getting these kills. Now, there's a timer that's going on in his head. He sees 3 down, and he knows that this next spawn is going to be at B. But look at Hayden's position. Hayden pushed up towards Nest. When he sees that, he recognizes that the next spawn is going to be at that yellow corner because there's no one there blocking it. They're blocking everything else. Boom. Notices it and is prepared. A lot of players who get caught off guard there thinking, wow, they got a yellow corner spawn, they're looking right at me, how does that happen? No, he understands that there's 2 main spawns to look out for in that situation. It knows when those spawners are coming up and is perfectly prepared.
That's so impressive. Ascending baseline 3-0, and that'll mean we see them tomorrow. Unfortunately for Excelsis, they will be out of the SLC major qualifier, which means they'll have to play through open bracket there. Still, you know, a solid team if they decide to stay together, which I would assume if you've gotten into this qualifier, you would assume that they would stay together for SLC. But let's take a look at the lower bracket here. Let's F1 versus Ascending Baseline. I'm sorry, I can't talk today, apparently. Team Lethal Fox versus SWAT LATAM. Everyone hates when I say that, but LATAM, sorry. Eclipse Solar versus Forsaken, and then Native Gaming versus Passion United, and that'll be tomorrow. I'm excited for tomorrow's shows. And of course, the winner's side of things, you've got Sentinels against Team 1 and Complexity against Cloud9. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 2 of tomorrow will qualify for pools, and then the other 2 will qualify through points, if I'm not mistaken, Garrett.
Yeah, that is the situation for tomorrow. If you're planning to tune in and you're curious what's to come first, Sentinels versus 1 will be the first match that we watch tomorrow. Complexity and Cloud9 will be on hold and we'll start immediately after that. 1, if you aren't familiar, that's Tusk's new roster with Collect and Mortally, the crew over there. You know, Tim, I got a simple rule for you when it comes to knowing if it's LATAM or LATAM. Yep. If it's an abbreviation, as if LATAM stand for something, then you would say LATAM. But because it's Latin and America, shorthand, it's just LATAM, brother.
Thank you.
Just LATAM. Doesn't just stands for Latin America. But there are about to be some Lat pros after this. You know what I'm saying? Latin professionals at the game, folks. That does it for us here today. If you enjoyed what we did and want to watch more, well, you can follow the Twitch channel, subscribe to the YouTube, and get yourself prepared. If you want more of those drops, well, we'll be just replaying a little bit of what you saw here today. So don't go anywhere. We'll put it in emo only and make sure that you can watch the whole tournament spoiler free if you're just tuning in for right now. But get ready for tomorrow. It starts nice and early, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. We'll be watching Sentinels go up against 1. Thank you all for watching. That does it here today at LVT Halo.